Blackstone Audio presents The Twice Lost by Sarah Porter. This book is read by Julia Whalen. For my mother, Betsy Hart Porter, with love. When the world is sick, can't no one be well, but I dreamt we was all beautiful and strong. A silver Mount Zion. God bless our dead Marines. 1. The Tank. Hello? The young man in the lab coat purred into a round speaker, his hands fidgeting. Ripples of azure light reflected on his cheeks. Are you awake? There was no response. He stood with a few other stiff-backed men, among them the nation's Secretary of Defense, in a room divided in half by a wall of thick and perfectly soundproof glass. Behind the glass was something that resembled the kind of fake habitat found in a zoo, like an enclosure for keeping penguins or seals. Bubbling salt water filled most of the tank to a depth of about 5 feet, but on the right there was an artificial shore of baby blue cement sloping down into the water. That was where the resemblance to a zoo display ended, though. A giant, flat-screen television blazed high on the wall above the tank's deep end, playing what appeared to be a reality show about rich teenagers. Flouncy pink satin cushions were heaped along the shore just above the waterline, and a large white dresser decorated with golden scrolls perched on a ledge at the back. Various electronic gadgets were scattered on the cement, but beyond the clutter, the tank gave no sign of being inhabited. You have a very important visitor today, so your full cooperation... The crowd behind him shifted impatiently, and the young man flinched as if he could feel their disapproval pricking his skin. Getting on with it, I'm going to be turning on your microphone so you can talk to these men, but I have to warn you. Far back in the tank, something sky blue and pearlescent flicked up for a moment from behind a pile of cushions. For a second, the young man's voice grated to a halt, and he stared urgently before he mastered himself enough to keep going. We've programmed the computer to recognize any hint of singing. If you try anything, it will send out an electric shock automatically, a pretty severe one. All right? I'd like you to be on... There was that blue flash again, and a trace of rippling gold. On your best behavior, please. He turned to look at the Secretary of Defense and offered a tight, ingratiating smile. Then he flicked a switch in a small control panel set into the glass beside the speaker. Please meet the United States Secretary of Defense, Secretary Moreland. Moreland leaned toward the glass, an odd expression rippling over his heavy reddish face with its sagging jowls. His white hair shone like meringue above his gleaming pate. Anais, he snapped, then waited, scowling for a reply. It didn't come. I'd suggest you get your damned tail over here. You're our little mermaid now. The sky-blue tail rose above the water again, twitching irritably. Pinkish iridescence shone on its scales, and the cushions stirred as a golden head shifted up into view. Dreamy azure eyes turned to gaze through the glass. Several of the men stepped forward as if involuntarily, and others visibly braced themselves. She shook herself, and her inhuman beauty came at them like a living wave. Moreland's smirk tightened, and his upper lip jerked sharply higher to expose his perfect teeth. Hello there. Hi. She examined Moreland's crisp, expensive suit with a trace of approval. Are you really important? It was hard to tell if Moreland was leering or snarling in response. Oh, I'd say so. Then I only want to talk to you. She scanned the other men disdainfully. Having all these people staring at me makes me feel so shy. She didn't look shy, but Moreland nodded almost indulgently. He made a quick motion to the young man in the lab coat, who hurried to tap at the control panel, cutting off Anais's sound. "Do you mind, gentlemen?" Moreland asked. "We can observe through the monitors in the next room?" the lab-coated man asked anxiously. I am her primary handler, and I should know— "Oh, I don't think so." Moreland's lip hiked up again. "I don't think you should observe. I'd like to allow her." He cocked his head toward the tank, where Anais, piqued at not being able to hear what they were saying, was now swimming toward the glass. "A chance to confide in me, privately. But, of course, you're aware, Mr. Secretary, that she suffered some very serious trauma. Those mermaids she was living with, all— "A fragile flower," Moreland agreed, grinning horribly. "I'll use my most delicate touch." The young lab-coated man didn't look particularly reassured, but he still nodded. "The blue switch controls sound going into her side. The red cuts her off over here. Given the precautions we've taken, though— Thank you, Mr. Hackett, Charles. Thank you, Mr. Hackett. I'll let you know when I need your assistance." Anais was tapping, though inaudibly, on her side of the glass. She was supporting herself in the deepest water with a slight circulating motion of her fins, so that her face and shoulders floated just above the surface. Her hair rippled and shone around her, and she looked sulky and eager. Hackett gave her a coy little smile and a wave as he turned to leave. "Even without any singing," one of the men observed as they walked to the door, "she's still remarkably—" "Remarkably?" one of his companions asked archly, eyebrows raised. "Compelling, I would say. I'd use a different term, frankly." Secretary Moreland didn't watch them go. Instead, he was staring fixedly into Anais's blue eyes, though the look on his face didn't exactly suggest attraction. It was somewhere between caressing and murderous, and a smirk kept tweaking his lips. Once everyone was gone, he reached to flip the sound back on, still keeping his gaze locked on Anais's face. "Better now, tadpole." Anais pouted. Her lips were slick with strawberry pink gloss. "You have a problem." "I'd say there are some other— you really can't call them people— some other nasty animals who have much bigger problems these days. You should be very, very thankful that we're taking such good care of you, when you could be in the same mess as your little killing machine friends." Anais shrugged impatiently, sending a quick surge through the water around her. Her hair lapped at her shoulders. She was wearing a sparkly sky-blue tank top that matched her tail almost perfectly, and diamond studs sparked in her ears. "I don't care about that. Charlie told me about that boat of yours that got trashed." "Charlie?" "Mr. Hackett. He said there was a big wave that came out of nowhere and, totaled the boat with you guys on it. After—" Anais suddenly seemed a bit uncomfortable. "After I surrendered. I knew you'd want to talk to one of us if we just acted nicer, and—" "That wave didn't come out of nowhere, I think, tadpole. You shouldn't assume that Mr. Hackett's information is entirely reliable." "That's what I'm trying to tell you." Anais was getting exasperated. "I just didn't want to tell Mr. Hackett because I didn't think he could really do anything. I figured it all out. You can go and kill mermaids without the singing stopping you now, right? But you don't have any way to stop her from bashing your guys with those waves. You have to kill her. Soon. Right now, she's the only one who knows how to do that. But she'll probably start teaching everybody else, and then you won't be able to get rid of mermaids anymore at all." Secretary Moreland was clearly trying to keep his expression steady, but it wasn't working. Tiny spasms of excitement bent his features and shimmered in his eyes. "So you're claiming you know the mermaid who committed the assault on the special ops boat?" He paused for a moment, assessing.
Several of our men were killed. This isn't something we take at all lightly. You wouldn't want to be anything less than perfectly candid on the subject.
Of course I know her. We had to kick her out of the tribe because all she did was cause problems. But then she wouldn't stop hanging around.
Anaïs's tail was swishing faster now, its pink iridescence flashing candied reflections on the glass. Moreland looked disappointed.
So she wouldn't consider you a friend? Try to find you?
No way. She knows I see right through her, though she did keep trying to get me to pay attention to her.
Moreland nodded. The sparks in his eyes seemed agitated.
I see. But you'll tell me all about her, won't you? I'd suggest you start now.
Anaïs leaned back from the glass with a motion that suggested someone settling into an armchair, although there was nothing but water around her, and smiled slyly. Her fins lightly stroked across the tank's blue cement floor.
That depends.
Does it? On what?
On you letting me out of here.
Anaïs shook her head, golden rays of hair swinging with the movement.
I mean, I know my parents must have left me a ton of money, and the house, and there's a pool, and I could get our servants to come back, and—
Tadpole.
Moreland shook his head, and his smile was much softer, much more slippery than before.
You haven't thought this through.
I totally have.
You aren't human, Littletail. Not remotely.
So?
So the law doesn't apply to you. Not one teeny bit. And that's including due process and inheritance law. Legally, you don't exist. There's no provision in the law for leaving a house to a precious little monster.
This clearly hadn't occurred to Anaïs before. Her eyes widened in dismay, and her mouth opened onto a round darkness that seemed to threaten the unleashing of terrible music. Moreland grinned stonily and raised his eyebrows at her. She paused and glanced around her tank, then shut her mouth again.
Exactly,
he hissed. Anaïs scowled.
But you don't like this troublemaker mermaid, do you? She absolutely deserves to die, doesn't she?
Anaïs was still sulking.
Of course she deserves it.
So maybe helping us track her down would be worth your time anyway. I promise you we'll tear her guts right out. Maybe we'll even take our time doing it. Remember, legal protections don't apply to her either, and we're very, very annoyed with her.
Anaïs cocked her head, brazenly intrigued.
You should be. She's a bitch and she's really nuts. And just, weird.
Tell me her name.
Moreland's voice was suddenly rough.
Luce.
Anaïs spat it out. A shadow passed through his pale eyes.
Luce. I believe I've heard her mentioned before. And what about her human name? Do you know that much?
Will you at least show me pictures once you kill her?
Oh, certainly. Probably even video. We'll watch it together. It will be my great pleasure. Virtue should always be rewarded.
Aqua light from the tank gleamed on Moreland's wet teeth as he spoke.
Lucette.
Anaïs visibly struggled to remember.
She said it. No, Katerina said it once when they were fighting. Lucette Kip? No. Lucette Korchak?
A very good beginning, Anaïs.
Moreland smiled.
You know, at first I wasn't sure your information was reliable, but I'm beginning to think we can come to an understanding after all.
What about Sedna? Will you at least make sure you kill her too? And Dana? And Violet?
Sedna was the leader of the group you identified in southern Alaska?
Yeah, she—
Ah, but that's why I didn't think we could trust you, my dear. We couldn't find any trace of mermaids anywhere near the location you described to us. Unless you can do better, I'm afraid I won't be able to show you video of Sedna's dismemberment.
I told you the truth.
Anaïs's pout tightened moodily, and her head tipped sideways.
I bet Luce got there first. I bet she warned them.
Moreland nodded, a bit curtly. Very possibly. I need you to understand something, Anaïs. It won't be easy, and it won't happen anytime soon, but if you help us enough, I might eventually see my way to encouraging special consideration of your case. Maybe a judge could be persuaded that you deserve your inheritance after all, in view of your services to your country.
Anaïs mulled this, her blue fins rippling irritably. Then her face changed completely. All at once, she beamed with gentle innocence.
Of course I'll help. It isn't safe for anyone to have Luce swimming around out there. She'll just kill so many of your men if no one stops her.
Quite so.
Moreland's tongue slid across his bluish teeth, and his eyes widened with a fake sincerity that almost equaled Anaïs's, except that his smile kept twisting into a leer. Every tiny disturbance of the water sent greenish light crawling across his stiff white hair.
We're very grateful for your patriotism. Now, did Lucette ever mention the name Dorian to you, Dorian Hurst?
Who? Anaïs asked. Her confusion looked genuine enough. Moreland was disappointed again, but Anaïs suddenly leaned forward in excitement.
Wait. A guy? You're saying that Luce was seeing a human guy? That is so sick!
She squealed with laughter.
And she thought she was supposed to be queen. Oh, I can't wait to tell...
Anaïs's laughter faltered abruptly, and she looked down. Moreland observed her for a long moment. His gray eyes were covetous, cold.
Oh, but there's no one left to tell, is there, tadpole? The abominations who would have liked to hear your gossip about Lucette and her human boyfriend are all dead.
He gazed at her with something that might have almost passed for compassion.
We destroyed every last one of them in front of you, and even as we speak, the teams are out there, hunting down other groups of your kind.
I didn't want to be a mermaid,
Anaïs snarled.
I never wanted to. They're not my kind. I loved being human. Everything was so perfect.
Moreland considered this.
You didn't want to be a mermaid? Were you somehow changed against your will?
Of course I was.
Anaïs was staring down, plainly on the verge of tears. Maybe they were even real. The Secretary of Defense didn't look convinced.
Then who changed you?
Luce did it.
It came out in a sullen whimper.
She forced me, but
That's very sad.
Moreland stared at Anaïs for a few more moments. Now that she wasn't looking at him, he examined her stunning form with a mixture of hungry fascination and naked loathing.
Well, then, it's a very fortunate thing that you're living with humans again, isn't it? You can talk to us. Now, what you said before about this Luce.
2. Southward. How long had she been lost in the same rhythm? Weeks, she thought, although her sense of time was blurred. She kept swimming south, always hugging the coastline, always rippling through waters that shifted from tints of olive to milky jade to tarnished silver, and continually gusting out a long cry like moaning wind, an alarm song. Luce checked any caves she noticed, but there were inevitably ones she missed, with entrances below the depth where she was swimming or sometimes deliberately concealed behind thick fans of seaweed. As the human population rose along the coast, the local mermaids made greater efforts to keep themselves sheltered from discovery. That was why Luce kept the airy half-song constantly whistling from her throat. She might not see them, but they would almost certainly hear her, and if they did, if they respected the Timok at all at least, they would rush out to see who she was and if she needed help. Then she could tell them. Clusters of unfamiliar faces would gather around her in the water. Sometimes Luce would have to blink, to rub her eyes, to stop herself from seeing different faces shining like movie projections on their wavering bodies. If she didn't concentrate, she'd start to see Nausicaa, Miriam, Rachel, Katerina, even, horribly, Dorian. But maybe it didn't matter who she saw, as long as she remembered to say the right words. "The humans know about us. Soldiers massacred my old tribe up in Alaska. Singing to them won't work. They have helmets that block out our songs, and somehow they can find our caves. You have to move to new territory. Make sure it's secret and remote and stay as hidden as you can. And whatever you do, don't sink any ships. If you do, they'll know you're nearby and start hunting you." Luce was too numb to do much besides repeat the same message. Her voice was urgent, sad, and still distorted and airy with the windy song that never completely died away in her chest. She barely registered their reactions, disbelief or terror or even misplaced fury, as if the coming horror was somehow Luce's fault. She didn't care. She had to breathe out her warning to as many mermaids as she could. Once the words had left her, she was done. Empty. Like a tunnel charged with wind, the only thing inside her was movement. At least, she was empty until she found the next tribe. Where was she now? Canada somewhere? Or had she already reached the coast of Washington? Luce didn't ask. The tribe she'd just called to come out to her, it must have been the 7th or 8th after Sedna's, heard her out quietly, even gently. They seemed to understand that she was caught in some toxic dream, that the words had to finish hissing out of her before anything else could happen. Luce was already flexing her aching tail, ready to pulse onward. A hand caught her arm, and dark blonde hair waved in the corner of her eye. "Dorian, is that—" "We know." The mermaid holding on to her had an unusually sensitive, open face. Luce felt a flutter of unaccustomed hope at the thought that this was their queen. She'd take good care of the girls with her. "We've already heard what's happening." Mermaids had said all kinds of wild and desperate things to Luce along her journey, but nothing until now had quite caught her attention. This time, she looked up and truly saw the queen in front of her in a way that she hadn't observed anyone for some time. Her expression was sorrowful, and now Luce realized that the mermaids surrounding her all looked heart-shocked, anxious, and pale. We know. Listen, the tribe south of us got slaughtered 2 nights ago. 3 of them escaped and made it up here, but they were out when it happened, so they didn't see anything besides the bodies. We weren't sure if maybe it was just that one tribe, and this is the first we've heard about how the humans are doing it, about the helmets. It's not just that tribe. Luce was gasping, and she felt an urge to get away. Waking from the trance of her journey meant feeling more horror and heartbreak than she could stand. "Please, you have to hide. And we might know who you are, too, I think. Queen Luce? We've heard—" The other problem with stopping like this was that it gave her time to notice how utterly crushed, how nauseous and heavy she felt. Her body felt like lead, bizarrely cold and molten at the same time. Each word she spoke seemed to cost her more effort than the one before. But the fact that this strange girl recognized her, even more, the fact that she addressed Luce as queen, might mean that Luce was getting closer to finding the friend she needed most in the world. "Nausicaa?" Luce barely breathed. "When was she here, you mean?" "A few months ago." The blonde queen said it in a sympathetic voice that showed she knew this would be unwelcome news. "But she talked about you a lot, Luce. She told us to expect you." That didn't make any sense. She said she thought you'd be coming this way sometime, and that we should help you." A pause. "You look like you could use a good rest. We'll get you some food first, though." "No!" She had to keep going. The hideous truth was just sinking in. The tribe south of this one was already dead. She hadn't been fast enough. "I promise we'll follow your advice, Queen Luce, okay? but you could sleep while we scout for a new place to live." She examined Luce, gently critical. "You look like you might be getting sick." Luce's whole body writhed as if she were snarled in a net. It was far more effort than she needed to pull her arm away. "No, I have to. There are other tribes. I can't just stop." "You have to rest sometime, though." Luce couldn't understand the icy thrumming of her heart, her clenching stomach, the utter physical terror that possessed her, as if she'd found herself in a closing trap. These mermaids were warm and sincere. They genuinely wanted to help her, look after her. She gazed around the circle, watching their growing perplexity in the face of her panic. "I don't mean to be rude. I'm sorry, but I have to—" Their eyes looked like the unseeing orbs in the faces of the dead girls heaped in her old cave. Luce remembered a head split open so that its staring blue eyes were much too far apart. Talking was simply too hard for her. She had only enough words left inside her to keep repeating her warning. She gave up trying to explain and dived away. She couldn't suppress her fright, and she lashed her tail as if she were being chased, though she knew that her fear had nothing to do with reality. But she was so tired. For days now she'd only slept in occasional snatches, her sleep so shaken and wrung out by nightmares that it hardly felt like rest at all. The lozenges of glow in front of her might be only refracted moonlight, or they might be shining fish. The rocks were pitching in a way that made them hard to distinguish from the waves, and she could feel her body weaving. "Dorian," Luce said to herself. His name was just a sickness, a taunting noise that kept appearing on her lips. She spat to clear it away. He'd forgotten her. He was probably kissing Zoe right now, staring at her with adoration the same way he'd once stared at Luce. And somewhere, men in a locker room might be taking off their complicated black helmets, peeling off slick rubber suits, laughing about that night's kills. Of course, mermaids had laughed about killing humans too, but knowing that didn't make Luce any less determined to protect her own kind. They were the lost girls, the ones the humans didn't want. They were all so broken that Luce couldn't bear the idea of their breaking again. She imagined fragments of porcelain, stars made of blood on a cold marble floor. Once they died, they shifted back into human form. There would be childish feet and legs where their gleaming tails had been. She had a vague idea of stopping to scavenge for shellfish, then realized that if she ate, she wouldn't be able to keep the food down. The thought of all the tribes she had to warn kept her moving, and moving was the only thing that kept her alive. It was late afternoon, a cool, pearly day with the scent of wildflowers sweetening the breeze. The blackness she saw everywhere, Luce realized, had to be coming from inside her. She lashed her tail recklessly, straining to keep her eyes open, to keep seeing the curved wing-like shapes of daylight that flared above her head, to sustain the wind-toned song pouring through her mouth. The light on the waves above her seemed to be blinking out, though. Streaks and coils of pitch darkness appeared scrawled on the surface of the water, as if it were a page where someone was drawing in thick black ink. Strange, Luce thought. She must be starting to see things that weren't there. How long had it been since she'd darted away from that last tribe? A few hours? Longer? Maybe she really did need to find somewhere to sleep, but this wasn't a good place for it. She'd swung farther out to sea to avoid what looked like a fairly large town with too many boats crisscrossing its waters, and now there was a long row of waterfront houses tucked among the spruce trees. Their windows flashed silvery daylight at her like some kind of signal, and voices carried faintly through the water. Now and then, unsuspecting sailboats flew by overhead, and Luce heard people laughing. To Luce's relief, the shore grew somewhat wilder, the houses a bit scarcer, and soon there were patches of low cliff and zigzagging rocks that might offer her somewhere to rest. There were still too many boats around, though, for her to risk sleeping on a beach, even a sheltered one. It would have to be a cave. She swam deeper, searching under the waterline for a dark entrance, but the first cave she found was entirely submerged. To sleep, she needed a place where she could keep her tail in the water but her head above the surface. Nothing looked right. She drove herself, trying to go faster, but she barely seemed to be making any progress at all. Sometimes she caught herself going limp, simply wavering according to the lift and fall of the water. Twilight was coming, and Luce skimmed the low cliffs with an increasing sense of urgency, though there were more houses again. Then, up ahead, she saw something promising. A dip, a shadow in the rock just below the dark-stained line that marked the lowest tide. As she came closer, she knew it was definitely a cave, and from what she could see of its entrance, the roof appeared to curve upward inside, probably rising enough that there would be a crucial pocket of air, an ideal mermaid's home. Gratefully, Luce swirled closer, energy surging into her muscles at the prospect of finally collapsing into sleep. Then the smell hit her. It blasted into her nose, her mouth, and she was gagging, her whole body curving backwards as she fought to pull out of the momentum that was carrying her toward the cave. Blood and decay, the sickly, musty stink of death. Even as she floated in the middle of the water, Luce started sobbing at the realization. This was where the murdered tribe had lived. The cave was full of their torn bodies, just the way her own old cave had been. She pulled away through fouled waves, choking and crying. Her stomach heaved repeatedly, but it was so empty that instead of vomiting, she only tasted a single sour mouthful of bile. If only she'd realized sooner that the humans were coming after them. If only she'd pushed herself harder, swum faster down the coast, maybe she could have reached this tribe in time. Luce's whole body screamed in protest as she drove herself farther out to sea again. She had to get away from here, as far away as she possibly could, no matter how dizzy she felt. She swam on, but it was hard to tell if she was still traveling forward or simply drifting in the current. Her tail thrashed awkwardly, its muscles seizing with cramps. How much longer could she keep going like this? The darkness in her head was getting thicker. Now the windows above were shining golden rectangles scattered across a forest like thick blue smoke. Or maybe the smoke was coming from inside her, too. She was still seeing a line of trees and houses in the dimness, but from the weight pressing in on her, she was vaguely aware that she wasn't at the ocean's surface anymore, but many fathoms below. The houses were far away, but she could still see a crowd of people dancing on a front lawn. Was that a lawn? That sloped down into nothingness. She could see the people, in fact, as if they were very close. Dorian was there, waltzing with a girl whose hair spread out into a kind of floating globe of pink lace, singing a song about the ghosts of lost sailors. The dancers seemed to have their own internal light, but everything else was dark. They weren't actually on a lawn, though. Like her, they were suspended in some uncertain middle depth, a half-place inhabited by dreams. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl was no more than a yard away, staring at Luce over her shoulder. She wore a complicated dress of pale lace that frothed up her neck. Dorian had lied, Luce thought, when he'd said Zoe wasn't especially beautiful. She was snow-colored, glinting, splendid, but also hard to see clearly. Dreamily, Luce reminded herself to hate Zoe, but it seemed like too much trouble.
"Luce,"
Zoe said,
"isn't there something you're supposed to be doing? Something important?"
Probably, Luce thought. She couldn't speak.
"Then why are you drowning?"
That's a good question, Luce thought. She didn't have an answer. Certainly she was very deep underwater now, too deep even for a mermaid, but her body didn't seem to be interested in swimming anymore. Zoe turned to go back to her dancing, and Dorian reached for her with an exaggeratedly formal grace. Then, with no warning, Zoe swung back around and punched Luce hard in the gut, driving her fist up and in so that Luce gagged and doubled. The fist kept plowing into her stomach, forcing her rapidly up through the water. Luce opened her eyes wide. When had they closed? And found that her body was draped over something crimson, slick, and fleshy. Whatever it was shooting upward through gray-black water. It was carrying her toward the surface, but apparently not because it wanted to. It began to shake and thrash, and Luce tumbled into watery space. Her body was so cramped and weak that she could barely control her movements anymore, but she could still look around at the flashing swarm of animals on all sides. There were dozens of them, hundreds, rocketing shapes, dark in the distance but blood-red where they came close to her, all propelling themselves toward the air Luce needed so desperately. Wing-like triangles flapped at one end of each tubular crimson body, while at the other end tentacles looped and pulsed. Squids, Luce realized, though some of them were almost as big as she was. A huge one was hurtling toward her, and Luce instinctively threw her arms around it and held on. It was speeding upward so quickly that by the time it managed to shake her free, the terrible weight of the water was lessening noticeably. Luce began to feel a slight tremor of hope. Did she want to live, then? The question ached inside her, and Luce ignored it, flinging her body a few yards to one side to grab for the next squid. She could barely swim, and she knew she didn't have enough air left in her lungs to form even one whispering note, much less to sing the powerful song that controlled the water. But if she could ride enough of the squids toward the surface, she might still be saved from drowning. The squid turned on her. In an instant, Luce was caught in a kind of living net made of two long tentacles that bound her back and shoulders, squeezing her like sticky, raspy fronds. Its shorter arms pawed her, exploring her skin as if it couldn't quite make out what she was. But even as it grappled with her, the squid was heading toward the surface. Luce tensed against her own urge to fight as the tentacles dragged her closer to the thing's thick body, as a kind of pale, fleshy tube approached her face. In the center of that tube, Luce realized, there was a hooked black beak like a parrot's, and it was opening. Luce gritted her teeth, twisting her face as far away from it as she could. A bite wouldn't kill her. Drowning would. As long as the pressure of the water kept getting lighter, it would be stupid to fight back. The black beak came at her cheek, and Luce fought down a scream as her skin broke and pain shot through her face. The surface wasn't all that far away now, and adrenaline raced through her until she trembled. Her empty lungs were burning, and Luce couldn't stop herself from inhaling any longer. Salt water raked down her throat and penetrated her lungs like a mass of frozen nails. Luce's hands twisted through the web of sucker-covered arms, digging for the squid's globular eyes. She could feel two slippery balls under her fingers, and she braced herself to claw at them. The squid bit in again, tearing Luce's right ear this time, then abruptly flung her away. She gagged and gasped in rolling space, then felt something brush across one flailing hand. Wind. Her head was finally free of the water, and she was coughing desperately, water spitting out of her. It felt like her chest was full of cold fists punching their way up through her throat so that she choked and choked again. Even now that the wind caressed her face, she was retching too hard to breathe. Then at last enough of the water was out, and Luce managed a lungful of air. On all sides of her, huge crimson squids whipped past, their feeder tentacles swinging out to grab fish that were then pulled in toward their snapping beaks, just the way she had been. A stray tentacle groped at her back for a moment, then curled away. The squids were frenzied by the hunt, and as Luce inhaled again and again, she realized that, even if mermaids weren't their preferred prey, it would probably still be a good idea to get away from them. Besides, she was bleeding. It was never safe to stay in the open ocean when there was blood in the water. She looked and saw the dark line of the coast framed by a scatter of stars. Now that oxygen was flowing through her body again, she felt a little stronger. Slowly, tentatively, Luce began to sing to the water, though her throat rasped with pain. A soft current came in response to her song. It wasn't very strong, but it was enough that she was now heading toward the shore. It was horrible to see how flat that shoreline was, how houses still dotted the woods. She'd have the same problem she'd had before, Luce realized. There was no chance of finding a decent cave or even a craggy stretch where she wouldn't have to worry about humans finding her. She knew she couldn't keep traveling any farther. It wouldn't be long before she would lose consciousness again and sink helplessly. It had been an extremely close call, after all. Just how close was starting to become clear. Only the wildest luck had made that first squid slam into her and knock her back into awareness. She wouldn't be that lucky a second time. Then Luce saw something ahead and interrupted her own song as she moaned aloud from pure relief. There were no caves, but there was a long, low dock stretched out above the beach in a shallow cove. She could swim under it and sleep hidden from the humans, even as they ran along the planks above. Luce crooned to the water again, urging it on, and soon there was sand stirred up by her dragging tail. She slipped under the dock and pressed her unhurt cheek gratefully against the shore. Blood trickled into her mouth. Darkness filled the world beyond, but it was no match for the darkness inside her. Her sleep was utter oblivion, dark and heavy and for once dreamless. She woke to feel a beam of sun lancing between the planks and straight onto her eyelids. She woke to feel something. A hand? Carefully touching her shoulder. A hand. Luce told herself not to panic. Low waves sloshed at her back as she very slowly opened her eyes and lifted herself. The hand jerked back, and Luce heard a quick intake of breath. Luce turned enough to see a little girl, maybe 7 years old, kneeling on the sand and staring at her. The girl wore an oversized red windbreaker, and the cuffs of a gray sweater bulged out around her wrists. Without even thinking about it, Luce smiled at her. "Don't tell anyone I'm here," Luce whispered. "Okay?" She might have to get away fast, of course. Luce flexed her body, trying to assess her strength. She felt sick and faint and achy, but she hoped she could still outrace most human boats if it came to that. The girl stared at her silently for a few moments, pushing back loops of light brown hair.
"I won't," she whispered back, then hesitated. Are you real?" For some reason, that made Luce laugh, though she stifled it almost instantly. The laugh sounded harsh, maybe even bitter. The girl looked dismayed, and Luce felt a bit sorry. "Well, I'm real to myself anyway," she told her gently. "Does that count?" Luce stretched again, velvet sand against her sore belly, and noticed that it was the first time she'd felt real in weeks. The feeling was painful, and she wished she could go back to sleep. The girl considered the question, but didn't answer it. "You got hurt?" Luce reached up reflexively, touching the throbbing spot at the side of her head. A triangle of flesh almost an inch deep had been ripped from the side of her right ear, but the cuts in her cheek didn't feel too bad. Even without looking, she could tell that her stomach was badly bruised where the first squid had crashed into her. That would slow her down. Luce's physical injuries were the least of her damage, really, but they were all the girl could see. "A squid bit me. I'll be okay." "Are you hungry?"
The girl was digging in the pocket of her windbreaker, pulling out half a candy bar. Luce stared at her, suddenly horribly sad. The mermaids had killed so many humans without caring at all. This little girl had no idea what kind of creature she was offering to feed. "I am hungry," Luce said softly. "Thank you, but I don't think I can eat that. It's not mermaid food." The wind curling over her cheeks was warm and soft. It was a beautiful spring day. It was also the first time she'd been aware of beauty since Dorian had abandoned her, since she'd found the bodies.
"What do you eat?" Shellfish, mostly. Some kinds of seaweed are good. Wait here. The girl ran off, and Luce watched her wading out along a sandbar down the beach. She was bending low, gathering mussels. The prospect of food hit Luce with stabbing intensity. Now that she thought about it, she wasn't sure how long it had been since she'd had anything to eat. 2 days? Footsteps thumped along the planks above Luce's head. She tensed, but it wasn't likely that anyone would notice her. By contrast with the brilliant day outside, the shadow covering Luce was very dark. She could see 2 colored shapes through the gaps between the slats. Then she watched them emerge onto the dock. A man and a woman. Sun flashed in their wind-blown hair as they adjusted life jackets. They were talking about how they couldn't find one of the paddles for their canoe. It had been crazy to fall asleep here, but she hadn't had much choice. The waters spreading out around the dock were shallow, Luce realized, and the sunlight was bright and piercing. If she swam away, anyone who happened to be looking in the right direction would see her clearly. But maybe it didn't matter anymore. The FBI knew about the mermaids. Soldiers were hunting them down. It was simply too late for secrecy to do them any good. Why shouldn't all the humans know the truth, then? The girl was scampering back, a heap of mussels balanced on her outspread hands. A few of them fell as she ran. "What are you doing, Chrissy?" The woman on the dock was calling to the little girl. "Playing," the girl said defensively. It sounded like a lie. "You know you shouldn't pick the mussels if you're not going to eat them." "I'll put them back in the water. I'm just moving them over here." The couple on the dock had finally found the paddle, and they were lowering their canoe into the water. Luce found herself gazing after them with emotions she couldn't sort out, a strange kind of sorrowful envy. As long as Dorian had kept pressuring her to turn human again, she'd been convinced she didn't want to. But now that it was too late, now that Dorian didn't care anymore, was she sure she'd made the right decision? Not that turning human had actually been an option. Chrissy dropped the mussels in a clattering heap at Luce's elbow, and Luce smiled at her with genuine gratitude. "Thank you so much. I'm not feeling very well." She glanced nervously toward the canoe. It was just pulling away, and the couple was chatting about what the best picnic spot would be. Being this close to strange humans felt almost as dreamlike and peculiar to Luce as the hallucinations that had overcome her as she'd lost consciousness the night before. "Why aren't you eating?" "I will, as soon as they're gone." Cracking the mussels would be noisy. Luce was nervous about trying it at all. Then hunger jabbed through her again, and she decided she didn't care who heard her. She smacked one on the dock's stone foundation, then gobbled it too quickly. Another, then another. Chrissy watched her while she ate, clearly fascinated. "You're so pretty, even with bites in your face." Luce didn't feel like smiling anymore. "That's just because of magic, Chrissy, how pretty I am." The adoring shine of those warm brown eyes made Luce sad. "You shouldn't take magic things too seriously, okay?" "Why?" "Because magic can trick you. You shouldn't let it." After all, Dorian hadn't. He'd called her enchanted beauty freakish. That was all she was to him. "You're not trying to trick me," Chrissy murmured uncertainly. "No," Luce agreed. Lying under this dock, looking at this child striped by sunlight, it was horrible to remember how she'd helped her tribe sink ships before. Luce knew she was partly responsible for the deaths of girls just like the one sitting beside her now. Dorian's little sister had been about this age. Luce smiled warmly at Chrissy, and her smile felt like a scar. "But that's because—" Luce wasn't sure what to say. Chrissy obviously admired her, but Luce wished she wouldn't. She gazed at Luce, her expression somewhere between hopeful and apprehensive. Luce sighed. "Because we're friends." Chrissy beamed. Luce knew she'd rested for too long. It was time to be moving on again. She had to warn the next tribe, and the next, before they were killed.
The responsibility was all hers. Did she even care that there was another group of people, maybe half a dozen this time, already getting out of their cars and heading for the dock? 3. The video. It was lucky that Zoe lived so far away. Even if she started driving right after school let out, and sometimes she did, Dorian would have at least an hour to sit on the beach alone without Zoe catching him at it. He didn't see any reason to mention it either. It wasn't like he'd even glimpsed Luce since the day they'd broken up, since she'd refused to drown him and left him dripping on the shore. He always sat in that exact spot now. It was funny, in a sick kind of way, to realize how much he still resented Luce for not murdering him. Maybe he should have been grateful, but it was hard not to think that if she'd only loved him more, she would have gone through with it. He was pretty sure Luce had left the area. If she hadn't, wouldn't she have come to look for him at least once? One time he'd even rowed to the shallow cave where she used to take him, just in case, although getting there and back in the rowboat took a full day of exhausting effort. It was dangerous, he knew, to steer such a small boat through the rough seas, but it wasn't like he could do any of the things he might have tried with a human girl, like calling or sending an email. And even if he could call Luce, what would he say to her? That he was sorry? That he was still in love with her? They'd only have the exact same problems as before. It was ridiculous to think the two of them could have a future together. His phone let out a burst of percussion and Dorian jumped. Just for a fraction of a second, he was possessed by an irrational fantasy that she'd somehow turned human again, that she missed him too. It was his friend Steve, already talking as Dorian answered.
"Got to come over. You are not going to believe this."
Dorian groaned inside, but he kept his voice calm.
"Believe what?" "You're the mermaid guy, right? There's this video. It's got to be fake, but..." "You mean on the internet?" "What do you think? But dude, she's got short hair. Just like that one you used to draw all the time. She looks so real."
Dorian was already on his feet. His knees were trembling.
"Dorian, are you... I'll be right there. It's got to be fake, but it really looks..."
There was something strange in Steve's voice, Dorian thought. It was a little too soft, too floaty.
"I'll be right there, okay? 10 minutes.
Then he was sprinting, the gray road and tattered spruce trees veering around him, billows of mist parting around his face. There were a lot of mermaids out there, Dorian knew. He'd met a few of them personally, and some of them besides Luce must have short hair. But this particular mermaid was also reckless enough to let herself be filmed. His heart surged and his stomach cramped, but he kept running at top speed all the way back to the village, his sweat instantly turning clammy in the fog. Then he was dashing up the low wooden steps, and his outstretched hand slapped hard against Steve's door. He had to knock a few times, more and more loudly, rocking with impatience.
"Okay,"
Steve finally called from inside, and shuffling steps approached. The door swung open, and Dorian looked in, across the living room and down a hallway and through another open door. A sliver of the computer in Steve's room was visible. Even that partial glimpse was enough to set Dorian's heart thudding quicker than it had from his run. Steve's face had a stunned, foggy look to it. The rims of his eyes were red, and he didn't even say hello as he caught Dorian by the elbow and hauled him down the corridor. As they got closer to the computer screen, the video stopped. Steve's hand was already reaching out hungrily to hit replay as he skidded into his chair. Dorian stood behind him. The video started normally enough. A few people jostling around on a dock, laughing, taping one another, and then turning the camera toward a pair of seals lounging on a sandbar off to the right. A little girl in a red windbreaker came wandering into view on the beach below. She kept looking back over her shoulder, obviously watching something, maybe under the dock, that the adults hadn't noticed. Then, Off camera, a woman screamed, and for half a second the camera lurched madly as she grabbed for it. There was a flash of blinding sun as the lens veered skyward. Voices were crying out, "My God! Nick, look!" and "What on earth?" The camera swung sharply, pointing down into the shallow water, and Dorian's insides wrenched at the sight of the silvery jade-green tail whipping 10 feet below the surface, the jagged dark hair. He heard himself crying out involuntarily, but Steve didn't seem to notice. He was staring too hard at the image, at the rippling grace of the mermaid's movements. But, Dorian thought, mermaids could usually swim much faster than that. Was she showing herself on purpose? Incredibly, she broke the surface 20 yards out, right in a diamond-bright patch of reflected sun. Dorian wanted to shout at her, to tell her not to be so crazy. Incredibly, she glanced back, straight at the camera. She hesitated for a moment, almost as if she wanted to say something, but felt too shy. And then Dorian saw something dark on the right side of her shining face, and his chest tightened as he realized that it was almost certainly dried blood. Was she swimming so slowly because she was injured? That still wouldn't explain why she'd done something so utterly perverse, though, coming so close to a human town and swimming right where people could see her. Just as Dorian finished wondering that, Luce dived. Only a quick green smear showed under the low waves, then she vanished from the image. The camera went on staring blankly at the water for a minute. The people on the dock were absolutely silent, and Dorian realized he was crying. He hoped Steve wouldn't turn around and see.
"It's totally fake,"
Steve muttered huskily.
"Right."
Dorian realized that he didn't have to worry about his friend looking around at him. Steve was crying too, just as if he was the one who'd loved her. The video was titled Mermaid Sighting, May 28th. Just 1 day ago, Dorian realized shakily. Where was she? It had already been viewed nearly 1,000,000 times, and there was Steve's hand snaking helplessly to hit play again. Luce, Dorian thought. Luce, how could you? She'd always been so worried that humans would find out mermaids existed, and there she was blowing their cover herself. What conceivable reason could she have for doing that? The seals lounged, people laughed, the little girl in the red windbreaker looked at something with terrible longing on her face. Then the flash of sun, and she was on the screen again. Luce. It was her. It was her. There was no way it wasn't her. Rippling, rising, glancing, hesitating and then turning away again. She was too small for him to quite make it out, but it looked like something had happened to her ear. This time, Dorian thought her movements definitely seemed like she was very tired, maybe even sick. "Where?" Dorian said. Steve didn't seem to hear him, and Dorian rapped on his shoulder.
"Steve, does it say where she is?"
"Oh." His voice was even more distorted by crying now. Dorian heard him gulping.
"In the comments, they say it was outside Gray Shore, Washington."
Washington. Dorian was hit by a nauseating surge of disappointment. She didn't care about him at all anymore, or she never would have gone so far away. Unless... It seemed crazy to think it, but maybe she'd let those people video her because she'd hoped that he would see it? When she glanced back over her shoulder that way, was she looking through the camera's lens in an effort to meet his eyes? She was about to say something, Dorian felt sure. Was it his name? The picture on the screen showed empty, sun-blinking water and a line of wooded coast to the left. Then it went black. Replay. He was starting to feel precarious, and he wished he was sitting down, but Steve had the only chair. Of course, the FBI already knew mermaids were out there. Dorian had told Luce that himself several months ago, but he was pretty sure Luce's worst fears hadn't come to pass. FBI agent Ben Ellison had told him that the authorities were still reviewing the options. As long as the feds weren't actually trying to exterminate the mermaids, why would Luce risk provoking them? There she was again, looking back as if she could see him watching her. Dorian leaned closer to the screen, trying to make out the look on her face. He was desperate for any sign that would tell him what she'd been thinking in those moments, but she was too small, too distant. All he could tell was that she was hurt and unsmiling. If he could get to Anchorage, get on a plane, somehow drive from Seattle to the coast, she'd be long gone, of course. She already was. The screen showed nothing but water dropping into sudden blackness.
"It has to be fake,"
Steve said again. His voice was murky and unconvinced, and he still wouldn't look around.
"Right?" "Of course it's fake,"
Dorian snarled, too roughly. "How the hell could that be real?"
"I thought maybe you'd believe it, since you kept drawing her."
Her? What did Steve mean by that? Christ's sake, Steve, I was drawing a comic book, like it was imaginary.
"The one you used to draw, though. She really looked like—"
Irrationally, he'd started hating Steve a little for coming this close to the truth. Dorian forced himself to stay calm.
"Not so much," he said coldly. "Just the hair."
His phone was ringing again. Dorian had a good idea who might be calling. Replay.
"Steve?"
No response.
"Steve, I'm going to take off, okay?"
Dorian felt a little bad for lying now. He wiped his sleeve across his face.
"Oh, sure. See you later."
Dorian wondered how many times Steve would watch Luce swim through sunlit water before he got tired of it. But Luce was supposed to be his, even if all he had left of her was memories. No one else was allowed to watch her this way, to see just how beautiful she was. Once Dorian was out on the street, he stared around in a daze. Gray mist curled between the small wooden houses, and at the bottom of the street he could see the iron-colored shimmer of the small harbor, the dock where he'd sprawled face down, his body leaning toward the water to kiss Luce goodbye after she'd brought him home late at night. It took him a while to pull himself together, walk down to a lonely spot on the beach again, and call Ben Ellison back.
"It's her. I'm assuming you're referring to the video? It's Luce, you mean?"
Why did Ben Ellison's surprise sound so phony?
"But Dorian, it's hard to see much detail. Are you certain?"
His doubt sounded phony too.
"Yeah, I'm certain. Why would she do that? She was always worrying, like if humans really knew the mermaids were out there, they'd come after them and wipe them out."
Even Ellison's silence sounded wrong now. It was taut and strange, and it took him too long to reply.
"Well, Dorian, I was hoping you would have some insight into what she might be trying to accomplish through this."
"Why would I know anything? You didn't even know that was Luce."
"She matches your description."
This time Ellison's response came too fast rather than too slowly.
"Quite well. It did occur to me that she might be your friend. I bet she doesn't think of me as a friend anymore."
Dorian heard how bitter he sounded.
"You know her very well, though, Dorian."
This time, the voice on the phone had an odd touch of gentleness to it.
"Of course, there's something about this video that strikes anyone with any real knowledge of the situation immediately. It looks like she's hurt." "It does, yes." A pause. "But that's not what I meant. She doesn't sing."
Dorian had trouble understanding where this was coming from. Of course Luce didn't sing.
"Why would she?" "This is the very first publicly available evidence for the existence of mermaids. It shows a mermaid clearly stopping and looking back at a group of people. There's no question that she's aware of them, and then she goes peacefully on her way. No singing, no enchantment, and nobody winds up drowned."
Ellison almost sounded impatient now.
"So? So, if you were attempting to convince people that mermaids are simply beautiful, harmless girls who just happen to have tails, then allowing this video to get out would be a very good move, in terms of public relations. But I've told you, Luce doesn't even believe in killing people. She wouldn't even kill me, Dorian thought glumly, not even when I was pushing her to do it. Naturally, though, she's aware that other mermaids don't share her ideas about the supreme value of human life.
There was something in Ellison's voice that confused Dorian. He sounded prickly and on edge. Ellison was usually very steady, calm even when he was insulted.
Well, sure, but there's no way Luce would have sung to those people. Another mermaid would, maybe, but...
He was so agitated, Dorian realized that he'd completely missed what Ellison was implying. Suddenly, he understood.
You think she let them tape her on purpose? To convince everyone that mermaids don't go around killing? I think it's quite clear that this was a deliberate maneuver, yes. The way she comes to the surface and looks back at the camera, there's no other reasonable explanation. Luce wouldn't think like that.
Dorian couldn't imagine that Luce would be so calculating.
She acts kind of crazy sometimes, like she's stupid brave, but public relations? That's just not what she's like.
It sounded lame, even to him, but he felt sure. Whatever the explanation was for Luce's behavior, it wasn't what Ellison thought.
People are enthralled, simply by watching this clip.
Ellison sounded like he was complaining about it.
I know,
Dorian snapped.
Infatuated. I know.
Was that what Steve was? Infatuated?
And this mermaid, Luce, she knew that they would be. No, she didn't.
Dorian thought about it.
She knew her face was magic, but that just made her uncomfortable. Luce is pretty shy. It wasn't something she ever tried to use.
Something in Ellison's silence made it clear that he didn't believe a word Dorian was saying.
You see, Dorian, you have valuable insights to offer after all.
There was a distinct edge of sarcasm to the words.
You think I'm full of shit, though.
Dorian was curt.
I think you're still trying, in whatever ways you can think of, to protect her. It's understandable enough, given what we can see of her, but...
Dorian felt even more annoyed. It sounded like Ellison thought he'd only loved Luce for her beauty and gracefulness, that he'd simply been out of his mind, addled by enchantment like all the idiots who were sitting in front of their computers now, gaping slack-jawed at that clip. It wasn't like that with us, Dorian wanted to say. I actually knew her. It's different.
I'm just telling you what she's like. You don't know anything about her. I know what I can see.
Ellison gave a strained laugh.
Dorian. Yeah? How could you stand it?
She didn't do it for public relations, Dorian thought. She did it for me. But he didn't think he could say that to anyone. By now, he was sure, Zoe must be staring at the same video. She'd see Luce rise and turn and look into her eyes. 4. Red Tide. The brilliant sun, the stunned human faces, the camera's black glass eye were all fixed on her. Luce's first impression was that everything in the world was staring straight at her. She cringed, anxiety prickling through her aching body. Swimming hurt so much that she'd surfaced to get a grip on the pain before pushing herself onward again. Then she'd stopped where she was for a second, struck motionless by a sudden, insane hope. If she talked to these people on the dock, then could they somehow get a message to her father? At least let him know she was alive? She didn't even know where her father was now, though, and starting a conversation with strange humans would only lead to problems. The sunlight on the water was so bright that Luce's outstretched arms appeared to be sleeved in fire. She shook her body and dived, forcing herself to move faster in spite of the pain. They'd definitely been pointing that camera at her. Maybe she should feel guilty about that. It was an outrageous violation of the secrecy the mermaids guarded so carefully. But if the government already wanted them dead, well, maybe it was time everyone knew. The humans should know that mermaids were their own daughters, the girls they'd driven away. Maybe that was what she should have done when she'd seen them filming her. Explain. Tell them the whole story. Luce kept wearily on. After a while, she remembered to sing again, disguising her voice so that it sounded almost like wind, calling. She couldn't go quickly at all, and she needed to rise to the surface for air much more frequently than she normally would. The day passed without her covering nearly as much distance as she thought she should have. She found a secluded beach, slept a few hours, and ate a little. She didn't want to risk passing out while she was swimming again. Then she forged on just as dawn was breaking. Luce felt different than she had for the past few weeks, suddenly awake and aware, her pain sharply defined. The world stared back into her eyes. The coast was wilder again, and Luce began to search for caves, singing her alarm call all the while. It looked like promising territory. She was skimming 20 yards below the surface through a green zone thick with seaweed when she saw tiny diving shapes, still very far ahead of her, their arms stretching out as they swam. Luce wanted to hurry to greet them, but the bruises on her stomach throbbed with every flick of her tail. If only she were well, she could have been with them in moments instead of drifting sluggishly forward like this. It looked like they were ducking into a cave, one after the other. Their bodies showed jet black against the gold-green dawn shining down behind them. A cloud passed, and the water dimmed. The figures only looked blacker than before. Luce paused where she was and watched as a mermaid eddied in place for a moment. Her tail looked too short, Luce thought. Then, as Luce watched the tail spread wide, split in two, bent in a way that was much too angular and kicked what she'd thought were fins, the diver vanished. Luce tried to stay calm. Most human divers were harmless, weren't they? At that moment, mermaid song began to blast and warble through the water, strongly audible even from behind rocky walls. It didn't begin slowly and seductively. Instead, it was harsh, brittle, and panicked, coming from several throats at once. Luce felt the shock of that terrified song racing through her and lashed her tail, trying to reach them. There must be a dozen soldiers in their cave, maybe more, all armed with those guns that shot silver blades. She'd have to do her best to fight, any way she could. She'd send the water crashing against them, batter them unconscious before they could kill. But before she'd gone a dozen yards, the songs had turned into screams. Half a dozen screams, more, loud at first, then fading towards silence like a loud chord struck on a piano and left to decay. Then there were only 2 voices Luce could pick out, then 1, and she was still so far away, still fighting the seizing muscles of her tail, still straining as her heart smacked at her ribs. That final screaming voice was harsh and furious, and it wouldn't stop. Luce was getting closer now, curtains of seaweed brushing around her torso. They must have their weapons trained on that screaming mermaid, Luce thought in confusion. Why hadn't they already shot her? Were they torturing her? Luce hovered at the mouth of the cave, sick with dread. The rock bent, and she couldn't see what was going on. She huddled back into the seaweed. She was so outnumbered. If she was going to rescue the girl in there, she needed to have some kind of plan. Anything would be better than a crazed dash into the center of a massacre.
You better shut up now, goddamned tail. You think you can just swish your fins at us and we'll melt? That crap doesn't work on us. We know too much about you. We know what you do. It was a man's voice, buzzing and distorted by some kind of electrical mouthpiece. The mermaid screamed again, and Luce heard a smack. Shut up and answer our questions like a good tail, and maybe we'll let you swim out of here, okay? But we can't hear you. You'll have to write with this. Know how to write? The scream had faded to a rhythmic wheeze. At least, Luce thought. They probably weren't hurting her now, but they'd be ready to shoot her at any second.
If Luce rushed in to rescue her, she'd probably only guarantee the girl's death. If she did nothing, though...
Look, I can write, okay? Just stop.
Luce could taste the seeping blood. She could see red corruption staining the water in long, slow curls.
Stupid tail. Remember, we can't hear you. Look, we're looking for one of you in particular. This one. You know this one? She was heading this way.
What was the man talking about? One in particular? Why? Luce froze, her bewilderment darkening into dread.
What? A photo? But that looks like...
The mermaid began. Her voice was piercing, startled. Another smack.
What did I tell you about writing?
There were a few seconds of near silence, just a faint moaning and the surge of the sea around Luce's ears.
You haven't seen her. You sure about that? She's called Luce, the one we're looking for. You know Luce?
There was another silence, this time broken by a few rough sobs. Luce had the feeling the girl had noticed the face of a murdered friend among the dead. Had the mermaids in that cave died because these men were hunting for her? But why would they care about her at all? She'd thrown their boat into a cliff when those soldiers fired at her back in Alaska, of course, but how did they know her name?
What do you mean you've only heard about her? She got away from us up north, killed a few of our guys, and now she's causing us more trouble. We're not too happy about that, all right? If you help us find her...
Another silence. Luce's dread thickened, knotted like slimy ropes. Was there any chance they'd let the girl go? It didn't seem likely. Luce started to slide into the bloody water oozing from the cave. She turned a corner and saw a crowd of black legs on a stone floor. Men stood chest-deep in crimson water. She had one advantage, Luce realized. Only one. The same protective helmets that blocked out the mermaids' songs.
Is that a fact? You won't help us catch Queen Luce? Well, then...
Luce's song was already rising, calling the water. The soldiers couldn't hear it, of course. They didn't notice anything as the first note soared up around them. But a few seconds later, they could feel their legs suddenly yanked out from under them by currents like twisting snakes. Luce's song split into several violent notes, all curling in different directions, and soldiers in slick rubber suits shot through the black air, waving in space, and bashed into the walls. Coils of blood-bright water chased them, gripped them, threw them again. Their bodies collided with the corpses of the mermaids they'd killed, already back in human form. Most of the soldiers had dropped their guns, but a few still held on. Luce couldn't stop singing then, not while they might still shoot, and in desperation she hurled her voice up the scale. Even as they swung, shouting through the cave's darkness, one of them had seen her. His gun was up, and he was trying to aim. Luce focused on the water, gripping him until he was buffeted face first against the ceiling. The heavy gun finally flung free, whipping into a girl's severed arm before it tumbled down into the water. The living mermaid had to be here somewhere, spinning through this chaos of crimson water and electric screams and black thrashing limbs. Luce didn't mean to kill the soldiers, just stun or hurt them enough that she and the other mermaid, there she was, clinging to a rock in the corner, blood slicked, flurried by waves, could get away. But she couldn't keep her song going at such a frenzied pitch forever, and at least one man still clutched his gun like a baby against his chest, both arms wrapping it close. Luce's voice flung higher, sharpening into a scream, and dashed him headlong into the jagged wall. There was a loud crack. He fell limp into the water, and Luce could see that the angle of his head was very wrong. She hadn't wanted to kill him. Her voice died away in anguish, and bodies plummeted into crimson foam. Luce fought through the pounding rain of half-conscious men. There wasn't much time before they recovered, at least enough to dive for their guns again. The mermaid in the corner was wheezing out a kind of low, rhythmic shriek. When Luce grabbed her wrist under the water, she only clung harder to her rock, then swung at Luce with her tail. Luce dodged, splashing up through the surface and crashed right into a black-suited diver who made a bleary grab for her throat. He just missed her, then lost his balance and flailed in the crimson froth.
"Are you insane? We've got to get out of here!"
Luce shouted at the blood-drenched mermaid. Every moment of delay could be one too many. The girl stared around as if she couldn't tell where the voice was coming from, still wheezing shrilly. She was so spattered with gore that the faint glow of her skin came through like moonlight through ruby glass. Luce grasped her by the arm and pulled, and this time the shocked mermaid folded passively toward the water, letting Luce drag her away. They were flowing toward the entrance, weaving through crashing legs, through divers who swept below them as they reached for their scattered guns. The strange mermaid suddenly lunged to one side, tugging Luce with her, and a shining silver blade flashed past just where Luce's head had been. It clanged into the stones, the water trembling with the sound. Luce tried to spiral her tail to drive herself at full speed, but the water was so crowded with bodies, both living and dead, that her movements were blocked by jumbled flesh. Then it was the other mermaid who was picking up speed, towing Luce out through the fouled water and into crashing gray. Whorls of golden dawn spread out above them, leaping with the heave of the sea. Luce's injured stomach clenched with pain as the other mermaid jerked on her arm, urging her to move. And from the corner of her eye, Luce saw a few of the sleek black figures already after them. She was holding the other mermaid back, Luce realized, going much too slowly. Her whole body spasmed from pain as she forced herself into a burst of speed. Beside her, the other mermaid bucked and screamed. Luce glanced over at her in terror, but she was still alive, gritting her teeth as the blood sheeted off her light brown skin. Away. They were getting away, the human divers drifting somewhere behind them. They were heading deeper, dipping around a bend. Far above, Luce saw the black oblong shape of a boat silhouetted against rippling greenish light. The other mermaid was whirling forward in her panic, and Luce couldn't stand the pain of going at this speed anymore. She tried to pull her arm free. The stranger was safe now, or as safe as she could be. It would definitely be better for her to go on without Luce. Since Luce was the one they were after, in particular. Since they'd just seen her, and they'd know she couldn't be all that far away, and she'd probably killed at least one of them moments before.
"Come on!"
the girl beside her barked, her voice distorted from the water.
"I know it's close."
A hiding place? Luce made herself keep going, and in a few moments they were at a narrow crevice in the rock. Luce reared back. They were far below the surface, and she'd exhausted too much of her air by dashing so quickly. The crevice looked dark and ominous, and Luce felt sure they'd only get stuck in there and drown.
"Come on already!"
The other mermaid darted into the ragged shadow, and after a moment Luce followed her. It went upward, and at first it was so narrow that her tail thrashed against the rock. Luce had no trouble seeing in the darkness, but she knew it was utterly lightless. Now and then the fins of the mermaid ahead swished against her face. Then the crack began to widen, and a subtle wash of light refracted through the water. They kept squirming upward, and Luce heard the stranger inhale a few seconds before her own head broke free of the surface. They were in a narrow span of water, smooth as black glass. The crevice kept twisting upward before it ended in a shard of daylight at least 100 feet above them. There was no real beach in here, but there were outcroppings and natural shelves where they could at least rest for a while. Luce saw that the other girl's left fin was sliced by a 3-inch gash at its bottom edge, both sections writhing as if they were trying to hold each other. That was why she'd screamed then. Her face was still taut with pain, her forehead furrowed. She was close to Luce's age, and she looked at her roughly.
"Are you who I think you are?"
the girl asked. Maybe her tribe had met Nausicaa too. Nausicaa must have talked about Luce all the way down the coast, bizarre as that seemed.
"I'm Luce. Yeah, that wild business you pulled with the water. I should have guessed right away, but I was too—"
She paused, breathing hard, obviously struggling for self-control.
"Luce, my God, did you hear what they said?"
Luce nodded.
"I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I thought they were just murdering any mermaids they could find, but if they were looking for me, and that's why your tribe—" "What did you do to get those creeps in that huge of an uproar? They said something—"
"They didn't say the whole thing," Luce snarled.
"They massacred my old tribe. Everyone. Then they were shooting at me. They made it sound like I just attacked them out of nowhere. You did that water thing to them? I smashed their boat into a cliff, back in Alaska. I was just trying to stop them, really, but I guess a few of them died. But I don't know. I can't understand how they knew who I was, or my name, or—"
Actually, there was one obvious explanation for how they might have gotten their information. Luce just didn't want to believe it. There was someone who could easily give the authorities the name of the mermaid who knew how to control the water with her singing. "She sent a giant wave at your boat? Oh yeah, that was definitely Luce. She's the only one who could have done that." More than that, he could show them very good drawings of her. He could also confirm her identity after some people just happened to tape a mermaid. She was heading this way, the soldier had said. The girl's eyes were wide, and she was biting her lip. Luce wavered, all the blood rushing away from her head and leaving a stripped, nightmarish shore behind it. Could Dorian really have done that to her?
"I'd heard about you, and the whole water cannon act. You're getting to be kind of legendary, for sure. But you've really got enough power to pick up a boat and crack it in half?"
The girl laughed, too wildly, then choked on her own laughter. Her face kept bunching strangely. Luce gaped at her. She was overwhelmed by the hideous thing she'd just realized.
"It works better when I'm really upset. I couldn't always—" "Oh, I think you're going to get sufficient opportunities to be upset."
Suddenly, the girl's poise crumbled completely, and her face deformed like smashed clay. Sobs racked her, and she doubled and gasped. Luce wasn't sure what to do at first. The girl seemed too tough and confident to want to be held. Then Luce didn't care anymore. She swam over and hugged the weeping mermaid, resting her head on the same rock. Luce didn't know why she couldn't cry now. She definitely had enough reasons to. She'd never felt so cold, so utterly poisoned inside. She'd thought that abandoning her would be enough of a betrayal for Dorian, but apparently he'd only be satisfied with getting her murdered. That was what humans were like. That was what happened if you trusted one of them. Why hadn't she wanted to kill them again? The strange girl's sobs grew only more violent. Luce listened to her and thought with icy loathing of the boy she'd once loved so completely. He was responsible for this. It was at least an hour before the strange girl cried herself out.
"Queen Luce, we're going to have to get moving."
"I know," Luce said. Another tribe had died because she'd come too late, and after what had happened that morning, the divers would be more determined than ever to catch her, and they'd go on killing all the mermaids along her route. Far from saving them, she'd only ensured their deaths.
"Where are you going, anyway?"
"South. I was trying to warn everyone, but now—" Luce shook herself.
"I never asked your name?" "Oh, right. Where are your manners? There we were, escaping from a complete bloodbath, and you didn't give me a proper chance to introduce myself."
There was still an edge of hysteria in the stranger's voice that made her annoyance sound more serious than she'd probably meant it to.
"J'aime."
"Jem?"
"No, like j'aime. Je aime. It's French for I love."
Luce looked up at Jem. Even without peering into the cloud of dark shimmer around the other mermaid's head, Luce was suddenly sure that whoever had hurt Jem enough to change her into a mermaid hadn't been her parents. Not if they'd given her a name like that. Just like it hadn't been Luce's parents who'd driven her to the point of losing her humanity. Her father still loved her, Luce knew. That, Luce thought bleakly, was why she didn't want to kill humans, why she still didn't want to. She didn't even want to kill those black-suited divers who were hunting her and all the other mermaids they could find. If she did, they might leave daughters behind, girls who'd only wind up like her and... Hi, Jem. You said they killed your tribe too? Jem's voice was suddenly much softer. Yes, my ex-tribe, really, but the divers just slaughtered everybody, and ships weren't even going anywhere nearby anymore, so it wasn't like really self-defense, or... Did you see it happen? Jem's eyes were wide in the dimness. Luce knew she was seeing unspeakable things all over again, that no matter how long she lived, she'd never completely stop seeing them. I just found the bodies. Horrible as that was, Luce understood that it was much worse for Jem. And it's because of those helmets? Why we can't just drown them? Yes. You can still kill them, though. Jem gave a hacking laugh that showed how close she was to sobbing again, but her voice turned crisp and assertive as she went on talking. Thank God one of us can. But damn, you're going to be one busy girl, Luce. You'll have to kill them for everybody. Smash the hell out of their boats. I'm gonna have to come with you just so I can watch those creeps get what they deserve. After they cut Maya's throat like that? Jem... Luce didn't know how to break the news to her, but she realized she was sick of hiding her real feelings. The time for that was long past. I'm sorry. I won't kill anyone. Not unless they're about to kill one of us and there's really no other way. I'm not about to murder people for revenge, though. Jem stared at her. You have to. You won't after... Luce tried to think of a way to explain it. It doesn't help, Jem. Mermaids have been killing humans for thousands of years, and it hasn't helped anything. It's just making them go insane wanting to murder us. And besides, weren't there any humans you loved? Jem was glowering at her. Sure. My parents, my grandma, they're dead. So whether I loved them is no longer particularly relevant, okay? But anyone we kill could be the only person some other girl loves, and then she could wind up in foster care or with someone a lot worse. Those helmet guys are out to kill all of us. They blasted those spear things at everyone. They spilled their guts. I know that. Luce's head was starting to wobble again, and her face felt hot and heavy. Jem's fury made her want to weep and scream and hide all at once. You will kill them. I don't care what kind of queen. If I have to make you do it myself, every last one of them is going to die for that. No. Luce braced herself as Jem glared at her. Jem, look. However many of those divers we kill, they'll just send more of them after us, okay? If I thought I could save the mermaids that way, I'd do it, but I know it won't work. Yeah? Jem spat it out. Her raw hatred hurt Luce more than anything that had happened that morning. What will? 'Cause if you won't get out there and dispose of the problem, that's going to be a lot of dead mermaids who you did nothing for. We'll have to think of something different, some other way. Luce knew how pathetic that must sound and stared up at the fragment of blue daylight far above. Like what? I don't know. Admitting that made Luce wonder if it would be better for everyone if she was dead. If the soldiers wanted her in particular, maybe they'd stop once she was killed. Jem shook her head. I heard you were some kind of great queen. But you're just sad. All that power, like who's ever even seen that? And you won't do one thing to help. She turned to go, her torn violet tail snaking awkwardly in the deep water. Be really careful, Jem, please. Keep hidden. Great advice. You stay away from the rest of the tribes out here, okay? If you're not willing to do anything positive, you'll just get them killed. But someone has to warn them, Jem. I'm on it. Jem was gone. She had a point, and even with her sliced tail she could go faster than Luce now anyway. But if Luce was really that useless, so marked and hunted that she'd do more harm than good even by spreading the alarm, then what reason was there for her to live at all?
Someday, dearest Luce, I will find you again.
The voice in her head was Nausicaa's, and Luce tensed for a moment before the bright blue patch in the dimness above melted in her tears.
Nausicaa, please, Luce said out loud. Please find me soon.
Why do you think I left you, Luce?
Nausicaa retorted. She hadn't said those words in real life, though. Why could Luce hear them so clearly?
I can only find you once you learn for yourself where you are.
5. Little Girls. On a path high above the ocean, a man was walking. His hair was shorn within half an inch of his scalp, stubble covered his face, and a backpack thudded on his shoulders. He walked as if he were in a hurry, but then he would stop, sometimes for several minutes, as if he was searching for something in the long, silvery grass. At first, the path looked down on a harbor where sea lions sprawled, but after a while it bent back and ascended still higher over open sea. Tall cliffs plunged to knife-sharp rocks and the tumbling slopes of enormous waves. It had happened somewhere around here. The man half expected a spike of cold anger to let him know when he was passing the exact spot, but all he could feel was the cool spring wind and the feverish determination crowding his thoughts. He might go to prison for this, of course. Even if they bought his story, and there was no reason to think they would, the law didn't make allowances for the kind of justice he had in mind. But that was okay with him. It wasn't like he had anything better planned for the rest of his life. Luce was probably lost to him for good. After another mile, the dusk was dotted with golden squares and oblongs. Shining windows stood out against the blue evening and glowed through the spruce trees on the hillside behind, while to the right, a rolling silver-blue meadow dropped abruptly down into the waves. Almost there now. His heartbeat clattered in his chest like a handful of coins dropped on a hard floor. He climbed the steps up to the back door of a small, brown house. Through a gap in the curtains, he could see a grubby, pea-green kitchen. A patch of bare wood showed where the floor's linoleum had split and peeled away. 2 heavy, sock-clad feet were resting on the wood, but that was all the man could make out. It was enough, though. He knocked. No response. Maybe the jerk had passed out. He knocked louder, sharper, making the loose window panes clack in their frames. A moan, a shuffling noise, a fan of golden light where the door swung open. Eyes on his, blank and bleary, definitely drunk.
You got a problem? I got a whole bunch of them, as it happens, Peter.
There was a long pause, a few panting breaths. Then recognition landed like a stone. The man on the outside step couldn't help grinning as he watched his brother reeling back into the kitchen, too scared and shocked to muster a response at first. After another uncertain moment, it came.
You're dead. Tell me about it, but I'm not half as dead as I used to be, brother. Should have seen me a couple months ago. Andrew, you're not... Christ, man, how did... Gonna ask me in? Oh, yeah. Good to see you. Didn't think I'd ever...
Andrew Korchak stepped into the house. It was almost too easy. He shut the door at his back and locked it, then dropped his backpack.
Got anything to eat? I've got some cans in the cupboard. Go ahead and help yourself. Whatever you want. Andrew, how did...
Peter's eyes suddenly turned skittish, as if there was something in the room he hoped his brother wouldn't notice. His body was bloated and saggy, and a web of broken blood vessels reddened his face. A half-empty bottle sat on the table. Andrew Korchak didn't move to get the food he'd asked for. Instead, he paused in the center of the kitchen, slowly and deliberately looking around. He kept on examining the room, walking back and forth, his face carefully composed into a look of mystification.
Something missing here, Peter? Feels like you moved some things around. It's about like when you left. A pause. Want a drink? It's got to be a hell of a story, how you got here and everything.
Peter moved to sit back down at the kitchen table, but once he was sitting, he didn't look comfortable.
Oh, I'm all right, but thanks. Or maybe someone? Isn't somebody else supposed to be here?
Andrew was still peering around, down the dim little hallway, into the corners. Peter's face was just getting redder. He stared down, obviously straining to pull himself together.
You mean Luce? About that, I got some bad news. I guess it is Luce I'm missing here, isn't it? Yeah. How's my little girl doing? Is she out with friends? Andrew, about that. It's a terrible thing. I don't know how to break it to you, but she ain't been doing good in school or something? I'll straighten her out. Andrew, sorry. Luce passed on. To a better She got in with a bad crowd, drugs and everything, and she wound up going over the cliff. Got ruled a suicide. I'm real sorry.
Andrew stopped searching the kitchen and paced over to his brother's sagging figure. For a long moment he simply stood over him, too close, staring down into Peter's worried eyes.
Well, that is bad news, Peter. My sweet little Luce a suicide.
Peter slumped a little deeper with what looked like relief.
I didn't know how to break it to you, he agreed. I can see it would be a hard thing to say, but you manned right up and told me the truth. I appreciate that.
Peter was nodding eagerly.
Had to do it. Yeah. Now it's my turn. I've got some even worse news I need to tell you. I'm afraid it's gonna hurt.
Andrew was standing even closer to his brother. His arms were swinging lightly.
What news? Luce didn't die.
A swarm of conflicting expressions buzzed through Peter's face. At first, they were mostly variations on confusion, but as he felt his body heaving out of the chair and crashing backwards onto the floor, there was a lot more terror in the mix. Then Andrew was on top of him, knee on Peter's chest, fists slamming down into his rubbery cheeks. Andrew punched again, feeling a few teeth break, while Peter's heavy body flopped and grunted below him. It would have been more satisfying if only Peter had done a better job of defending himself. He tried to swing at Andrew's head, but his blows were limp and disjointed, slapping like damp frogs. It should have been a great moment, Andrew knew, making his creep of a brother pay for what he'd done to Luce. He'd been looking forward to it. But somehow, in practice, it came as a disappointment. His revenge felt as mushy and pathetic as his brother's doughy flesh jiggling under his knuckles. Andrew hit Peter again, harder, hoping that savagery would help cancel out the disgust he felt. The bridge of Peter's nose snapped. In fact, Andrew felt more like vomiting than anything. He stopped punching and stayed where he was for a minute, half kneeling on his brother's chest, staring around the room. He'd faked looking for Luce before, but now he searched for her in earnest, desperately wishing she'd walk out of the shadows. Walk out, on legs, the way a young girl ought to do, and gently pull him to his feet again. Peter was gasping, struggling uselessly. Andrew toyed with the idea of strangling him. He'd pretty much planned on it. He didn't doubt that his brother deserved to die, and he didn't care at all about the consequences. It was just too sad. Killing Peter would be too sad, too senseless.
I should rip your throat out.
Andrew said to the twitching mass under his knee, but his voice didn't have much conviction.
I should throw your dirtbag of a corpse off the same damn cliff where you left my little girl after you tried to rape her. I should—
There was a rivulet of blood dribbling from Peter's swollen lips, pooling on the green linoleum. At least, Andrew thought, he'd accomplished that much before punking out. Andrew got up heavily, walked to the cabinets, and picked out a can of chili. He started poking through the drawers for a can opener. Behind him, Peter made slobbery noises and spat out his teeth. Andrew didn't bother turning around.
Andrew.
The tone wasn't what Andrew would have expected. It was high and soft. Andrew still didn't look back.
Yeah? She's really alive? Luce is she's really alive? You're not shitting me? I just saw her, about 4 or 5 weeks ago now.
He dumped the chili into a pot and fired up a burner, flicking the match into the sink.
She was a lot less dead than I am, for sure.
The slobbery noise got louder.
Where the hell is she, then?
Peter's voice kept getting higher, whinier.
Little girl just ran off and made me think, didn't even call. Is she coming home? Is that what you call this dump? I'd bleed you like a pig before I'd let you get anywhere near her, Peter. No damn way you'll ever see her again. You don't even deserve a chance to apologize to her, you hear me?
He wasn't about to explain why Luce wasn't coming back. It was enough to know that the words hurt Peter more than the beating did. Even without turning to look, Andrew knew his brother was sobbing on the floor. He stood at the window eating his chili from the pan and watching the distant roil of the waves. A film of Peter's blood clung to his knuckles, sticky and red. Luce was out there, somewhere. But how was he supposed to find her? He slept in Luce's old bed that night in her tiny room with books heaped on the dresser and postcards from cities they'd traveled to together tacked around the bed. High on the wall were 2 photos, a snapshot of Alyssa holding a 3-year-old Luce on her lap, a big white sun hat casting a slanting shadow across both their faces. The photo next to it was much more recent, an official school portrait that Andrew guessed had been taken not long after his boat wrecked. In it, Luce appeared unsmiling and scared, her eyes wide and otherworldly, wearing a navy sweater that was getting too small for her. She looked lovely and horribly vulnerable, and he ached to hold her and tell her that everything would somehow be okay. Alyssa was dead. That was understandable, natural, even if it ripped his heart to think about it. But the way he'd lost Luce, on the other hand, that was too surreal, too impossible. There was just no coming to terms with something that made so little sense. He woke up to a silent house. Peter must have actually gone in to work then, even with his busted face. Everyone would just figure he'd had a nasty fall while he was drunk. Apart from the endless hiss of the waves, there was no sound at all. After a minute, Andrew pulled himself out of bed, stretched, and moaned. If he wasn't going to kill Peter, then he also wasn't going to be spending the next 20 years locked up. Looked like he'd have to think of something else to do, if rotting in prison was off the table. He'd clear out after breakfast, leave Peter a note, and never come back. For all he knew, Luce could be anywhere along the continent's west coast, so there was no reason to stay put. The photos of Luce and Alyssa almost hummed to him. He could feel their nearness, hear a wisp of their mingled voices. He pulled both pictures off the wall and slipped them into his backpack, then got dressed in the old clothes people on the islands had been kind enough to give him when he'd shown up wrapped in filthy sealskins. They'd been awfully good to him, the mad, tattered castaway who'd insisted at first, until he got his head together anyway, that he'd been brought there by his daughter, Luce, and that she was a mermaid. Andrew stumbled out into the kitchen to make himself a cup of coffee, stepping over the blotch of crusted blood on the linoleum. He'd been knocking through the cupboards for a few minutes before he noticed the dark silhouette floating on the door's sunlit curtain. Somebody was standing there, dead still, watching him through the gap. Andrew swung around and saw a sliver of a tan-skinned, thick-set man, his neat silver hair like a glaze in the pale daylight. Once the man saw Andrew looking, he knocked, as if he'd just arrived, but Andrew was sure the guy had been standing there for a while.
"Yeah? Help you with something?"
Andrew didn't try to keep the annoyance out of his voice as he opened the door.
"Peter Korchak?"
The man on the step had warm, sympathetic brown eyes, but his mouth was tense.
"That would be my brother, actually. Want me to tell him you were looking for him?" "Your brother?"
The tan-skinned man stared for a moment, as if he weren't sure whether or not to believe it.
"And your name is?" "You're the one on the outside of the door. That means you might want to think about introducing yourself before you go asking me anything." In reply, the man folded back his coat. His badge gleamed in the pallid day. "Ben Ellison, FBI."
"All right." That didn't make too much sense unless Peter had gone and turned criminal, but there it was.
"And I'm Andrew."
Ben Ellison made a conspicuous effort to stay calm.
"Do you have any identification?"
"No." Andrew stared for a second.
"Peter can vouch for me, I guess, if you've got some reason you need to know. What's your business here?" "My understanding is that Andrew Korchak was lost at sea more than 2 years ago, but if that's really who you are..." "That's who I am. I didn't stay lost, is all."
He felt tired, and even though he'd washed his hand the night before, he suddenly noticed lines of dried blood still clinging in the grooves of his knuckles.
"What's your business?" "Then I expect you would know who this is?"
A photo, zoomed in until it was very close and grainy so that it only showed her face glancing back over her shoulder. The background was bright and blurry, but it looked like shining water. Her cheek was marred, and Andrew's breath caught as he noticed the notch torn from her ear.
"Where did you get this? So you do recognize her?"
Andrew couldn't stand it. He pivoted on his heel and walked to the counter, leaning with his head hanging down, his shoulders heaving. He'd failed to protect Luce again, and for some reason this FBI bastard was asking questions about her, and that might mean...
"Mr. Korchak?"
That might mean he knew.
"This photo was taken just a few days ago. I'd like to discuss the situation with you, Mr. Korchak, if that would be all right."
Ben Ellison stepped over the threshold and approached. The kettle was whistling out a piercing, horrible note.
"What do you want with her? Look, whatever you're thinking, Luce is still a little girl."
His arms were crossed on the counter, leaning heavily, but he was painfully aware that Ben Ellison must have noticed how he was shaking.
"You know, you don't seem at all surprised to find out that Luce is still alive."
Oh, right. He was supposed to think that Luce had killed herself. It was too late to pretend, though.
"I knew she wasn't dead, is why."
There was a pause. Andrew looked up to watch Ben Ellison's face, to observe the thoughts churning just behind his eyes. The guy seemed pretty smart, actually.
"And would knowing Luce is alive be somehow connected to the fact that you didn't stay lost?"
It was a strange line of reasoning, unless this Ben Ellison knew a lot more than he ought to.
"Knowing she's alive, it's connected to the fact that I saw her a few weeks back. She wasn't banged up like that then, though. But I imagine there were other changes in her that you might have noticed,"
Ben Ellison said. His tone was sardonic, but there was another suggestion in his voice at the same time, a definite, hungry sharpness. Was it envy?
"What do you want with her?"
Andrew's heart was racing, and his knees wavered, but even so he was starting to feel some humor in the situation. Whether your kid got caught swilling vodka in a cemetery, or shoplifting, or turning into a mermaid, it was all the same. You still had to talk to the cops. Ben Ellison hesitated.
I'd like to help her. I'm afraid it might not be possible, but help her how?
Andrew found himself feeling defensive suddenly.
Far as I can see, my girl is doing pretty good, considering. She's wanted for murder. She's what? Arguably, it was self-defense. This is garbage. She's a kid, a good kid. Given her current situation, it's unlikely that constitutional protections apply, and I doubt anyone will go out of their way to interpret the law in her favor. After all, she technically isn't even...
Isn't even what? Andrew snapped.
Human. She isn't human. Not at the present time.
They were staring fiercely at each other, the kettle still shrieking behind them.
Of course, you aren't surprised to hear this, either.
Who cares? Whatever she looks like now, she's still my daughter, and she's still barely more than a child, really. A juvenile, anyhow. Look, if somebody was trying to hurt her...
Can you contact her? Do you know where she's going? That photo was taken off the coast of Washington, and at the time she was heading south. She was seen the next day not far from the Oregon border.
And if I did know that, you think I would tell you?
There are quite a number of people who are determined to catch her, and they'll shoot her on sight.
Ben Ellison paused to let that sink in.
If you have some way to communicate with her, you'd be well advised to urge her to surrender before that happens, and if I'm involved in the process, I promise I'll do whatever I can to ensure her safety.
Was it your people who tore up her ear like that? If you did...
That wasn't us.
Ben Ellison was looking toward the window now. Then, abruptly, he walked to the stove and snapped the kettle off. His expression was morose.
Mr. Korchak, the fact is that I think Luce has been unfairly singled out. But she's also been behaving in a way that is guaranteed to attract negative attention when she should be doing whatever she can to keep a low profile. That video, for example.
What video?
Check the internet. Search for mermaid. You might be the last person in America who hasn't seen it.
Andrew considered that. Things were starting to make a bit more sense. So she's in some video, but then how did you know it was her? You see a mermaid, you don't go and spontaneously say, "Oh, I bet it's that Lucette Korchak girl who everybody thought jumped off a cliff up in Pitley." Ben Ellison wasn't looking at him. He kept his eyes pointed at the sea.
Somebody rat her out, Ben? Who've you got?
No reply. No reply in a way that told Andrew Korchak exactly what the situation was. Not only was there an informer, but it was someone this FBI guy didn't trust. Someone who was lying up a storm, talking all kinds of smack, firing off ridiculous accusations like,
"Who you all think Luce murdered, anyhow?" 5 men, actually, in total. Special operations.
Ellison sounded remote, maybe sad.
A 14, 15-year-old girl? You think she's some kind of goddamn ninja? She's not technically a girl at all any longer, as we've discussed, and there's no question at all that she can be dangerous.
Ellison looked away from the sea long enough to gaze bleakly into Andrew's eyes.
The prevailing opinion is that she, and all the creatures like her, are nothing but monsters, regardless of the fact that they were human at one time. I realize this isn't something a parent wants to hear about his child, of course.
The prevailing opinion, Andrew growled.
Yes.
Does that mean it's the one prevailing in your head? 'Cause if it is, that just shows how damned ignorant you are.
I'm suspending judgment. About all of them, but about Luce in particular. Clearly, there have been situations where she's made a deliberate choice not to kill, and where I'd imagine the temptation must have been intense.
Ben Ellison's voice was grim and drowsy.
You said Those special operations guys, it was self-defense.
Maybe they'd forced Luce to kill, Andrew thought. Maybe.
They were firing spear guns at her, in fact. And they will again.
Can't blame the girl for that. If she was just trying to survive.
Mr. Korchak, I'm afraid it's worse than that. You say you've seen Luce quite recently. How much did she tell you about her life after she changed form?
Not much, Andrew thought.
Enough. She was a member of a particularly vicious mermaid tribe. It's possible that she's had a change of heart since that time, but it's extremely likely that she was at least complicit in far more deaths than the ones I've told you about.
Like?
Hundreds. Probably hundreds. More. One ship last year had almost 900 passengers on board when it sank, and Luce was there, that I know for certain.
Luce wouldn't. No way, I'll believe.
Tell her to turn herself in, Mr. Korchak. It's the best I can do for her. Special ops are out to avenge their own. If I'm there first, there's a chance I can get her into some form of safe custody before anyone blasts her to ribbons.
Don't you talk about my girl like that. My God, after everything she's been through, me and her mom both gone, my loser brother beating her, and you're talking about just slashing up a teenage girl like it means nothing.
I'm trying to prevent precisely that from happening. I sincerely want to help her. Luce rescued someone I care about, and I don't believe she deserves... Can you find her?
I want to find her. She fished me off that island where I was stranded, but then she just zoomed off and vanished.
And? Do you know where to look for her?
Andrew groaned. He was doing his best not to break down, but it kept getting harder.
I've got no clue where to even start.
6. Dead Zones. Now that Jem had taken over the mission Luce had assigned herself, there wasn't the same desperate need to rush south as quickly as possible. But now that she understood how hunted she truly was, there was an acute need for stealth. The black-suited divers probably knew that mermaids tended to cling to the coasts and that they needed air periodically as they swam. Slipping her head out of the water anywhere near the shore would be wildly risky. She'd have to travel uncomfortably far out to sea. Luce didn't even want to think about how impossible it would be to find anywhere she could sleep. For a whole day she lingered in Jem's narrow hiding place, letting her damaged body start to mend itself, singing low, melting songs to that piece of broken sky high above her. It was the first time in weeks she'd stayed so still and let herself succumb to everything she felt in the quiet. Her song curled around fragments of Dorian's voice. "If you want to kill me for this, you can. I won't sing back." He'd given her a chance to stop him before he'd started trying to make sure the divers disposed of her. Maybe he'd decided only one of them could continue to live. And already so many other mermaids had been slaughtered because of what Dorian had done. Girls lay in rotting heaps deep in their caves, while the one in particular Dorian wanted dead somehow lived on, carrying the images of the lost with her. Dreamily, Luce pictured herself trailed by ghostly faces, all glowing like jellyfish, all warping with the loft of the waves. Was she sorry, then, that she hadn't drowned him? She'd come so close. She'd forced herself to stop just in time. But no, she couldn't regret it. He'd wanted her to kill him, even tried to manipulate her into it, and the only vengeance left to her, feeble and fragile as it was to make him live with the knowledge that she was living too. Luce slept for many hours that night, awkwardly balanced against the cave's wall on a rocky shelf that wasn't really long enough for her body. She woke with the heavy conviction that she had to keep heading south no matter the danger. As far as she could tell, Nausicaa had passed this way, and finding her friend was the only real hope she had left at this point. Together, maybe they could come up with a plan, some way to stop the slaughter of the mermaids. Maybe even some way to make peace with the humans, as impossible as that seemed. After all, any mermaids who survived these massacres would only hate humans more than ever. The idea that she, of all people, might somehow manage to persuade them to stop killing, well, it was preposterous. But it was the only idea she had. Luce set out again at dawn. Swimming was still painful, but the ache in her bruised midriff was starting to dull a bit, and her torn ear barely hurt anymore. Risky as it was, she paused at a beach and ate as many shellfish as she could manage, constantly scanning the golden waves for any hint of a black boat with silent engines. Then she went on, sweeping at least half a mile from the shore. She didn't know what kinds of predators she might encounter out here, but she had a feeling they couldn't be as dangerous as humans firing razor-sharp blades, and at least animal predators wouldn't be hunting specifically for her. Still, she kept a close watch for any creature that appeared too big or too hungry. It was strange, though. She didn't see anything big at all. In fact, as she went on, there weren't even any fish. Apart from some jellyfish and unusually thick smears of bright green algae when she surfaced. It didn't make sense. Luce paused, breathing, wondering why the sea was so oddly empty. There weren't even any birds. And, Luce thought, the water felt a little different on her skin, though not in any way she could identify. It didn't feel like fresh water, but it definitely felt wrong, almost sticky, or somehow slow, somehow breathless, sad, inert. The morning sun swayed in brilliant flags along the water's surface, and Luce felt overwhelmed by solitude so immense that it crowded the sky. Except for, far in the distance, a single dark boat. Luce couldn't hear an engine. It was too far away for her to guess if it was the same as the boats that were hunting mermaids, but even so her heart went cold, its rhythm fast and light and whispery. She dived, hurtling deeper than she would ever normally choose to swim, so deep that the water's gray weight squeezed in on her, and the light deadened into a hard slate dusk. She could see the seafloor from here. It must be relatively shallow. The seafloor looked all wrong, bone white, with nothing moving, with none of the usual grades and variations of color. Her instincts told her not to go any deeper than she was already. The pressure was too much, and she'd be too far from the air. Instead, she needed to concentrate on going as far as she could at a depth where the boat couldn't find her. Luce went down, her better judgment screaming in protest. But there was clearly something very wrong here. The sea had never looked so forlorn. She had to know what was happening here, to understand. There, something was moving. Luce's pulse quickened with hope until she saw the limp, lifeless way it drifted. It was something pale, spindly, and complicated, skimming over a plain made of impossibly spiny, whitish stones. A large crab, Luce realized after a second, but it was clearly dead. Its splintered claws trailed over the weird stones of the seabed, clacking softly. No, it couldn't be. Those things she'd thought were stones? Dead crabs. Many thousands of them lay packed together in all directions for as far as Luce could see, heaped and askew, their jointed limbs slopped across one another's shells. Matted weeds, decayed fish, rotting, fluctuating ribbons that were once gigantic worms, all of them were thickly covered in fuzzy, whitish slime, a carpet of disease. What was this place? What kind of world allowed such a sweeping destruction of life? Luce reeled in place, her body lurching through the water, her tail suddenly lashing senselessly. Horror choked her. She felt crushed and airless. She needed to slip back to the surface for a breath. As deep as she was now, she ought to swim up soon. Go, Lucette! Instead, she stayed where she was, staring mesmerized at the field of unmoving animals, jagged shells, and bacteria. A transparent creature floated by her, looking like a feathery scrap of silk torn from a ballerina's dress. Countless tiny, lacy filaments sprouted from its sides. It should have been wonderfully beautiful, but it was turning brownish, and it draped on the current with sickening indifference. "Go on, Lucette, now!" Her lungs were starting to burn, but that was just for lack of oxygen, wasn't it? Or was the water here poisoned somehow? She tensed herself, forcing her tail to spiral purposefully again, to carry her up. But hadn't she heard something about this once? Hadn't someone— Luce couldn't even stand to think his name anymore. Hadn't someone she once knew told her that there were ocean areas near the shores where almost every living thing was dying? That there were only a handful of species that could survive in them because the water was starved? Starved of oxygen. She remembered now. All those creatures had suffocated. That must be why the water felt so wrong. Humans had done this too, Luce remembered. It had something to do with all the extra fertilizer pouring into the ocean from farms. The water's weight began to shift off her body, and green wands of sunlight reached her. She was speeding upward now, constantly imagining that, wherever she surfaced, the boat would be waiting for her. Could they find her with radar? In a place with so much death, it would only make sense if she died too. Her lungs ached, longing for air, but for another few minutes Luce lingered 10 yards below the surface, her gaze searching the green glass surface above for any hint of an impending shadow. There was nothing up there, only the twisting light pleated by the waves, but still she couldn't calm the panic that throbbed through her body. The instant she broke through into the air, they'd rush in from nowhere, and glinting steel would cut the water so fast that she would only know it was there when she felt her body splitting wide. At last she rocketed upward, appalled by the wind on her face, and heaved in one quick breath before diving again to hover in watery space. Her heart punched at her chest. She knew she was being ridiculous. There was nothing up there. But after what she'd seen of her own tribe and Jem's, after seeing that field of death at the bottom of the sea, the whole world seemed jagged with menace. No, Luce told herself. She couldn't go through her whole journey this way. She might be killed at any time, but there were more important things to worry about. She floated where she was a little longer, then deliberately flicked her tail and broke the surface, looking around at the serene golden light and breathing slowly. A few lifeless fish skimmed past, pale bellies winking at the morning sky. If she was in a dead zone, then it was time to search for a living one. 7. Favors.
"Hello, Dorian."
Ben Ellison smiled up at him from a bench at the back of the town's tiny cemetery. Although Dorian still felt some resentment over the conversation they'd had about that video of Luce, he smiled back. Ben Ellison was probably the only adult who actually cared about him now that his parents were dead, and in spite of himself, Dorian had come to regard him as, maybe not a substitute father, but something like a favored uncle.
"It's been too long. How are you?" "I'm okay."
Dorian settled onto the bench beside him. The cemetery was at the top of a hill, and views of the harbor winked between the trees. A toy boat mouldered in the grass of a nearby grave. Probably a fisherman was buried there.
"You said on the phone you had some news?"
Dorian felt a spike of tension in his stomach as he asked that. Maybe they'd found Luce. Maybe they knew where she was.
"I do, yes. I'm hoping you'll think it's good news."
Ellison's thick brown hands were unsettled, squeezing and releasing a tissue. Dorian began to get the impression that, behind his smiling warmth, the guy was really worried.
"How would you like to go back to Chicago? You can re-enroll at your old high school in the fall. Everything's set. All you have to do is agree."
This was the last thing Dorian had expected.
"Chicago? But Theo Margulies. You told me once that he's been your best friend since first grade.
Yeah, he is, but what?
I talked to Theo's mother. She's agreed to take you in until college. You'll be living with your friend, and you'll get your old life back, at least to the extent possible.
The warm brown eyes flashed apprehensively as Ellison inspected Dorian's face. Dorian couldn't imagine what the problem was.
I truly hope you'll say yes, Dorian.
Ben Ellison did genuinely like him, Dorian knew, but he was still FBI, and Dorian didn't think the FBI usually got involved in looking for foster homes for orphaned teenagers. Why do you care?
I thought it would be better for you. Staying here, so near where the dear Melissa crashed, can't be easy. Luckily, I was able to make arrangements with the lawyer in charge of your parents' estate to cover your expenses.
Ben Ellison was looking straight at Dorian, but he was doing it too deliberately, Dorian thought. He was making too much of a display of not having anything to hide.
I don't really want to go back, though,
Dorian said, testing him. He watched Ben Ellison's broad brown face, saw the nervous lights flare in his eyes.
I mean, there's my band here now, and there's Zoe.
And a pair of guardians who you know quite well are dying to be rid of you, and a tremendous number of painful memories.
Suddenly, insight leaped into Dorian's mind, and he knew why Ben Ellison was so eager to ship him back to Chicago. He wanted to get him away from the ocean. If that was the idea, well, then Chicago was about the best you could do. Dorian looked up at the older man so sharply that the thought passed between them more loudly than a shout. This is about Luce, isn't it? This is to make sure I won't see her again.
She isn't even around anymore,
Dorian objected. His voice was throaty. There was no need to say who she meant. Unless maybe that was what Ellison was hiding? Maybe Luce was back, or they'd seen her traveling north, or...
I know she isn't,
Ben Ellison agreed, then hesitated. Dorian was still glaring at him, his blood quickened by the suspicion that Ellison was lying to him.
But Dorian, hasn't it occurred to you that...
That what?
That as someone whose association with mermaids has been established beyond all question, in the eyes of the government, you're a dubious quantity at best.
Dorian was confused.
It's not like... I don't have any association with them now. It's not like any of the mermaids who are living up here would try to see me or anything. The ones who even knew about me are all gone.
That doesn't matter.
Ellison's tone was suddenly dismissive.
I mean, what are you saying?
As long as you're living near the ocean, you'll be regarded as a potential problem, Dorian. There's no way to prove you won't have any more contact with mermaids while you're here, and I'd prefer if that wasn't the case. There are certain individuals whose interest I'd rather you didn't attract.
What individuals?
Ellison shrugged off the question.
I'd like them to forget about you. If you're far from the sea, back at your old school and keeping your head down, they might decide you're no longer germane to their concerns.
Dorian stared at him, thinking this over.
Thanks, I guess. You're trying to protect me?
Of course I am. As usual, not that you ever make it easy, Dorian, or particularly pleasant.
Dorian grinned a little unsteadily at that.
I still don't want to go back, though.
And not because of Zoe, I'd imagine. Dorian, Luce won't be returning here. I'm quite certain about that. Don't waste your time waiting for her.
I do actually love Zoe,
Dorian snapped.
And yet it wasn't so long ago that you told me you were still in love with Luce, and you expressed that sentiment through some fairly dramatic behavior.
Ben Ellison was referring to the time he'd found Dorian dripping wet on the beach, after he'd broken up with Luce, after he'd tried to get her to drown him, after she'd vanished. Dorian glowered. So what if he was still in love with her? That wasn't anybody's business but his. Even Zoe didn't need to know what he saw when he closed his eyes. Dorian decided to change the subject.
Why don't you think Luce will come back here anyway?
He'd asked the question casually enough, but its effect was immediate. Ben Ellison grimaced and looked away, cheeks flushing and mouth tight. Dorian stared at him, perplexed. If he didn't know better, he'd think Ellison was ashamed of something.
Luce is very far south of here by now. That video was shot in Washington, and that was over a week ago, and she was clearly heading down the coast.
Ellison seemed to be keeping his voice as flat as possible.
So, she could still turn around. Dorian.
Now it was Ellison's turn to change the subject.
Go back to Chicago. I've done everything I can to make it an attractive option for you. I don't want to leave here, Mr. Ellison. I assume you know how unreasonable you're being.
And why would I care if some government assholes think I'm talking to mermaids anyway? I wouldn't be doing anything wrong. It's not like hanging out with mermaids is against the law or anything.
For a long moment, they stared at each other. Dorian watched shadows shifting and twisting in the brown depths of Ellison's gaze, watched his lips compress with irritation and, Dorian felt more certain of it now, embarrassment. But that wouldn't make any sense, unless Luce's darkest fears had come to pass. Dorian forgot about the cemetery around him, envisioning Luce terrified, hunted, dashing through towering waves.
Dorian.
Ben Ellison sighed. Whatever Dorian had seen darting inside his eyes was hidden again. The older man just seemed world-weary, impatient, tired out by trying to reason with the irrational adolescent sitting across from him.
It might be.
Dorian's thoughts were so far away that he was confused.
What might be what? Talking to mermaids. It might become illegal. There's no applicable law now because there's no official recognition that mermaids so much as exist. But that will probably change soon. And if it does, it would not be in your interest to set yourself up as an object of suspicion.
Are you guys starting a war on them?
I've told you before. There hasn't been any decision made yet about how to deal with the mermaids beyond warning ships away from areas where there are signs of...
Is that why you're so sure Luce won't come back here?
Dorian's tone was rising.
Did you start killing?
No, Dorian, of course not.
Ellison's voice was tense and, Dorian thought, utterly false, like the guy was too ashamed to even do a good job lying. No wonder Luce looked so hurt and exhausted in that video. Dorian didn't know when he'd stood up. His legs wavered, and for the first time in months, the sky and ground began to seem destabilized, as if they were possessed by the rise and fall of the ocean.
If anyone hurts her, I'll...
You seem to be going on the assumption that I can control what happens. I can't. I'll do what I can for Luce if I get the opportunity, but the situation is probably out of my hands.
I don't care if you can control it. If the government does anything to hurt her, when she's the one who wants to stop the mermaids from killing, I'll...
Ben Ellison didn't say anything, though his face was tight and sorrowful. He didn't need to. Dorian could supply the questions himself. You'll do what, Dorian? Try to kill me? Or maybe you'll go and fight on the side of the mermaids, is that it? Even though they murdered your whole family and almost all of them would be delighted to murder you? Leaf shadows fluttered on Ellison's sad brown face.
Why don't you sit back down, Dorian?
No.
Maybe the trouble Luce was in wasn't really Ellison's fault, but Dorian couldn't make himself care. Luce was far away, desperate and alone, and anything he could do would be completely stupid and useless.
I'm sorry. I can understand that you must feel frustrated at not having any way to help her. I wish you'd realize that I'm almost as helpless as you are, and that the situation is very difficult for me as well.
You won't even tell me the truth, Dorian snarled. You pretend we're friends, and meanwhile you're working for people who want to kill my girlfriend, and you're helping them.
She's not your girlfriend anymore. Ben Ellison didn't have to say that out loud either. It was your choice. You broke her heart, you let her go, all of your own free will. You have no idea of the position I'm in now, Dorian. There are people involved in this investigation who are almost crazed by what we've uncovered, and they have vastly more power than I do. The most I can do is to try to inject some logic into the discussion, some restraint. Restraint?
Dorian was staring around at the trees, their leaves still fresh and moist and pale green in the golden sunlight. Wild, sweet wind curled around his face, but the lovely day seemed impossibly cumbersome. His every tiny movement was weighted with futility.
I can remind everyone that these were once human girls, children, and that's what I keep doing.
Ellison's voice was very gentle now.
It's exhausting, though, and I definitely don't need the distraction of worrying about you in addition. In any case, you can't improve anything for Luce by staying here. You do know that.
He knew it. The bright leaves waved like hands trying to brush him away.
Is Luce even alive? As far as I know, yes. She hasn't been spotted in some days, though. You wouldn't lie to me about that? I wouldn't lie about that.
Ellison paused as if he was about to say something he shouldn't.
I promise I'll let you know if I hear that Luce has been captured or killed.
It seemed impossible that they were even having this conversation. Dorian realized his cheeks were wet.
Now will you agree to go back to Chicago? Dorian, I'm truly acting in your best interest. I don't want you in the middle of this.
Dorian sighed.
I'll think about it, okay? But I really don't think I can leave Zoe.
Back in the frilly room Lindy had given him, Dorian sat cross-legged on the bed. The room still didn't feel like it was really his, but at least he'd gotten used to it. Captured or killed. He opened his laptop, trying not to cry. If they captured Luce, what would they do to her? Mermaid sighting, Dorian typed. The video had over 60 million views now. Then, like some kind of sick ritual, the seals lounged, and the little girl in the red windbreaker wandered down the beach, turning back to stare at something under the dock. Someone screamed, the camera lurched, the sun flashed. Then a voice cried, "My God, Nick, look!" And Luce rippled out across the screen, her lambent movements clear in the shallow, shining water. Captured or killed. That hadn't happened yet, or if it had, Ben Ellison didn't know about it, assuming he was telling the truth. But it could happen any day now, any second. Even if the mermaids would let Dorian join the war on their side, what was he going to do? Head out into the Pacific in an inner tube? And they would all hate him anyway. Even Luce probably hated him now. Maybe that was contempt in her eyes as she turned to glance back over her shoulder and hesitated, clearly on the verge of saying something. The screen went black. Replay. Dorian? Zoe's voice came out high, broken. Somehow she'd come in without him hearing her, and she'd already seen the screen. Dorian looked up at her standing a foot inside his door, pink hair trailing around her devastated face. Wow, that's a really amazing video, isn't it? And that mermaid is just so hot. You'd totally do her, right? He saw her glance sharply at the tears striping his cheeks and look off. Dorian closed the laptop.
I think they're hunting her, Zoe. Ben Ellison said some shit that really sounded like, I don't know, like the government is after her.
Zoe shrugged. Well, yeah. What did you think they were going to do?
You can't expect me not to care about that. Think about how scared she must be. And she's hurt, and she's definitely not swimming right.
Dorian, Zoe groaned. The girl is a killer, all right? I, for one, am relieved to know that our government is committed to protecting its citizens from whatever, these little bitch-ass psychotic Ariels. Dorian didn't think she meant it.
Her round hazel green eyes still looked shocked and staring. She was lashing out from jealousy and pain. But even so,
you know, if anyone's ever going to stop the mermaids from killing, it's going to be Luce.
She's basically Charles Manson with green glitter on his ass.
She wants to change things. Zoe, just because I was in love with her before, that doesn't mean—
You're still in love with her,
Zoe yelled. She was biting her lip, her body tense and twisted, the toe of one paint-spattered combat boot grinding at the carpet.
You're probably fantasizing about her whenever you're messing around with me, and you think you're doing me some big fucking favor.
Dorian sighed.
I love you, okay? Can you stop now?
Zoe glowered at him, but her body was starting to droop, and her voice seemed tired.
You don't love me. Not the right way. Not the way I love you. Not—
Ben Ellison's trying to get me to go back to Chicago, and I said no because of you. You think I want to stay here?
I guess you don't have any real reason to stay anymore.
Zoe's black-clad arms moved up, almost as if she was stretching, but then they stopped in front of her face. Her pale hands gripped at her messy, pink-blonde hair.
It sucked so bad when I wanted you and you kept ignoring me, but having you hurts even worse.
Zoe, we're together now.
You think you're helping me by staying here, but you're not. You're just fucking me up. Just because you won't admit stuff doesn't mean I don't know.
She lowered her arms.
Get lost. Go to Chicago. But tell me the truth first.
Her face was pink and swollen, but she wasn't crying. Dorian was. His back shuddered with every breath.
Jesus, Zoe. Tell me the truth, and we'll stay friends. Close friends. If you don't, I don't ever want to talk to you again.
She came closer and rested her hands on his shoulders. Her mouth suddenly twisted into a plaintive smile.
Are you in love with Luce?
Yeah,
Dorian barely whispered. He was staring at the bed. Zoe reached with one hand and coaxed his head up, making him look into her eyes.
I'm not lying that I love you, Zoe, a lot. But yeah, I am.
Zoe kissed his forehead. Her pink hair brushed his face, striping the room in front of him.
Then I hope they don't kill her.
8. Golden Gate. That evening, Luce stared across the ocean at the lights of what looked like a good-sized town. Rows of golden windows and streetlights tangled like vines through the dusk, and there were a few bonfires out on the shore. Things hadn't gone so well the last time she'd slept under a dock, but even so, Luce realized that the margins of human towns were the safest places for her now. Those divers would probably be searching any caves they could find along the waterline, any secluded coves, the kinds of places mermaids usually lived. They'd be a lot less likely to come waving their huge black guns through clusters of people laughing and toasting marshmallows out on the beach. She swept closer, keeping under the water as much as she could. There was some kind of boat club up ahead, with ranks of yachts parked along neat piers. She slipped below and found a quiet spot on the shore, a ceiling of planks only a foot above her, beer bottles and rusty chains scattered on the sand. She could hear human voices nearby. It sounded like there was a small party going on, with soft, delicate music. Luce slept for a long time, and no one disturbed her. Being so close to human habitations made her self-conscious about her nakedness. Normally, clothes weren't something she thought about at all. But now, when she found a tattered black bikini top wadded on the shore, she smoothed it out and tied it on. This was the best way she could travel, Luce realized, swimming as far from shore and as deep as she could manage during the day, sleeping under docks at night. For the next week or more she kept going like that, surprised to find herself enjoying the water and even her own solitude. Human towns used to make her so nervous. Now Luce realized that she liked hearing people talking or laughing around her. It was oddly comforting. It almost made her feel the way she had as a little girl, drifting off to sleep in the back of her father's van while chatter and music softened the night's harsh edges. Listening to the ordinary happiness of strangers, she could almost forget that the divers were after her, that the mermaids were still being slaughtered. The coast turned wilder, full of cliffs and twisty inlets and beaches closed in by pinnacles of rock tufted with wildflowers. Even from a distance, Luce could hear children squealing as they played in the water and the roar of motorcycles swooping along the winding roads. The town where she found shelter that night was small, but its gardens were so thick with flowers that even the dimness under the docks breathed with their perfume. And there were many more living things around her now. Seals and sea lions sprawled on sandbars with their spotted bellies exposed. Fins flashed in the water, and so many hawks wheeled above that they almost seemed to be gears turning in an immense blue clock. Whenever she swam near the seafloor, tall anemones pulsed their wispy fronds in the current, and enormous sea stars spread their radial arms. The animals crowding the bottom all seemed to have invented new and fantastical sunset colors for themselves. They came in peach-speckled lilacs, rose-spined saffrons, peculiar moody pinks. Luce could barely feel worried in this outpouring of vibrant beauty. Light wings of fog settled over the water as Luce swam on the next morning. She began to wonder if the black-suited divers had given up searching for her. After all, there had been no sign of them for days. Maybe she could try to find other mermaids and ask them for news without inflicting danger on them. Luce was wondering this as the green, house-dotted cliffs to her left rolled back, disappearing completely behind hovering cloud fronds, and something huge and airy and geometric loomed above the mist. It looked so familiar, but for a fraction of a second Luce couldn't place it. Its two metal peaks were dully red, high and elegantly curved. Then she recognized it. It was the Golden Gate Bridge. Luce could hardly believe it. She'd swum all the way to San Francisco. She remembered it from when she'd briefly lived there with her father, a dreamlike city with, Luce recalled, a lot of run-down and half-abandoned areas along the waterfront. She could remember slipping with her father through a gap in a chain-link fence to explore a cavernous building with soaring walls of milky glass panes. It had once been used for building ships, he'd told her. She remembered the rusting hulks of forgotten boats, an inlet mysteriously heaped with dozens of barnacle-crusted shopping carts where herons perched. All around the network of bays tucked behind the Golden Gate there were places like that, he'd told her, partly wild and partly ruined. Luce couldn't help grinning to herself as she realized what was in front of her. For a mermaid in desperate trouble, this city was the perfect hideout. For the rest of the day, Luce lurked under the dock of what looked like an unused vacation home near a town she guessed was Sausalito. Sailboats swept nearby, voices shrieked with laughter. Even if she was careful to keep well below the surface, it was clear that staying in San Francisco Bay meant that she could go out only at night. But it was hard to keep calm as she waited for the darkness that would free her to go exploring. She needed somewhere sheltered and lonely, without too many boats around, and especially she needed to find some place with a reasonable supply of shellfish. Hunger needled at her, sharp and insistent. Even more unbearable than hunger was a new idea that kept intruding on her mind, no matter how many times Luce told herself she was being irrational. She couldn't help imagining Nausicaa's greenish-bronze face looking up in warm surprise, her wild black hair cascading back from her face as she dashed grinning through the water to pull Luce into her arms. Her friend might be somewhere in the bays in front of her. Luce wouldn't have to explain anything, because Nausicaa would already know. She wouldn't have to think about the horrors she'd witnessed. The ancient mermaid would know exactly what they should do, and Luce would help. At least, that was the fantasy. The problem with going out to search, Luce realized, was the way she'd feel if the fantasy proved not to be true. Outside her hiding place, the fog receded, and Luce could glimpse a bit of the gray mass of skyscrapers prickling upward along the far shore of the bay. An endless procession of ships heaped with neatly stacked cargo containers skimmed below the bridge and out to sea. When night finally came, it was starless, smoke-black, the water crisscrossed by 1,000 streaks of light thrown by the shining towers of San Francisco. Luce found a patch of oysters nearby and ate them under her dock, then headed across the bay, aiming toward the left of downtown. She thought it was somewhere over there that she'd gone exploring abandoned piers with her father. Sometimes from the corners of her eyes, Luce caught distant flashes of diving shapes that looked about as big as she was, probably seals, though they seemed fast for seals. Enormous stingrays wrapped the depths in their black wings, and leopard sharks ambled sleepily just below her. She didn't pay too much attention. The black water was much smoother and calmer than she was used to, while overhead the reflected lights of the city formed a ceiling of prancing dots and beams of gold. Deeper into the bay, though, the light became sparser. As she went on, the darkness of the water was broken by rows of pilings like rotten teeth. She passed a pier so decayed that it slumped into the water, its wood beams gone soft as rope. There were still warehouses set back from the water, but they had a decrepit look, and no light glazed their windows. Only, here and there, a streetlight stood in a lonely haze of apricot-colored glow. Luce hovered 50 feet from shore with her head just above the surface, watching and listening. There was a stench of rust and pollution, and the water felt oily and warmer than she liked. Still, maybe under that pier she could make a temporary home for herself. She'd pictured somewhere wilder, but at least there didn't seem to be any people around. No, there was one. A man was walking out on that decayed pier, so drunk that his whole body pitched like a wave. Luce noticed the man's filthy, layered overcoats, the rags around his feet, the sad, sick way he staggered. It reminded her a bit of the way her father had looked when she'd found him living as a castaway, his body swaddled in sealskins. Luce stopped where she was. The thought of her father opened like a wound in her chest, the shape of an intolerable absence. Where was he now? Had he recovered from all the terrible things he'd gone through? The man swayed faster, his body doubling in the middle as if he were about to be sick. He was standing right at the pier's edge, one foot curling into empty space. Now he didn't remind Luce of her father, but of her Uncle Peter, reeling, pitiful, and broken, although Luce thought furiously that he'd actually broken himself. That was how Peter had looked in the moments just before he turned vicious, smacking her or knocking her down. Her stomach tightened with disgust. Maybe that was Peter, homeless and stinking, wandering across the wasted margins of a beautiful city. The man still hadn't straightened, but he wasn't vomiting either. Instead, he just wavered, his torso tipped precariously toward the water, one hand pawing the air in slow circles. Then he tried to step back, wobbled sharply, and pitched headlong into the bay. The splash blinked white against the darkness. For several seconds, Luce waited for him to surface. He could swim for the shore, or he could grab hold of the pilings and pull himself back up. She watched the water where he'd fallen. At first, the glossy surface was rocking, but gradually it calmed until there was nothing but a scattered hoop of froth. His head should emerge from the froth at any moment, sputtering angrily. Nothing happened. Where was he? Luce swam closer. There in the gray dimness under the pier she could just make out his ragged, flailing shape. His waterlogged coats splayed out around him like pinwheeling wings, but they were only dragging him farther down. He twisted randomly, as if he couldn't guess where the surface was, and Luce understood that he was drowning. His eyes bulged and his lips were moving fast, bright bubbles leaping out like silent words. There was still something he needed to say, Luce thought. For some reason, she thought he was trying to tell someone how sorry he was, to ask for forgiveness. Without thinking about what she was doing, Luce started singing. The water stopped dragging on the tangled coats. Instead, it moved in Luce's song, and the wide wings of fabric formed a kind of cradle tugging him back toward the surface. The man gagged, thrashing in astonishment as the water shuddered with unimaginable music, carrying him up into the night air, where the enchanted water seized him in the curl of a tall wave that stood alone above the black glass surface of the bay. Luce sang a sustained note that held him there in space for a moment, his body slowly rotating as he wheezed and stretched out his hands, water spilling from his mouth and sodden clothes. She thought of teaching him a lesson by sending her song into a high spike of sound and then breaking off abruptly, letting him crash back down onto the pier so hard that his teeth would jar from their sockets. Just because she'd gone and saved his life for no good reason, that didn't mean he deserved any kindness from her. Then, almost in spite of herself, Luce let the note fade slowly. The homeless man landed on the plank so lightly that there wasn't even a thud. She was only 20 feet from him now, still glaring at him as he scrambled onto his knees and gaped at her. Of course, he wasn't really Peter. He was much too old to be Peter, probably at least 60. Just another idiotic drunk who'd destroy anything he could get his hands on, even if that meant he only wound up destroying himself.
"You're shining," the man croaked.
His hair hung in grayish clumps around his face, but his eyes were bright with longing. The cold water and the shock of almost dying, not to mention being rescued in such an unfathomable way, seemed to have sobered him up. "You need to quit drinking," Luce rasped out furiously. Her nails were digging into her palms and her tail was lashing. "I don't know why I saved you. Why did you have to go and get so wasted, like you don't even care what happens to you?" Luce was too enraged to think clearly or to control the wild spasms of her tail. It kicked above the surface, sending droplets spinning out across the night. A trace of mist hung in the air, and the glow of the street lamps floated like dandelion puffs.
"You're a mermaid? And you did that to the water, didn't you? You saved me. You're,
Well, you're a drunk," Luce snapped. "This is the only time I'm going to save you, okay? If you ever do that again, I swear I'll let you drown."
"Hey," the man said. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Stay and talk to me, please."
"No!"
Luce shrieked. She was already backing away.
"At least tell me your name. I want to know who saved my life. You saved my life. Beautiful. Your voice was so beautiful. I need to know."
He was kneeling on the pier's edge, one hand stretched helplessly toward her. Luce didn't think that deserved a response. She'd already wasted too much time on him, she thought, and of course she shouldn't have let some human see her at all. She turned to go.
"I'm always here,"
he cried out after her. Even as the water closed over her head, Luce could still hear him shouting,
"I'm always here. I've come so far. I've been a stevedore and a soldier and a ghost, but I'm here now."
Luce was still angry, but she felt the light touch of another emotion she would have preferred to ignore. Maybe there was something sweet about this old man.
"Hey, mermaid, listen up. If you ever want help with anything, you know who to ask."
Luce kept swimming south. All at once she was overcome by weariness and shame, but she didn't know why. Of course, she'd broken the T-Mock again by letting a human hear her sing without killing him, even by talking to him at all, but so many things had changed that the T-Mock didn't seem to matter much anymore. Before she'd swum far, Luce realized why she felt so sick with herself. It hadn't been fair of her to hate that man because of what Peter had done. It wasn't his fault. That old man had never hurt her. She couldn't have any idea of what he'd gone through, the events that had left him so broken. Why should she care, though? The water around her seemed alive, but Luce didn't pay much attention. Something faintly luminous darted below her, torqued itself, curled upward. All at once, Luce recognized what it was and reeled back, startled.
"You know, this is a lousy time to be pulling that here," a voice snapped. "Now you want to risk them noticing us? Don't even think about trying that again."
A strange mermaid furled her pinkish gold tail in front of Luce. She was older and Asian, her long hair clouding black around the creamy, golden shine of her skin. Luce started, but she was too surprised to know what she should say.
"Just offed some homeless guy, right? Fantastic, when the bay's practically the only safe place left."
"I didn't kill him," Luce said, though of course that wouldn't help. The strange mermaid glowered, disbelieving. I actually didn't know there were other mermaids here. The girl's face softened slightly.
"One of the refugees? Or were you just kicked out of your tribe? Look, I guess there's room for you, but you really can't go around singing like that."
"I won't," Luce promised, but her thoughts were racing. "Are there a lot of mermaids here? It's a big tribe?"
"You are new here. No tribe."
"But
no tribes, no queens. But yes, tons of mermaids. More every day now."
"Where?"
"All over the place. A bunch of them you should just kind of leave alone. They're too crazy, but you won't see them much. There are a lot of us under the old factories before Hunter's Point, though. You coming?"
She didn't wait for an answer, and Luce went swimming along beside the stranger. They skimmed between angled pilings, then beside strange crenellated metal walls that stood in the water with ships docked between them. It seemed like a peculiar place for mermaids, gritty and mournful, though it had a lonely beauty of its own. "Do you know a mermaid named Nausicaa?" Luce asked at last. "I'm trying to find her." Luce half expected the stranger to jerk back in astonishment at Nausicaa's name. She was disappointed to find that this gold-shining girl didn't react at all.
I don't think I know her. But there are a lot of us out here I don't know, so maybe she's around someplace."
Maybe Nausicaa hadn't been here then. They skimmed up for air and passed a spot where a cement-walled creek released a plume of revolting fresh water into the bay. A seal bobbed and then vanished. Then they reached salt water again and dipped under a vast ruined factory propped on a forest of upright logs. It was dark apart from a scattering of long, dimly shining forms far back in the shadows, and even though the dark didn't stop Luce from seeing, she still had trouble recognizing what was in front of her. The water lapped gently at the pilings, and stretched here and there between them was a network of what appeared to be enormous drooping webs, each web set on a slant so that one side trailed into the glossy skin of the bay. And in their webs, those glowing things were figures, some chatting quietly to each other, the subtle gleam from their faces dabbling on the water like bits of melted star. Then Luce understood. Of course there were no suitable caves here. Instead, the mermaids had adapted, stringing up half-submerged hammocks woven from old scraps of fishing nets, plastic bags, algae-slimed ropes. Luce noticed one hammock that appeared to be made from dozens of pairs of pantyhose knotted together. They could sleep here with their tails under the water, their heads above, in the last place humans would ever think to look for them.
"New girl,"
the Asian mermaid announced tiredly to no one in particular.
"Don't know how long she's staying."
Luce looked around the black, maze-like space under its low ceiling of boards just in case Nausicaa was there somewhere. She didn't feel much hope of that anymore, but maybe. Condensation gleamed on the tar-smeared trunks around her. A few mermaids leaned in their nets to get a better look, though they didn't seem particularly interested. In one of the more remote hammocks, Luce noticed 3 mermaids laughing together. One of them tipped forward as she laughed, with a voice that was at once harsh and delicate, and Luce saw her red gold hair flaring in the dimness like a match before it vanished again behind one of the pillars. Luce's heart stopped. She couldn't let herself believe it. The mermaid beside her was still talking, something about where Luce should sleep, but Luce couldn't focus enough to make out the words. There it was again, red gold hair suffused with its own light, and Luce was flinging herself across the water. It wasn't what she'd hoped for, but if it was true, it was almost as wonderful. A long, wordless cry rushed from Luce's throat. Girls turned to stare at her in surprise as she dodged wildly around pilings. She smacked into someone and reeled away, gasping a vague apology, while red gold light came tumbling toward the water just ahead. Bronze fins brushed Luce's shoulder. Then 2 moon-gray eyes were staring at her, wide with disbelief, and Luce finally managed to form her outcry into a word. "Cat! Cat! Cat! It's... Luce?" There was a light splash, and shining hair radiated out through the water, rushing closer until Luce was surrounded in fiery waves. Pale hands reached up, grasping randomly at Luce's shoulders, squeezing her face, and Katerina's eyes gazed fiercely into hers. Luce couldn't even speak at first. Her whole chest heaved with sobs as Katerina's cool fingers sank into her short hair. Then they were holding each other so tightly that Luce's ribs ached. "Lucette," Katerina was murmuring. "My Lucette, my crazy little Luce, thank God, all this way, and after everything we've heard." Katerina touched the notch in Luce's ear, then brushed her fingertips across the imperfectly healed cuts in her cheek and the white scar on her shoulder. "Cat, I can't believe you're here. Everything's been so terrible." Luce breathed the words out between half-sobs, but she'd started smiling now, too. She was holding someone she loved again, a friend whom she was now completely sure loved her back, and that almost made the horror and loneliness of the past weeks disappear into a cloud of warm relief. "Where is everyone else?" Katerina leaned away to look at Luce, her eyes shining with unbearable hope. "Are they with you? Are they coming?" Sudden dread coated Luce's insides like cold oil. She didn't know how she could begin to tell Kat what had happened, and all of it was her fault. If she'd only become queen the way Katerina wanted, the tribe might have survived. "Dana and Violet and a few of the little ones. They're the only ones." Luce broke off. It was too horrible to say out loud. Katerina's lovely mouth pinched with dismay, but for some reason the eagerness in her face was still stronger. "The only ones? Luce, tell me. It's so horrible to think. Dana... Oh, but I was afraid it would be so much worse than that." Luce stared at her, starting to understand. Her mouth opened, but no sound would come. "Luce, that's what you're trying to tell me, isn't it? You mean those are the only ones who died?" Luce shook her head. "No. Cat, no." The words came out in a croak. "Luce! Cat, I mean, those are the only ones besides me who might still be alive." 9. The Twice Lost. What made it even worse was that there was no way she could tell Katerina the story privately. Other mermaids had gotten interested. They were slipping from their hammocks and flicking closer. The dim glow of their faces dotted the water on all sides. Luce stared around, and everywhere she looked another pair of eyes gleamed back at her. The soft light of their arms curled through the water. There were so many of them, far more than in any tribe Luce had ever seen. "You know her, Katerina?" It was the Asian mermaid who'd led Luce there, her face a floating golden disk in that crowd of bright faces. "Yuan, this is Luce.
I told you about her.
The one who was supposed to be queen? What happened to the rest of your tribe, then?
Slaughtered. Luce breathed it out. Those divers with the helmets that block out our songs. It was obvious from the grim way the other mermaids looked at one another that they already knew about the divers. Luce noticed a few mermaids who were crudely bandaged, their eyes flickering with remembered terror. Refugees, survivors. That couldn't explain what all these mermaids were doing here, though, could it?
How did you get away, then? Yuan asked. If your whole tribe was killed.
I wasn't living with them.
Luce saw Katerina grimace at that, but she couldn't lie about this.
I had my own cave, down the coast, and...
Yuan nodded at the white scar on Luce's shoulder. Was that the divers?
Yes, they shot at me out in the water.
Now there were too many voices, coming at her from all sides.
Luce, what do you mean you weren't living with them? You didn't leave everyone with Anais.
Katerina hissed with indignation.
Luce? She's called Luce? Those humans, they said that name. They're looking for her.
One of the refugees trilled, half panicked. So Nausicaa almost surely hadn't come this far, Luce realized, or this strange mermaid would have heard her name before the divers reached her tribe.
The humans are hunting me,
Luce admitted.
If you think it's not safe to have me here, I'll leave right now.
They're hunting for all of us,
Katerina snarled imperiously. All at once her arm wrapped protectively around Luce's shoulders, and her eyes flared, daring anyone to contradict her.
Having Luce here won't make any difference.
Yuan tipped her head.
We'd better get the whole story before we decide that, Kat.
Luce, can you explain what all this is about? Luce stared around at everyone, dozens of mermaids who looked as if they'd come from every country in the world, the tints of their faces ranging from night dark to icy pale. Swimming away by herself would be so much easier than trying to tell this crowd of strangers everything that had happened to her. On the other hand, there was Katerina gazing at her with a mixture of anger and, Luce had to admit it, feverish tenderness. Luce definitely owed her an explanation at the very least.
I'll try. I don't know where to start, though.
Start when I left, Katerina growled. Luce, why didn't you go back to the tribe? You were supposed to be their queen. Oh, I was so sure that once I left you would do the right thing, the only thing, and lead them.
Luce looked at her and suddenly knew that she was going to say the unsayable.
I couldn't, Kat. I was furious with them because of what they did to you, but that wasn't the real reason. I wasn't worthy to be queen.
Everyone was gaping at her. A few of them had started smiling slyly, as if they were sharing some joke Luce couldn't understand.
I broke the Timok.
There it was. Now they would drive her away, and they'd be better off with her gone. A few mermaids had started laughing in a choked, delirious way. Katerina moaned, and Yuan flashed a lopsided grin. "You don't say. How?"
I saved a human. A boy.
Luce wished they'd hurry up and tell her to leave. She didn't want anyone asking questions about this boy. She didn't want to confess how pathetically stupid she'd been, loving someone who'd betrayed and humiliated her and who clearly wanted her dead. And she definitely didn't want to say his name again, not as long as she lived.
Luce.
Katerina seemed like she was about to cry.
I needed you to be better than that. You were always the one, the only one who could save us, restore our honor.
Luce couldn't understand why, while Katerina seemed on the verge of hysterics, Yuan couldn't stop grinning as if her face was about to split open and at least half the mermaids around her had joined in that disturbing laughter.
Yeah, Katerina, this is terrible. What kind of dirty bitch would save a human?
Yuan sneered. Luce looked at her in total perplexity.
Yuan met her gaze with a hard stare and smiled with too many teeth showing. Just a bitch like me, or like Rafa, or like Imani. Nobody ever had any crazy fantasies about us restoring anyone's honor, right? Hazily, Luce thought Yuan must be kidding somehow. She knew she wasn't the only mermaid in the ocean who'd violated their laws, but it couldn't be true that so many of these girls had failed the same way she had. Could it?
She was always different from the rest of us, Yuan. She made me believe in...
Katerina broke off, glowering through the streaks of her tears. Luce reached out and stroked a tear away, half expecting Katerina to slap her. She didn't, but the way the glazed shine of those gray eyes suddenly fixed on Luce's face felt worse than a blow. Believe in what, Kat? Yuan's voice was silky, insinuating.
In purity.
Oh boy, purity. Yuan's face was still contorted by that sarcastic grin. Might want to forget about that now. Luce impulsively pulled Katerina closer and leaned her cheek against her friend's wet face. All she could see was the fire-colored waves of Kat's hair. At least the frenzied laughter around them was finally subsiding.
No.
Katerina's voice was a blur in Luce's ear. Kat, Yuan's right. I'm not any more pure or honorable than anyone. I haven't even believed in the Timok for a long time, and I broke it over and over, and then I didn't do what I should have done to stop our tribe from getting killed. I did everything wrong. Katerina moaned.
Then you're different because dishonor can't touch you. You still have your innocence, Luce. I know you do. I heard it every time you sang.
Luce didn't know what to say to that. She looked up through soft tangles of Katerina's hair to see Yuan still smiling cynically. Guess we can't talk her out of it then. Luce, it looks like you're just going to have to live with being Katerina's shining star, unless you decide you can't stand it and ditch. I know what it's like. My daddy used to cry and sob and say I was so pure and special that I couldn't lose my innocence no matter what, too. See, that made it okay for him to rape me. Luce stared for a moment. Please don't compare Katerina to him, then. You don't like hearing it? Why not? You love Katerina or something? Yuan suddenly demanded. Her voice was changing, turning high and strange. Luce couldn't help flinching. I do. I always did, ever since I met her, even when we were fighting. Katerina exhaled sharply and squeezed Luce tighter. Oh, see, but I loved my daddy, too. And the first thing I did when I changed was swim right back to our house and drown him. And my mom and my piano teacher, even though I wasn't really trying to get them. Too bad for them, our house was right on the water. Yuan's eyes were narrowing, and her voice took on a dreamy, obsessive lilt that Luce knew all too well. But it wouldn't make any difference if someone told Yuan to let go of the past. That wasn't something you could just decide to do. Yuan. It was a new voice, very low and gentle. Luce looked and saw a mermaid with blue-black skin and soft dark eyes. Her hair was short, like Luce's, though it stood out like a halo around her head. She wore a white lace headscarf and a bikini top that appeared to be made from snow-colored lace as well, though on closer inspection, it proved to have been intricately crafted from plastic grocery bags. The blue luminance of her skin reminded Luce of neon reflecting in a street lacquered by rain. Luce is still just meeting everyone and seeing Katerina again after a long time. It's a lot for her to think about. Couldn't we wait to tell her everything about ourselves? Luce smiled gratefully. I'm Imani. I'm one of the ones who broke the Timok the same way you say you did. But I don't think it has to mean we're dishonored. It can mean we wanted different rules, or we wanted to be honorable in a different way. Imani's voice was barely audible. Yuan laughed nastily.
Try telling that to any queen in the world, Imani. Any tribe. No mermaids would ever accept us. They'd only think of us as soiled, ruined, and they'd be right.
For an instant, Luce just stared around, uncomprehending. What could it mean to say that no mermaids would accept them when they were living in what looked like the biggest tribe she'd ever seen? But Yuan had said it wasn't a tribe, and no one seemed to be in charge. Unless, somehow... "All of you?" Luce asked. She could barely hear her own voice.
Oh, now you get it. All of us except the refugees, and even if we discussed them, they don't have a lot of choice about putting up with us.
Yuan's strange grin came back.
Yeah, everyone here broke the Timok, one way or another. We all got thrown out of our tribes. Not for the same reasons, though. Tania over there got into a fight, for instance, and Jo was caught trying to call her mom with a cell phone she found on the beach.
Yuan nodded toward a girl with her hair dyed an artificial ruby red. Jo was wearing a huge necklace made from dozens of algae-slicked plastic toys and tangled string, and she kept squirming and biting the back of her own hand.
"Well, I don't believe that Jo is dishonored either,"
Imani objected. Even when she seemed angry, her voice was low and soft, almost cooing.
"She's not soiled."
Luce looked around. Jo wasn't the only mermaid there who had strange tics or eyes as restless as swarming gnats.
And that's why you don't have a queen? No queen,
Yuan agreed fiercely.
Even if we're filth, at least we're free. It doesn't matter what we do. We can't be any more worthless than we are already.
Luce began to wonder why Katerina had been silent for so long. She was still clutching Luce tight in her arms, and her face was hidden against the side of Luce's neck, but her breathing sounded different now, raspy and somehow thoughtful.
It always matters what we do.
Luce looked up, surprised, and suddenly realized that the words had come from her own mouth.
Not us, Yuan insisted. We're twice lost. The humans lost us the first time, then we were lost to other mermaids too. Now there's nothing left to lose us, except life, and the way things are going, that shouldn't take long either. And the world, which is really in trouble now, Luce said sharply.
She still felt amazed at herself.
And each other, and all those mermaids out there who are getting murdered with no way to even defend themselves. We need to figure out a way to stop that.
Everyone was staring at her, harder than ever. Luce felt embarrassed, but even more than that, she felt possessed by an unexpected urgency.
We don't need the Timok anymore, Luce added. The Timok doesn't even make sense now that the humans know about us. Maybe we're dishonored, but that's not the kind of honor that matters now. And we don't need purity either. We just need to change what's happening.
For several seconds, no one said anything. Katerina finally released Luce from her embrace and dipped quickly under the water before coming up again with streaming hair. Now that Luce was floating alone in the water, dizziness rippled through her head. Why didn't anyone answer? They must all think she was insane, Luce decided. Even in this band of desperate outcasts, she was simply too weird to fit in. There was no place for her anywhere in the world.
"We have a queen now,"
Katerina announced. Her chin was raised proudly, and there was a calm glow in her eyes, even though they were still swollen from crying. Luce felt confused and suddenly unbearably tired. What was Katerina talking about? What were any of these crazy, damaged mermaids trying to say to her, really? They didn't understand her, and in fact, they made no sense to her either.
No queens!
Yuan snarled frantically, and Imani curled a gentle hand on her shoulder.
We don't need one, and we don't even deserve—
Yuan, wait. We're still mermaids. No matter how many times lost we are, we can't lose that. You know what that means.
Imani smiled with sudden brilliance. She was so lovely, Luce thought, with her heart-shaped face and up-tilting eyes. But Luce still wasn't sure what they were arguing about. The whole world was out of joint, so slippery and unbalanced that words couldn't even hold on to their meanings anymore. Yuan was gnawing her lip, but she didn't answer. No one did. Imani looked around, waiting for someone to contradict her. No sound disturbed the quiet except, very distantly, a chorus of car horns. Then she turned her eyes straight on Luce.
It means we'll know the one who's meant to be queen by her song.
10. No one's queen.
Show them, Luce.
Katerina's eyes flared with pride as Luce looked around, suddenly understanding what they expected from her. She'd fled from the divers and somehow wound up at an audition for a role she didn't even want. Luce felt a secret thrill at the thought of how amazed Katerina would be by what she could do with her voice now, and just as quickly stifled it.
Not here, though,
Jo put in worriedly. She bit her hand again, jogging a plastic duckling at her throat.
We'll have to swim far out where everything is completely empty.
No one bothered to ask Luce if she wanted to be queen, of course, or if she had other plans. As the mermaids dipped below the surface of the bay, skimming in a long procession back toward the Golden Gate and the open sea beyond, Luce wondered what she should do. All around her, mermaids streaked and rippled, dimly shining, until the dark water seemed banded by living light. Street lamps like flocks of glowing birds crowded the hills on every side. Whenever Luce surfaced, the droplets on her lashes dazzled her with refracted stars. If they did want her to become their queen, then how could she look for Nausicaa? She didn't need to worry, Luce decided. Even if they were impressed by what she could do, they'd definitely change their minds once they found out what her rules would be. Like Jem, they'd be furious that she didn't want to use her voice as a weapon. But what if they did agree to follow her, even when her ideas went against everything mermaids had always believed? They wouldn't, of course. But what if they did? Remembered voices brushed through Luce's head. That's going to be a lot of dead mermaids who you did nothing for, Jem snarled, and the words interwove with Nausicaa's murmurs. Maybe someday someone will change our story. Maybe you will, Luce. Then the story will be new, even for me. Would Nausicaa want her to do this? Her father called her name just as Dana laughed in sudden delight, her laughter dancing with the midnight water. Luce swished her head to clear it and swam on, coils of Katerina's hair flickering in the corner of her vision. If they agreed, well, Luce glanced around again, and Imani smiled over at her. Then with so many of them working together, maybe she could think of something? Maybe she didn't have to fail these unknown mermaids in the way that she'd failed her old tribe. They slipped below the bridge. Container ships piled high with stained metal boxes were still passing out to sea, even this late at night. The mermaids kept far below the surface, their bodies twisting against the sharply roughening water as they left the bay's shelter. Then they kept on in silence, and Luce felt a brooding sense of ceremony as well as a growing tightness in her stomach. What if those black boats were prowling nearby? What if Luce had inadvertently led all these girls to their deaths? Imani caught her wrist and tugged gently upward. They came up in a surging sea, bright faces scattered like floating lanterns on the waves. On this side of the bridge, the rising hills looked dark and wild, scrawled over by the pale, writhing trunks of cypresses. Luce got the impression that there were even more mermaids now than there had been down under that warehouse. 200? More? No matter what she did, it was probably just a matter of time before the divers discovered them and their refuge in the bay became a trap. After all, the Golden Gate was the bay's only exit, and it was quite narrow. Could the humans close it off somehow and take their time tracking down all the mermaids stuck behind it?
Kat thinks you're a big deal, but you have to understand, this isn't how we do things here. It's going to take a lot to convince us.
Yuan broke off. Luce was already humming very quietly. She closed her eyes to concentrate, to feel the smooth flow of her voice as it began dividing into multiple notes like a stream parting into a dozen bright rivulets. Her body rose and dipped with the waves, and Luce poured herself into the music. Each note became a half-forgotten dream from years before, or the memory of a beloved hand stroking back her hair. She was all alone inside 100 weaving strands of song, each one free and sweet and liquid, each one calling to the water. Then she let the notes rise, twisting skyward. They mounted toward the clouds, leaped, wrapped themselves around spiral curves like the innards of a seashell. Luce's reverie was faintly disturbed by the cries of the mermaids around her. She half opened her eyes, still holding her song in the same complex, swirling suspense. She'd had a fair idea of the form the water would take in response to her song, but the reality was beyond anything she'd expected. Seeing it almost made her break off in astonishment. The ocean around them had become a fountain. The crowd of mermaids was surrounded by rising streams, but the streams didn't shoot straight up like the jets of a fountain in a park. Instead, the water wrapped the midnight air in gleaming ribbons at least 20 feet tall, winding and writhing. Mermaids rotated to sea, bright arms stretched like wings. Some laughed giddily or cried out, some were silent with wonder. Water rose in helixes that curled around one another high over their heads and then turned into looping archways or into sinuous, lethargically falling leaves. It was too much for Luce to sustain for long. Her song collapsed, and the water jets abruptly crashed down. The sea rocked faster with the impact. Splashes radiated in all directions, and the assembled faces were licked by flying blots of foam. Luce felt herself flushing under the heat of hundreds of stares. She'd hurt Katerina so terribly once before by showing off like this, and now she'd made an even bigger display of herself. She wouldn't have blamed anyone there for thinking she was nothing but an embarrassing egomaniac. Now the clatter of falling water was fading. The silence seemed so dense and pressing that Luce half imagined it would be impossible to move until someone spoke.
Luce?
The voice was Katerina's, very soft.
How did you... I know your gift, but that was...
It's not a gift, Kat, Luce murmured defensively. It's just something I taught myself how to do, and other mermaids can learn it too.
That's why the divers want to kill you even more than the rest of us?
Imani whispered. Her eyes were wide and starry, staring around at the drifting whirls of foam. They want to kill me because I smashed their boat, Luce said. She barely registered her own voice. After they murdered everyone in my old tribe, I called a wave that threw their boat into a cliff. There was another lull. Luce shifted uncomfortably, wishing she could leave.
Well,
Katerina was pulling herself together now.
I don't see how anyone could, but is there anyone here who doesn't agree? Luce has to be our queen from now on, even if she did break the Timok.
Something in Luce hardened. Her chest knotted with the urge to resist. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she was sure that what Kat was saying was wrong somehow. A twice-lost queen for the twice-lost mermaids, Yuan mused morosely. And at least she can fight. I guess I agree. That is no one's queen, Dana had once said of Luce. Dana had been in a rage at the time, but hadn't she been right anyway? Kat, Luce said suddenly, I don't agree. Luce! Kat's voice whiplashed through the cool night. No, I mean, I never wanted to be queen, Kat. I always told you that. We've had queens for thousands of years, and everything has to be different now. But if everyone really wants me to, I'll be something else. Luce was quiet for a moment. She was thinking of her father, remembering something he'd said to her years before. Then she'd really been the person Katerina imagined, clean and innocent and honorable, all those things she couldn't possibly be any longer. But still, Katerina moaned impatiently.
"Then what are you, Luce?"
He'd said, "You're my secret weapon, honey. You've got the mind of a great—"
"General,"
Luce announced, looking up. Her mouth suddenly curved into an irrepressible smile, and she didn't feel nearly as embarrassed anymore.
"I am the mermaid's general."
Murmuring spread like a wave through the assembled mermaids. Imani looked dismayed, but Yuan's tail flicked with excitement.
"Because this is war."
"Yes," Luce said softly. "This is war. They're trying to kill all of us." She inhaled hard, doing her best to gather her strength. In a minute, she'd have to start explaining how she wanted to do things. Even if they were impressed by her now, very soon they would regard her as a traitor. The sky above was suffocated by clouds, and darkness dragged at the waves.
"And maybe they will, but we'll take millions of them with us,"
Yuan trilled. Her eyes were shining, her movements quickening like fire.
"Luce, is this really—"
Imani started, and broke off.
"If I'm going to be general, though,"
Luce went on, trying not to think about what would happen next,
"we need new rules. We need a new TMOC, and we're not going to do things the same way we used to. I'm only staying if everyone will follow my—"
Luce couldn't quite make herself say the next word, but Yuan did it for her.
"War is war. We have to be strict about it. Of course we'll follow orders."
"Okay, then." Luce braced herself.
"No killing humans."
A wild clamor of voices broke out, just as Luce had known it would. Katerina's eyebrows shot up, Yuan's mouth gaped as if she was choking, and someone Luce didn't know was shouting,
"She's crazy! She's totally crazy!"
But Imani was smiling to herself in a way that let Luce know this was exactly what she'd wished for. Not everyone was rushing to condemn her. Some of the faces around Luce were enraged, but others looked confused, or curious, or even hopeful.
"No killing? Just when we're starting a war?"
Yuan shrieked indignantly.
"But how?"
"How many thousands of humans have mermaids drowned?" Luce demanded. To her surprise, the pandemonium quieted a little. Was everyone actually prepared to listen to her?
"We've been sinking their ships for centuries now, doing the same thing over and over again, and it hasn't helped anything, or changed anything, or even made us feel any better. It's not like we've protected other girls from being hurt the way we were, because there are new mermaids all the time. All we've done is convince the humans that they have to wipe us out."
"War, Luce."
It was Katerina.
"I know you've said before that you think we shouldn't— humans. I really couldn't take you seriously. But even if you do believe humans deserve to live, well, war is no time to be insisting on this wild idealism."
Luce wondered if Katerina was right, but she didn't care. If leading the twice-lost mermaids meant committing more reckless murders, she knew she wouldn't be able to stand it. "A new kind of war, Kat. We need a way to protect ourselves, and I can teach everyone to control the water the same way I do." Luce desperately hoped she was telling the truth about this, but after all, Dana and Violet had learned. It must be possible.
"But if I do that, I have to know no one will use their power to kill unless they absolutely have to, in self-defense, or if it's the only way to save another mermaid. There can't be any more killing for fun or for revenge."
"This is ridiculous," Yuan snarled.
"You said you'd follow orders,"
Luce snapped back, then had to fight to keep from grinning in surprise at herself. Where had this sudden confidence come from?
"You saw what I can do. I've proved I have the right to be in charge, and if you can't accept that—"
Luce looked around. "Then I'm going. I won't lead this war in any other way." The silence stiffened as Luce waited for Yuan to turn away in contempt, for a clamor of voices to tell her that they didn't need a pathetic freak like her as their leader, and she should just get lost and never come back. It didn't happen. She kept waiting, half eager for the blasting anger that would free her from responsibility for these strangers. But it just didn't come. The crowd of mermaids stayed quiet. Dozens of faces glowed softly, lofting up and down on the foam-streaked waves, and while some of them were biting their lips or grimacing, no one said a word. Luce could hardly believe it.
"Well, Generalissima,"
Katerina purred sarcastically.
"then doing things your way is the only choice we really have, isn't it?"
Luce's first impulse was to feel wounded by the edge in Kat's voice, until she saw how proudly her former queen was looking at her. But there was something else in Kat's gaze as well, a tension, a coiling darkness. "Kat," Luce suddenly felt horribly shy again. "But, I need to know. Does everyone here agree? No more killing people?" She didn't sound anything like a general, Luce thought. She sounded like a nervous child. Luce made an effort to sharpen her tone. "Is there anyone here who isn't willing to follow me on my terms? Raise your hands." A few mermaids fidgeted, their elbows shifting up slightly. Then they glanced around and lowered them. "We need her," a pale stranger said. "She's right. Until she teaches us how to do what she can, it'll be a total disaster if they find us. Right now, we're all basically waiting to die." Of course. That was the only reason most of them were prepared to go along with her bizarre ideas. Luce wondered if she was effectively blackmailing everyone into giving up killing, but she didn't see what else she could do. "Okay," Luce breathed out. "Okay." She couldn't leave now. "Nausicaa, am I finally doing the right thing? Will you find me, since I can't search for you?" "Then we're starting training tonight."
11. Tadpole.
"Good morning, Tadpole."
Sudden light blazed through the tank and its anteroom until the air appeared brass yellow and solid. As Secretary Moreland had expected, there was no answering flick of her blue tail. Not yet, at least.
"Good morning."
He was bellowing into the speaker until feedback throbbed against the glass. She wouldn't sleep through that. Anaïs's voice was among the voices on that recording he'd listened to on an afternoon he chose not to remember, except that he remembered it all the time. They'd piped the same music into her tank a few days ago, for the occasion switching off the mechanism set to shock her in response to those particular frequencies, and she'd casually identified all the singers later. Most of them were among those Anaïs had seen die, but the other possible survivors, Katerina and Dana were the names he recalled, would also be of tremendous personal interest to him if they could ever be captured alive. This creature in the tank was a source of the musical infestation that persisted in his mind. The limpid trill of mermaid song reverberated through his thoughts as insistently as his own identity, as ineradicably as the word I. And even though Anaïs wasn't about to risk singing, he could still feel the presence of her voice, her compressed song whenever he visited her. Blocked and bottled in her throat, it still whined and jarred, fighting to get free. Moreland could practically see it, a kind of mouthy pulse chewing away at nothing just above her clavicle. He could never allow himself to hear her song again, but he could watch the song juddering away inside that pearly neck, and better yet, he could command its owner.
"Now, Tadpole, if too much TV is what's bringing on this lethargy of yours, we can take it away. We can take away whatever is necessary to put some spring back into your step."
He leered to himself at his choice of words.
"Get over here."
As he expected, the sky-blue tail reared up from behind her barricade of cushions and flung off a few sullen drops. The blue of her scales, the blue of the water, interacted strangely with his eyes, scraping them with a distinct electric pain.
Yesterday, Anais.
Blue and gold swished lazily through the water, and he grinned. The tank wasn't so big. In an instant, she was almost at the glass.
Why can't you just let me sleep?
Anais spoke these words in a faintly musical whine, almost musical enough to trigger a shock, Moreland suspected, certainly musical enough to be tantalizing.
If you need to bug me, why can't you do it later?
Even sulking, and not outstandingly bright, Anais was still enchanting. For an instant he lost track of what he was planning to say.
One salient feature of owning you, Moreland observed, is that you talk at my convenience, my dear.
The mermaids' voices continually prodding at his mind had been keeping him from sleeping. Even when he did drop off, the endless song seemed to scrape all the peace out of his body, leaving him hollow and exhausted. It was better to come here and stare through the glass at the root of the problem. His distasteful, transfixing little pet, his vile beauty. Her fins were switching. He'd been around her enough to recognize that as a sign of acute irritation. He smiled.
Tell me something. Do you consider yourself a person, Anais?
She looked confused, and Moreland enjoyed that as well. Sure.
Sure, Mr. Secretary, or sure, sir, Moreland corrected. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? The barest inkling?
She didn't answer that, but her tail was flipping faster. They stared at each other. There was something searing and unnatural about the azure of her eyes, something that was more than just blue.
So you're not more than a person, or less than a person? Moreland pursued after a moment. Just an ordinary girl, after all, despite your many unseemly attributes.
I'm not ordinary.
Anais reared back in offense.
Duh.
More than a person, then?
I guess more.
Anais considered the question with uncharacteristic seriousness.
More. I mean, if I weren't locked up in this stupid place and people could see me, I'd be a huge star. You said that even Luce
has become an internet sensation. She has. Before that video of her got out, only idiots and fanatics could have bought into the idea of mermaids existing. And even now, any self-respecting adult should be convinced that the video is a hoax, but,
Moreland gritted his teeth,
there aren't enough adults out there who deserve that label.
But isn't it real? It looks just like her.
Moreland ignored that.
The problem is the more. That little something extra you tales take on with your transformation. The more is what's making people believe that the video is authentic. Even passive magic is worse, is more disgracefully violent than a bomb. All the mental signals that make up a decent, regular, hard-working life are disrupted. You're left with nothing but noise, buzzing, and whining.
Anais stared, too perplexed for the moment to attempt an answer. He'd never talked to anyone this way before. He was glad no human being could hear him coming off so half-cocked, like some kind of poet. He couldn't stop himself, though.
The same more is what makes your kind subhuman, though. The same more that turns grown men into whimpering fools. Do you know what that video proves, Anais?
For the first time, she looked genuinely frightened. Moreland found it delightful. He glared at her expectantly, his eyes demanding a reply.
What?
Anais whispered at last.
I mean, what does it prove?
What, sir?
Moreland prompted.
What, sir?
Anais muttered. Her tail was thrashing, and she'd backed away from the glass, but she didn't quite have the nerve to swim back behind her cushions, much as he knew she wanted to.
Ah,
Moreland grinned.
The video proves that even if, by some untoward miracle, your kind learn to resist their murderous urges tomorrow, even if the mermaids never sang to a human again, well..."
Anaïs's eyes were wide, another first. She was truly anxious to hear what he had to say. Her golden hair spread out in an enormous, shining web behind her shoulders. Morland waited another few seconds.
"It's not the singing that proves mermaids have to die, Anaïs," he finally crooned. "It's not the evil in all of you, or even the threat you pose to commerce. It's the more. It's what we see in that video, the quality that makes human minds collapse into imbecility. You little abominations don't have to do anything to commit violence. You just have to be your charming selves. You do see my point, don't you, tadpole?"
Just because Luce was stupid enough to let some humans tape her doesn't—
He cut her off.
"It's not just Luce, tadpole. It's all of you. I'd rather," Morland lied, "have both my legs blown off than watch that video again. Do you understand me? It's only my duty to my country that makes me endure, for one instant, the fact that you tales persist on the same planet."
Every word he spoke, it seemed to him, followed the contours of the mermaid's song in his thoughts. Even railing against the mermaids only served to provide their melodies with unexpected lyrics. He wanted his mind back, that was all. His mind intact and determined, unfurrowed by their awful music. But maybe that was impossible. Maybe one day he'd open his mouth in the middle of a speech or an interview on TV, and that hateful song would scroll out in place of language.
"Are you going to kill me?"
Anaïs asked. From her shell-shocked gaze, it was clear that this possibility hadn't occurred to her before.
Secretary Morland, I'm trying so hard to help you. It's not my fault."
Morland amused himself by scowling brutally at her. She cowered. Even if Anaïs and the others could be restored to human form, wouldn't they still be tainted to the core? The possibility might be worth pursuing, though, if only for strategic reasons. After a moment he relented, reversing his scowl into a broad, affectionate smile.
"Of course we won't kill you, tadpole. You've become very special to everyone in the know. We practically consider you a mascot."
Anaïs turned her smile back on, but her eyes still looked worried.
"You haven't killed her yet?"
Anaïs's question, reverberating from the speakers, came as an unwelcome disturbance.
"Luce?"
"We'll get her soon enough," Morland snapped. "It's a long coast, tadpole. Doing electromagnetic surveys of the whole damn thing, identifying likely caves. It's not quick, and it's not cheap. It's work."
"You mean you don't even know where she is?"
Her voice was almost pitiful. Captivity, it struck Morland, was starting to wear on her.
"We'll find your little friend soon,"
Morland sighed. In fact, there'd been no sign of Lucette Korchak since she'd interrupted that raid 15 days before, killing another operative in the process, and taking that tribe's last surviving mermaid away with her. It rankled him to think that she might slip past the Mexican border and escape from him for good. He was starting to get tired. Anaïs drifted in place with the water breaking against her lower lip. Sorrow only made her imperious beauty more potent, her azure eyes more haunting. Morland regarded it as an improvement. Even more intriguing was his impression that grief came as a surprise to her, as if she had never considered the possibility of such an emotion before. Experiencing this much emotion had come as a surprise to him, too, in fact. A very disconcerting one. Maybe he could sleep. Maybe his sleep would even be restful for once, and the endless song would stop scraping at him like a bow against a violin. He straightened himself to go.
"Good night, tadpole."
"You told me it was morning."
Why, Anais, Moreland scolded. It's whatever time I say it is.
In a cave not far from Monterey, a man in a sleek black diving suit knelt in crimson water. His arms were wrapped around the body of what appeared to be a girl about 9 years old. Only the faintly, light-slicked, greenish cast of her skin showed that she had ever been anything else. Her head tipped back onto the diver's shoulder, her bloodless lips hung open, and her wet, caramel-brown hair clung to his suit. Against orders, the diver unfastened his helmet and knocked it off. Bloody water splattered as the helmet thudded down not far from the man's spear gun. It exposed the face of a wiry young man with sharp cheekbones, a bony nose, and drooping eyes.
"Replace your hood immediately, Sergeant. We're not through here."
The sergeant didn't so much as look up. Instead, he began fumbling with his gloves. His hurry made his movements awkward, and the girl's limp body got in his way, but eventually he managed to free his right hand and slide his fingers onto the side of her neck, just under the jaw. He kept moving his fingers, pressing in different spots, long after it should have been obvious that he wasn't going to find a pulse. His hand felt numb against the girl's chilled throat.
"Sergeant Waller!"
His major's voice came out of his helmet in an electrical whine.
"You know the procedure." "She looks just like Sophie," Sergeant Waller moaned. "Just like before she—"
Of course, none of his comrades could hear him now that his helmet was clanking against the rocks, but he didn't think about that. It was only the microphones built into each helmet that allowed the team members to communicate with one another. Without considering what he was doing, he pulled the girl closer and kissed her lightly on the forehead.
"You'd kiss a dead rattlesnake, too?"
the major complained. A trace of sympathy buzzed behind the static.
"These bitches just look like girls. Just picture all the innocent people that damned tail has killed, and I guarantee you won't feel sorry for her." "Looks like Waller's another waste case," someone drawled. "Probably time to put him down as non-viable, Major."
Waller heard the words, but they seemed abstract and senseless compared to the girl's cold cheeks and glossy eyelids. He kept kneading her throat. Maybe it was just the lack of sensation in his fingers that kept him from finding a heartbeat. The major sighed. His helmet changed the sound into a kind of gusty whistle. "Even dead, these tales keep doing a number on us." Waller only knew that he wasn't going to leave her. The Operation Odysseus teams made a practice of abandoning almost all of the bodies in the caves, only occasionally bringing back one for dissection. After all, leaving them was a lot easier than trying to explain them. Maybe, just maybe, she'd eventually revive. Waller didn't let himself look at the wound in the girl's chest. Vaguely, he told himself that it would only distract him from more important things. He'd be there when she woke up, if he could just get her somewhere warmer. The major nodded to his men. In a few seconds, Waller's arms were jerked back and the cuffs snapped shut around his wrists. The dead girl slumped into the water as he thrashed, her face shifting down behind thickening veils of red. "Get his helmet on him," the major ordered. "Gonna have to drag him out of here." The drawling man kicked at a submerged form. "This one ain't turned back yet," he observed, trying to puncture the darkening mood. "Sushi, anyone?" No one laughed. 12. Slight Miracles. Everyone had gone back to their home under the warehouse to sleep, all except for Luce and the 15 mermaids who'd once been queens of their own tribes. Luce wasn't surprised to find that included Yuan and Imani, since they'd both acted so confident, but there were other mermaids gathered in front of her who didn't seem like the type. Bex, who had a scattered, disturbing energy around her, and Graciella, who seemed too withdrawn and otherworldly. They gazed at Luce expectantly, and she cringed a little. She'd promised them that they would be able to master the water, but for all she knew that might be a lie.
Once all of you get the hang of it, Luce announced, trying to make herself believe it, then we'll divide everyone else up and the queens will each be in charge of training a group. That made sense, didn't it? Wasn't that exactly how a real leader would do things? Luce closed her eyes for a second, remembering how well Dana had learned to control the water without Luce helping her at all, well enough to turn her power against Luce in her fury.
Luce, are you okay?
Imani was looking at her with worried dark eyes. Luce tried to look calm and composed, but she could tell that she wasn't doing a very good job. I'm sorry, Imani. I was just thinking about something else. Luce glanced around for Katerina, but she was suddenly keeping her distance, her eyes lowered sullenly. In her joy at finding her old queen again, Luce had temporarily forgotten how difficult and unpredictable Kat could be. Even now, when Luce obviously needed her support, why couldn't Kat stop making everything so complicated? Luce deliberately turned away from Katerina before she got too upset. Letting herself feel hurt and broken really wasn't an option now, not with everyone waiting to see what she would do. Let's get started. I'll begin by singing just one note, enough to call up a really small wave, and I'll hold it. Then, when you're ready, I'd like everyone to try to match my voice. Take your time and try to... Luce thought about how to describe it. Try to let your voice kind of spread out on the water, like you're touching someone you love. Once you can almost feel the water responding to you, just pull back a little bit. Putting her secret experience into words that way made it sound half crazy, even to her. Luce broke off in embarrassment. But Yuan's eyes were bright with fascination, Graciela was trembling like a plucked string, and Imani was beaming as if she had just caught a star on her tongue. Does that make sense? Luce asked. How was she supposed to be a general when she couldn't even overcome her own shyness?
It makes sense, Imani said. Her voice curled like something alive, and Luce suddenly felt certain that, how had Nausicaa put it? That the water would understand Imani at least. It makes sense the way all miracles make sense.
The hills hovered like shadows at the edge of the sky, while cars flowed like a river of diamonds along the Golden Gate Bridge in the distance. Around them the Pacific rocked, its stone dark waves always beckoning them on to nowhere at all, while above the night was blinded by clouds. Like Imani said, it was miraculous. Luce realized how much she'd forgotten to notice ever since. She half closed her eyes, the distant lights blurring in her lashes, and tried to take her own advice. She let out one single soft note, like a palm cupping the water's cheek, like a patiently caressing hand. For several moments, she didn't try to control the water at all, only to feel it, and to feel it feeling her. Until each molecule touched by her voice became a nerve or a thought or a moment of realization. Luce's arms were wrapped around her chest. She caressed the ocean's skin only with her song, and soon she shared its sensations. The water woke with a tactile vibration just the way Luce's own skin had once woken under the touch of a boy whom she couldn't bear to remember. This was a kind of love, Luce thought, as her song fanned slowly outward. The water would do almost anything for her, because they loved each other. Other voices were gathering under hers. Luce knew that she should pay attention to how everyone else was doing. She just couldn't, not right now. There was a kind of sighing pressure inside her, a feeling she had no name for rose in her chest. Her voice began to lift very slowly, and a slender wing of sea followed it. It gleamed and circled and finally broke free of the surface. Wherever she was, Luce thought, she was home, as long as the ocean kept her in its heart this way. She felt ready to look around now. As she'd expected, Imani had raised a wave, thin and slight and curling like a question mark, and Bex was making flat little waves jump and fall in sudden spurts, but some of the others were having trouble. Luce took a moment to concentrate on Katerina's voice. Kat was singing one high note very beautifully, but Luce got the sense that she wasn't really trying to beckon the water at all. But the fact that Bex and Imani were making progress at least proved that it was possible. A skinny blonde in the back, whose name Luce couldn't remember, suddenly lifted a knife-shaped wave, then let out a little scream of surprise that sent it splashing down again. Luce smiled to herself. It reminded her of the first time she'd seen the water answer her, when she'd refused to believe what was happening. Luce let her own note fade away. The others should keep on without her for a while. Instead, she focused on listening. Yuan's timbre was a little off. Her voice had a rough magic that Luce didn't think the sea would respond to. They could work on that, though. Graciela was not paying attention to anything outside her own mind, but her tone was lovely, and Luce realized that the sea was answering her, only with a kind of fitful stirring instead of an assent. And Katerina. Luce was suddenly sure that Katerina was deliberately singing in the wrong way. She couldn't begin to guess why, though. Maybe Kat was angry about Luce's rule against killing? Fine, then. Kat had wanted Luce to become their leader, and if she was going to sulk about it now, Luce wouldn't try to stop her. Luce swam over to Yuan and started singing very faintly, her voice sliding under Yuan's and lightly, slowly, smoothing out the harshness in her tone. In a few minutes, Yuan's voice conjured up a tiny, prancing jet, and Luce moved on. She sang with each of them, her voice luring their voices after hers, until the dark sky behind the hills graded to a murky violet. The clouds were barely parting, and frills of electric blue sky showed between them. She hadn't been crazy at all, Luce thought with relief. She wasn't a liar. Everyone there had managed to call up at least a small wave. Everyone except for Kat, anyway, who was too stubborn to make a serious attempt. The singing faded, but no one spoke. The first hints of dawn seemed to hold the silent mermaids together in a sense of soft exhilaration. Blue glow touched them all, and with it came a shared awareness of marvelous possibility. Luce heard Imani's laughter, amazed and tremulous, and noticed in surprise that Yuan's cheeks glittered with sudden tears. Inexplicably, Katerina swam over and hugged Luce hard, almost as if she needed to protect her from something. The only thing that made the moment less than completely perfect, Luce thought, was that Nausicaa wasn't there with her.
Luce,
Katerina murmured. It was just after dawn, and beams of golden light streaked across the dimness under the empty factory. The pilings looked like a forest. Rats skittered on the planks above, but apart from that, everything seemed so peaceful. Luce had just been drifting off in Katerina's hammock of shredded nylons, scraps of silk, wire, and string, but she jolted awake at the sound of her name. "Can't you sleep, Kat?" She tried to keep the annoyance out of her tone. Maybe Kat had some good reason for how strangely she'd been acting.
"Teaching everyone to do what you can do. Luce, have you thought about what that could mean?"
Katerina's cool shoulder pressed against Luce's cheek. It was so much like the way things had been over a year before when Kat was Luce's queen and her friend, and when Luce had still believed that Katerina had murdered her father. "It'll just mean we'll all stand a chance if the humans ever find us here," Luce said. She felt sleep brushing up inside her mind again, coaxing her to fall.
"Oh, Luce,"
Katerina whispered. Her voice was a low, airy moan.
"You're so trusting, even after everything you've gone through. You can't imagine how much darkness and treachery there is in almost everyone. If everyone can control the water, if everyone can fight, they won't need you anymore. And if someone ever manages to surpass you..."
Drowsily, Luce began to realize what Kat was getting at.
I don't care if somebody else takes over as general, though, Luce murmured back. I just had to do something so everyone here doesn't end up...
She didn't need to finish the sentence. Like the girls from our tribe, like dozens of other mermaids we don't even know.
I've ruined so many things, Kat. Yuan, I don't think she's right that the rest of us are soiled, but I know I am. If I'd only listened...
To Nausicaa, Luce thought.
To you, Kat, I probably could have saved at least some of them. I can't let that happen again.
Even though if someone else takes control, that will be the end of your little prohibition on killing humans, Lucette?
Katerina snipped. Luce was suddenly much more awake. Of course, Katerina must be right about that. Luce felt the hammock starting to sway, and only then realized that her tail was flicking.
Though that isn't really what worries me. Even for you, Luce, it seems absurdly naive to insist on defending those creatures now.
The humans need to see that they don't have to kill us, Kat.
Luce knew what she felt, but her feelings seemed too big and too awkward to fit into words.
I think maybe if we prove to them that we can change, then we can persuade them to change too.
That was part of what she wanted to say, Luce thought, but there was more to it. It was about more than just mermaids and humans and how they just couldn't seem to stop hating each other. The whole world was in danger. The sea was stained with death. Katerina's mouth twisted as if what Luce was saying was too ludicrous even to deserve a response.
Luce, you've announced to everyone that you won't let humans be killed, that you won't even show anyone how to protect herself if that means humans will be endangered. And you've said it just when the evil of those, I don't even want to call them animals, when their vileness is clearer than it's ever been.
Kat's voice was rising, and her gleaming hair swirled against Luce's face. Luce glanced around anxiously, sure that other mermaids would overhear.
If the mermaids here don't need you anymore,
then I can look for Nausicaa, Luce thought, but she decided not to say that. She couldn't have explained why she felt so strange all of a sudden, thinned out into tissue, as if her muscles were airy scraps on the verge of shredding.
I don't think we should worry about that, Kat.
Luce!
Now Luce struggled to keep her voice down.
Kat, it's so hard already. We have to get everyone trained before the humans find us, but really they could find us any time. There's no way to know. Those boats could be here tonight, and there has to be some way to stop the war, but I don't know how to do it.
If she started crying now, Luce thought, the tears would take over. They'd break through her skin like watery bullets, and she would drown in something deeper than any sea.
Luce, my Lucette, please.
Katerina's fingers smoothed through Luce's hair.
Just do one thing for me.
Luce just stared at her, trying to get her feelings under control again. Kat's moon-gray eyes were very close. Kat bent until her mouth was almost touching Luce's ear.
Just don't teach them everything you know, Lucette. Hold enough back so that you're always the strongest one. Don't let yourself be outnumbered by mermaids with the same powers you have. That way...
Kat,
Luce said breathlessly,
you know I can't do that.
Luce, would you listen to me for once?
I can't. We need everyone to be as powerful as they possibly can. We need to do something.
Hiding from the humans was only a temporary measure at best, Luce knew. Wearily, she gazed across the dawn-streaked bay. In the distance, cars were already beetling steadily along the Bay Bridge, carrying early-morning commuters to their jobs. Luce realized now why she felt so tired and so close to shattering. There was an answer to the problem, but it kept slipping away just below the surface of her mind and eluding her. She was maddened by frustration and also simply exhausted.
Luce,
Katerina whispered.
We can't stop them from destroying us. Not if they find out we're here. They'll send thousands of their soldiers, or they'll drop bombs in the water.
We'll find a way. I promise we will.
Have you ever seen humans fishing with dynamite, Luce? The men in my town did that when I was a child.
Luce groaned with weariness and threw her hands over her face. She knew Katerina was still staring at her from only inches away.
Then I'll have to think in all the ways you refuse to, I suppose, Katerina whispered. I'll have to protect you from anyone here who might not be as loyal to you as I am. And I wonder if I'll also have to protect them from you.
Luce woke sometime in the afternoon. Katerina was still fast asleep, her gleaming copper hair fanning across Luce's shoulder, soft as the rising breeze. Luce slipped very gradually from the hammock, holding it steady as she dropped into the bay. Not far away, Imani lay asleep in a net made entirely of finely knotted scraps of white plastic decorated with dozens of milk-white shells, bits of lace, and broken teacups where pink roses glowed. Her storm-blue tail swayed just below the surface, winking with neon shimmer, and that white lace scarf she'd found somewhere was slipping off her short afro. Most of the hammocks seemed to be empty, though, and Luce wondered where everyone had gone. Here and there among the trunks, Luce glimpsed a silhouette. Mermaids hovered quietly, staring across the sunlit water. White mist filmed the bay, and the hills were so faded they looked like clouds. At the very edge of their refuge, Luce saw a sweep of glossy dark hair, then a golden face turned in profile. Luce skimmed over to her. "Hey, Yuan."
Oh.
Yuan glanced over at her, tense and sad. She was leaning against a piling, one arm and her tail curled around it.
Hey, Luce.
All Yuan's cynicism and prickliness seemed to have melted in the afternoon's pearly light. Luce almost decided to swim away. It seemed like Yuan might prefer to be alone with her thoughts. Instead, she lingered, watching that golden face and wondering what was behind it. "Are you okay?" Yuan hesitated.
"Same as ever."
She didn't smile.
"Okay and not okay. Whenever I stop moving, there's exactly one thing I can think about. Always."
Luce thought Yuan must be talking about her father again. The memory of that dreadful story still rattled painfully in Luce's mind, and she didn't really feel like hearing more of it. But somehow she waited quietly, and Yuan kept watching her.
"You must too, right?" Yuan asked at last. "When you wind up thrashing around in the water, you think, well, that's the biggest change you're ever going to go through in your life. You think you're finished with changes, and it's all going to be cool from then on. But then when the real change hits, it's so much bigger than getting stuck with some stupid tale. The real change, no one can see it, but after that you're destroyed on the inside. You don't deserve to be a mermaid anymore, and you can't go back to being human either. I keep wishing I could have just not done it."
Yuan's words came like quick, despairing jabs. Luce wasn't sure what to think.
"The real change? You mean..." "I mean when I saved that girl."
Oddly, Yuan lifted her hand and stared into the palm as if it were a mirror.
"I didn't even try to hide it, Luce. Can you believe that? I saved her right in front of my tribe, like, hell with all of you. They were too shocked to try to stop me or anything, but the whole time I was dragging that lousy human through the water. I hated what I was doing. I hated that I couldn't stop myself."
Luce didn't know what surprised her the most, that it was a girl Yuan had saved, or that rescuing someone had wounded her so terribly.
"Do you know why you did it?" Luce asked softly.
"There must have been, was there a reason why you chose her?"
"A completely pathetic reason."
Yuan shook her head in impatience.
"She looked like my best friend from before. I knew it couldn't be her, like this girl wasn't even old enough, but I couldn't stop myself from acting like it was her anyway. Luce thought she was about to say the wrong thing, but somehow she'd stopped being able to keep her feelings secret. Yuan, it was her. Yuan smiled ruefully. I knew you were crazy. No, I mean, that girl you saved, she probably meant as much to someone else as your friend meant to you, right? So it was the same as if you'd saved your friend, only for whoever cared about that girl. You kept somebody's heart from getting broken. Luce stopped, surprised by the thoughts racing through her mind. That girl was starred by love just like your friend. The love is the same, so it doesn't matter who's feeling it. Maybe she could have said something that weird to Nausicaa, but not to anyone else. Yuan made a face. You almost sound like you think humans are the same as us, like what they feel counts the same way. Luce didn't answer that. Her thoughts were still with the girl Yuan had saved. She could almost see her hair trailing through the water, her face thrown back toward the sky. Did you see her again? The girl? Yuan looked shocked. Of course not. Making friends with some human? What do you take me for? Luce didn't say anything, but her expression gave her away, and Yuan's cheeks flushed. Sorry. If you did, after everything I've done in my life, I guess I couldn't blame you for... Luce's face was blazing, and she looked away. Can we please not talk about it? Yuan hesitated. You said it was a boy, right? The human you broke the T-Mock for? It was a boy. Luce agreed stiffly. Yuan, I really need to talk to you about something else, okay? I wanted to ask you a favor. From the corner of her eye, Luce couldn't help noticing how fixed and curious Yuan's gaze looked. She wasn't going to stop wondering about Luce's past. What favor? Well, you said there are a lot of other mermaids living around the bay. It's not just the girls here, right? Luce made herself look back at Yuan, though hot veils of shame still seemed to press on her face. Tons. A few actually came out last night when you were singing, didn't you notice? And somebody was telling me that a whole new tribe just turned up this morning, like somebody came and warned them, but they didn't know where else to go. Luce felt a surge of gratitude at the thought that they'd been warned by Jem, still struggling to save as many mermaids as she could. I wanted to ask if you would go talk to them, to the other mermaids around the bay. Luce hesitated. It seemed so presumptuous. Ask them if they'd like to join us for training tonight. You mean if they'll promise not to kill humans in exchange for learning what you can do? Yuan thought about it. You even want me to ask the crazy ones? If that's okay with you. I mean, Luce tried to shake off her embarrassment. I think we're going to need as many mermaids working with us as we can get, if we're really going to stop the humans. So you're not just talking about teaching everyone. You're talking about asking them to really join us. Yeah. Luce considered the question, then straightened herself. Please tell them that General Luce is inviting them to join the twice-lost army. 13. Kathleen.
Hi, Andrew Korchak said as the door swung open. He'd arrived at a small, white, extremely pretty house, its yard a jumble of vivid flowers and its windows set with panes of stained glass. He couldn't help feeling out of place there. I'm Andrew. We talked on the phone?
Of course, very glad to meet you.
The woman stepping back to welcome him in was also small and pretty, with light brown hair in a ponytail and soft blue eyes.
I'm Kathleen, and this is Nick.
Andrew shook hands with her, and then, a bit less comfortably, with her angular, balding husband. I really appreciate you both agreeing to see me about this. I don't mean to impose.
Of course not. After what you told us, we wanted this meeting just as... Well, I'm sure not as much as you, I don't mean...
but it feels very important to us also. Kathleen was leading the way down a broad hall lined in books, with small twisty tables displaying collections of seashells. Andrew couldn't help thinking how the sight of all those books would thrill Luce if she were here with him. You can imagine we've received some pretty peculiar messages since we posted that video, but yours, I knew right away that it was something different.
I know I must sound like a nut, Andrew said defensively. I've got the photos right here. I'm sure you want to see for yourselves that this is for real.
They walked into a kitchen where, to Andrew's surprise, a large wooden table was set with plates and glasses, a salad and cheese and fruit. The warm, yeasty smell of fresh bread mixed with the scent of roses gusting through the window. Heavy lilacs swooped from a vase.
Oh, I didn't mean for you to go to all this trouble.
He wasn't sure what to say. He'd been hitchhiking for days, not eating much, and it was all he could do not to lunge for the food.
I'm real grateful.
Our pleasure, Nick said behind him, a little primly maybe, but it didn't sound hostile.
But I would like to see those photos, Andrew, when you get a chance.
He was already pulling the pictures out of an inside pocket, spreading them out to show his hosts. What would he do if they decided it was all a lie?
This one, you maybe can't see so good, but it's the same girl. She was only 3 there, with her mother. But this one right here...
Kathleen had turned greenish-white, and she teetered a little. Nick moved to put his arm around her.
Oh, Nick. Oh my God, it's her.
The words came out in a long moan.
It's certainly, if that's not the same face we saw, there's an impressive resemblance at least.
It's her. It's even the same expression that she had when she looked at me. You could see in her eyes that she'd been through things that no one should ever have to.
Kathleen's voice was breaking, and she bit her lower lip.
It's my Lucette. It's the same girl who y'all filmed out in the water. And there's some terrible things happening, and I didn't do enough to protect her before, but now...
He broke off when his view of the sunny room started rippling in the tears filling his eyes. He was longing to tell Kathleen everything, but he didn't feel as confident about trusting her husband. Wordlessly, Nick pulled out a chair for him, and he slumped down. Kathleen dealt with her emotion by swinging into energetic movement, bustling to fetch a bread knife and ice and a pitcher of lemonade. Andrew watched her dart around the kitchen in her jeans and pale blouse, her ponytail lashing. This was how he should have brought Luce up, in a house just like this one. He pictured Alyssa's dark hair tumbling as she bent to lift bread from the oven.
So, Nick said, and Andrew jumped at the sound of his voice. Assuming you are both correct about the identity of the mermaid we saw, and I have to say I think that's a huge assumption for all of us to make, there's still a question I'd like answered, if you could.
Kathleen smacked the cutting board down hard enough to make the silverware rattle and thumped the bread on top. Would you please not condescend to me? It's not an assumption. Nick smiled over at him in a way Andrew found vaguely irritating, as if he'd be sure to agree that Kathleen was just one of those high-strung women who have to be humored.
All right, darling, let's say that the mermaid's identity is an irrefutable fact. She is Lucette, and the Earth orbits the sun. It still leaves us with one unavoidable question, doesn't it?
Kathleen was slicing bread more vigorously than seemed strictly necessary.
Why was it a mermaid we saw and not a teenage girl in a swimsuit? Do you think that's something you could resolve for us, Andrew?
When you wouldn't even admit that we'd seen a mermaid at all until we watched our own video 10 times, I don't think you get to lay claim to some kind of higher rationality. Kathleen fumed. She slathered butter on a hunk of bread and flung it on Andrew's plate in a way that made him grin uncontrollably.
It's okay, Andrew said softly. I can answer. But it means getting into kind of a long story, and a lot of it, It might be hard for me to say, or for you to believe, really. I'll do my best, though.
Please, Kathleen said. I haven't been able to stop thinking about her. Whatever you can tell me, it would mean so much. Right now, all we know is what Chrissy told us.
Chrissy?
The neighbor's little girl. You can see her in the video, too. She said she talked to the mermaid under the dock and brought her some food, and that the mermaid was very nice and told Chrissy not to trust magic things, and that she'd been bit by a squid.
And you believe every word Chrissy said because 7-year-old children never invent stories like that?
Nick asked. Kathleen looked like she was on the verge of an outburst, and Andrew tried to deflect it.
That rip in Lucette's ear must have been a pretty big squid.
Oh, Kathleen sounded distracted. Maybe one of the Humboldts. They've been showing up here recently. Andrew, I'm sorry, you were about to tell us about you and Lucette.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I wasn't around when she changed, but she told me about it later.
Andrew barely remembered to eat as he told the story, trying to keep it as short as possible. He left out some things, like how he'd made his living during their years on the road. He didn't want his hosts to start worrying that their credit cards would disappear. But he tried to be honest about the rest of it, how Alyssa had died as a result of their rambling life, how he'd finally moved to Alaska to give Luce some stability, then how his fishing boat was destroyed in a storm not long afterward, drowning almost everyone on board. How he wound up marooned on an island in the middle of the Bering Sea, leaving Luce alone with her alcoholic uncle. He tried to stay focused on Kathleen, but he couldn't help noticing the incredulity twisting through Nick's face. He decided to limit his explanation of how he'd survived on that island to the parts that wouldn't sound too crazy, like relying on the geothermal springs for warmth in the winter and hunting seals. Even so, the story sounded dreamy, fantastical, and he hadn't even gotten to the part where his daughter showed up, but transformed into a mermaid. Andrew heard Nick's chair scrape back and turned to look as the other man stood up.
This is all very interesting, but there's a lot of yard work I still have to get done today.
Nick, Kathleen objected, this is important. It's important to me to understand as much as possible, and I really think you need to hear this too.
The only reason I agreed to go through with this was that I was hoping you'd find some closure, Kath.
Nick's knees were trembling, and his voice grew sharper with every word.
I'm waiting for you to put this senseless episode behind you and stop dreaming. And now this man comes in here and starts spinning these fairy tales, and I have to watch you sitting there and swallowing every preposterous word without the slightest sign of critical reflection.
Andrew couldn't resist defending himself.
A lot of what I've said you can double-check that it's true, that the high and mighty vanished, and I was on it, and that I was presumed dead along with everybody else. All that's public record. You can check.
Andrew's voice trailed away.
Not interested, Nick growled. Kath, come get me when you're done here.
You're not interested because you don't want to know the truth, Kathleen snapped. Then she turned pointedly away from her husband, her lips compressed. Andrew, I'm so sorry about the interruption. You were saying?
I'm thinking maybe I should leave,
Andrew asked. Only if you want to leave me seeing her in my mind all the time and wondering, Kathleen said. The sense that I'm really connected to my regular life, I guess. It feels broken. Once you know that something so extraordinary is that close. Nick stalked out of the kitchen and through a back hallway. They heard a door slam.
I'm real sorry, Andrew said. I didn't mean to start any kind of trouble for you.
You didn't, Kathleen breathed. The trouble was there already. Nick wants to believe that it's all because of your daughter, but really... Andrew didn't feel particularly sorry at the news that Kathleen's marriage was troubled, and then noticed how not sorry he was. Anyway, Kathleen went on, please tell me your story. Andrew did,
How Luce had found him, and how he'd refused for months to believe that the mermaid in the water was really his daughter and not some kind of delusion. Then, once he'd accepted it, what Luce had told him about the reasons for her change. Kathleen listened intently. So, is she the only one? Or is this transformation through trauma something that happens to... Kathleen's eyes went wide. Oh no.
She's not the only one, Andrew said quietly. We had a run-in with a pack of them later who seemed pretty pissed about Luce rescuing me. I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing it's the same for all of them. Girls who people think are runaways or whatever, lots of them are actually out there in the ocean.
They both stopped talking for a moment. There was no view of the sea from the kitchen, but it was close enough that they could hear very faintly the rumble of the waves.
Kathleen, Andrew said, sorry, but it gets worse. A lot worse.
She looked up, eyes starry with tears. For a second he wondered how old she was. She was lithe and youthful, but from the lines around her eyes, Andrew thought she might be 40 or so, about his age now. Tell me.
Well, I had a visit from this FBI guy, and he told me that tribes of mermaids are out there killing people, like bringing ships down somehow. I think I got a taste of how they do it myself, actually.
Andrew didn't mention that the momentary swirl of mermaid song he'd heard still went on coiling endlessly through his mind, even in his sleep. He found it both disturbing and oddly comforting. They kill. Kathleen was staring out the window. Her voice sounded as if it were journeying across strange expanses on its way to that peaceful kitchen.
And now our government's out there killing them right back. The guy told me straight out they'd fired spear guns at Luce, back before you saw her.
But she was so sweet to Chrissy, and I swear the way she looked at us, there was no malice in her face, Andrew. I'm sure she never killed anyone.
I'm not sure, Andrew admitted. Not 100%. But she saved me. And that guy said something about her saving somebody else, too. The deal can't be so simple that just slaughtering all the mermaids is the only choice.
And then anyone who has a missing daughter or a sister, they'll lose their chance of finding them again forever. Her sister, Andrew thought. He couldn't have explained why, but he was suddenly completely certain. Her sister's out there in that damned cold nothingness. That's why she's taking this so hard.
Luce said they never get any older than they were the day they changed,
Andrew said, as if he were answering a question.
So even if somebody went that way a long time ago, she'd still be real young. Kathleen, I know you've done a lot already by talking to me, by even believing me.
I haven't done anything for you. You're the one who's helping me.
I got a huge favor to ask.
Kathleen only looked at him. There was no questioning in her eyes, only misery. He wished he could hold her. Andrew knew he was about to get Ben Ellison in serious trouble. The FBI agent would probably lose his job over this. Sorry, Ben. Sorry. Maybe he would understand there was no other choice, though, not when Luce's life was at stake.
I was wondering if maybe you'd be willing to put out another video.
The black boat slid among the network of tiny wild islands and narrow channels north of Seattle. The sky was the morose steel blue of a thickly overcast dawn. The divers had been up all night hunting, sounding out prospective mermaid lairs that had shown up on the scans. More and more often now, the caves they checked proved to be empty, though some of them had suspicious signs of habitation, piles of empty shells or trinkets dangling from the rocks. Mermaids were obviously getting away from them, but there were no hints to where they'd all gone. It was somebody's fault, clearly, and somebody was going to have to take the blame. The government operatives had managed to decrease radically the incidence of shipwrecks along the west coast, but if the sinkings started up again as soon as their backs were turned, it was sure going to look like they were a bunch of incompetents.
There's one.
The Major was peering through high-powered binoculars, and he'd caught a distant but distinct glimpse of coppery fins. Not far from the mermaid, there was an abrupt jag in the coast that seemed to indicate a promising cove.
About time. We'll try to come up on her nice and gradually, see if there are more of them with her.
Some of the men thought that was stupid. They'd realized by now that the damned tails could stay under for at least half an hour, sometimes much longer. They were incredibly fast swimmers, too. No human diver was a match for them. Their only real options were to take mermaids by surprise or else corner them. In this tangle of islands, it would be absurdly easy to lose sight of their quarry.
"With all due respect, sir," a high-pitched voice objected, "she'll dive. We should speed up and nab her before she sees us."
"She hasn't seen us," the Major said confidently. "God damn, she's playing. And wait, it looks like there are at least 2 of them. Slow approach, like I said, and stay right up against the rocks. We're about to hit pay dirt, man."
Even without binoculars, they could all see the tiny figure leaping high above the waves now, her long tail breaching as she spun in mid-air. She was probably brown-skinned, and her copper scales gave off flashes of ruby shine, even in the morning dusk. After she splashed down, a second figure leaped, smaller and paler, her tail a light smoky blue. They appeared to be taking turns seeing how high they could go, completely oblivious of the danger creeping toward them. They looked so carefree, so joyful and innocent. The only antidote to feelings of tenderness for these creatures was, the Major reminded himself, a carefully cultivated loathing. The boat slithered closer, its darkness blending with the slick black shoreline. It almost seemed like all the stealth wasn't necessary, though. Whenever the mermaids surfaced, they were always facing the other way. If it was indeed the case that some of the mermaids who'd escaped had been warning the rest of them, the news obviously hadn't reached these 2. There was the flash of a third tail, a purple one, a little way to one side. Probably there was a whole tribe of them lounging right around that bend in the shore. The Major started calculating. If they shot a bunch of mermaids out in the water, they'd have to be extremely careful not to be seen by anyone at any stage of the procedure. The operation was still dead secret, and there would be the hassle of hiding the bodies, though one of those empty caves they'd found ought to do the job. The copper-tailed one flung herself skyward again and pirouetted in space, coming down with an enormous splash. The boat was only 50 yards away now, and still the mermaids seemed utterly thoughtless, as naive as the children they decidedly weren't. In a few more seconds he'd give the order to gun the silent engines, rush the mermaids, and attack. Bluetail somersaulted, then dipped below the water. It would be best to charge at a moment when all 3 heads were above the surface, shoot them all simultaneously before they had a chance to realize what was happening. As if on cue, all 3 heads appeared close together, their shoulders gleaming in the dull blue light. They appeared to be talking, maybe laughing at something, though of course the Major's helmet kept him from hearing anything outside the network of microphones and speakers that linked him to his men. He shook his head and smiled grimly. It was almost ludicrous how reckless these mermaids were being. If he didn't know better, the Major might have thought they wanted to get caught. Maybe they did. Maybe their guilt drove them to it. The men had their spear guns up, ready to fire. Geffen looked back at him from the cabin, waiting for the signal. He nodded brusquely at the pilot, and the boat accelerated in perfect silence, hurtling almost to the spot where the mermaids laughed. When he looked back at the low, dim waves, there was nothing. No, that was one of them. Or no, it was only a seal. The boat was still ebbing forward a bit from the momentum. On all sides there was only the stone-colored roll of the water, dancing trails of shadow, blackish scrolls that seemed to be hair, until he focused his gaze on them, and they turned back into weeds. All he could hear was the electrical hum of his helmet and the layered rhythms of his men's exhalations against their built-in microphones. He usually tuned out the noise of their breathing, but somehow it was more intrusive now, as if it might be louder and quicker than he was used to. As if the world started spinning, slowly at first, like a merry-go-round, just getting underway. All the Major could think for a moment was that he must be hallucinating. The dim blue world swept ragged trees across his vision as if it wanted to brush his eyes out of his head. Then, tarnished water. Trees again, a diving cormorant, a sense of infinite distance. "Major?" He snapped back to the sight of his men stumbling or pressed up against the boat's sides. The helmets hid everything but their worried, disoriented eyes. They were rotating at shocking speed now, each view of trees no more than a whiplash of passing darkness. Even worse, a mysterious circular blue wall seemed to be rising around them. It was either that or...
"Get us out of here." "I can't, Major. We're in a funnel. Gun the goddamn engines and get us out."
He found himself staggering back and crashing down on top of one of his fallen men. His stomach lurched and speed hammered at his head. The centrifugal force was now so great that it was a struggle to shift his leg a few inches to one side. Through the cabin's open door, he saw Geffen's body swinging in mid-air as he tried to keep his grip on the wheel. Then the pilot lost his hold and smashed screaming into the wall. His wasn't the only voice. The screams were all amplified by the helmets, throbbing into an intolerable, collective yowl. It had to be Luce. She was the only one of those damn tails who could do something like this. She'd used the others as bait and lured the boat there. Beyond the boat, there was nothing but a blue blur of void, a towering emptiness. Blots of foam flew overhead. How far were they from the surface? Their suits would provide oxygen, of course. They wouldn't drown, unless... A few of the men looked like they'd lost consciousness. The spinning slowed, and the tall blue walls caved in. "We should rip their helmets off while they're still dizzy, dispose of them." The mermaids had darted some distance away, then stopped to gaze back at the scene they'd created after drawing that boat to a spot where the water was especially deep. Through the rippling gray, they could just make out the floundering shapes of the divers as they pulled free of their fast-descending boat, most of them dragging comrades, who apparently couldn't swim on their own.
"No."
The smallest of the three mermaids flicked her blue tail.
"We stopped them for now, and we showed them enough that they'll be scared about what they're doing. We're not going to kill them."
"They're murderers," the brown-skinned mermaid hissed. "They don't deserve to live."
"Dana, you're a murderer too. So am I. Someone has to stop first. We should just hurry up and get away from here."
"Dang," the purple-tailed mermaid sniped, but she was laughing in exhilaration at what she'd just witnessed. It was incredible what these two could do when they deliberately joined their voices that way, and now they were starting to teach her, too.
"You really do talk like that crazy—" "Are you surprised, Jem?"
Violet retorted.
"I told you who my queen is."
14. Pharaoh's Army. It was evening again. In a few hours they'd all head out to sea for another round of training. It was going better than she'd dared to hope, and Luce knew she should be happy. Even Katerina had stopped objecting. But as Luce gazed across the light-streaked bay, anxiety kept twisting through her like cold wires binding her insides. More refugees were turning up every day, and while some of them were too rattled to do much but lie in the hammocks and stare at the nightmares spinning through their heads, others were all too eager to join Luce's growing army. The bay was getting crowded. It sometimes seemed like half the surviving mermaids on the west coast must be living there now, under warehouses and rotting piers, or in half-sunk boats. There were even larvae, and of course it was hard to make them understand how important it was not to let themselves be seen. Sooner or later the humans would realize mermaids were out there, and it was just plain dumb strategically to have everyone concentrated in a relatively small area with only one exit. More than once Luce had gone to scout out the Golden Gate, just in case, trying to determine if it would be feasible for the humans to block their escape route. She couldn't tell, though. Luce had to admit to herself that she just didn't know enough to guess. She might be worrying for nothing, or she might be setting everyone up for death by letting them stay here. She needed to find someone who knew more than she did, and no matter how long she brooded over the problem, she kept coming back to the same absurd idea. Luce glanced back around the tangle of nets. A lot of the mermaids were out. They'd gone off on their daily foraging expedition to the South Bay, where there were large, wild areas on the water with a good supply of shellfish. But Imani was swinging in her hammock, eyes closed, singing very softly to herself. A human song, Luce realized in amazement. She'd never heard a mermaid sing a song with words before, and she paused to listen. If I could, I surely would stand on the rock where Moses stood. Pharaoh's army got drowned. Oh, Mary, don't you weep. Where had she heard Imani's song before? Luce swam over to her. Though Imani's hammock was made from shredded white plastic shopping bags, they were all so intricately knotted that it looked more like handmade lace. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Imani, I don't want to interrupt you, but... A tear rolled down Imani's blue, gleaming cheek as she opened her eyes. Why shouldn't we mourn for them, Luce? Luce felt a rush of tenderness for her. You mean for Pharaoh's army? In the song? My grandpa would always sing that song to me, back when I was really small, and I couldn't talk well enough yet to make him understand why it made me cry. But maybe those soldiers didn't even want to be in that army. Luce realized what Imani was truly thinking about. We can mourn for them, Imani, and we can change and not drown anyone again. Imani looked as if she were half enchanted by her own singing. I've kept thinking of that song. Ever since I changed into a mermaid and found out what we do, I've kept hearing it. I hope we can make this into a war of water and music, but I'm afraid it's just going to turn into another cycle of death and more death. Luce breathed deep, trying to calm herself. It won't. If they find us, we'll be able to fight them now, and I guess that's better than doing nothing, but they'll die, and we'll die too. Pharaoh's army and the twice-lost army will share the same end. We won't let that happen, Imani. Luce tried to sound confident. We'll find a way to persuade them to agree to peace. Luce expected Imani to keep arguing. Instead, she closed her eyes again, spinning her tail so that her net rocked harder. Okay. Okay, Luce said. She wasn't completely sure she'd heard right. I'll trust you on this, Luce, but I don't see how we can persuade them to do anything. It's going to be really... almost impossible, Luce thought, but she didn't want to say that. Really hard. Imani, I think I have to go out for a while. If I'm not back in time, could you start leading training without me? That knocked Imani out of her waking dream. She looked down at Luce where she hovered in the water, and her gaze was sharper than Luce had ever seen it. Really? Where are you going? Luce hesitated. I have to talk to someone, if I can even find him. Him gave it away, of course. Luce couldn't be talking about going to see another mermaid. Luce, Imani breathed after a few moments. About trusting you, do you know you're asking a lot? They held each other's eyes, then something shifted. and a slight smile seemed to flutter back and forth between them.
Imani.
But what could Luce say, really?
Thank you.
Above the surface, reflected light pleated across the water, and the distant roar of traffic echoed and warped as it flowed along the waves. Below it, there was the private night where sleek finned bodies darted and spun, the glow of mermaids crossing the wings of rays. Luce swirled along close to the bottom, where rusty bicycles turned their wheels in the current and weeds grew in long reddish ribbons. There were rubbery amber sea cucumbers and so many tiny pink anemones that the rocks seemed to be carpeted in feathery mouths. It wasn't that long before she saw rotten pilings on her left and the line of a pier slouching down into the water. Luce surfaced to see if she could recognize the spot. There was a warehouse she thought looked familiar, its endless windows staring blankly across the bay. And sitting cross-legged on the pier there was a man, and he was looking straight at her. Luce dropped under the water, down into green depths.
"Mermaid?"
the man called quietly.
"It's me, your friend, the old ghost."
He didn't look the same, though. Luce came cautiously to the surface and stared at him. He was wearing relatively clean clothes in place of his sagging overcoats, though to guess by how badly the new clothes fit him, he'd probably found them in the street. He was cleaner, too, and he'd cut his mouse-gray hair. The reek of sweat and alcohol that had clung to him the first time Luce had seen him was gone, and she could tell by the alert way he was looking at her that he wasn't drunk. She swam a little closer.
Hi.
"Hi, mermaid."
He was smiling, a small, careful smile, obviously trying not to scare her away.
"Hoped you were gonna come back."
Now that he was in front of her, Luce wasn't sure where to start.
You look better.
"I feel better. You know, I saw my own death that night. Turns out that a good shot of terror was the best medicine for me. And maybe there was something in that unreal voice of yours, too."
I'm glad it helped,
Luce murmured. He was gazing at her with such powerful curiosity that she was almost overwhelmed by shyness.
"But you don't actually want to talk to me, do you? I mean, you're gorgeous and magical and whatever the hell else you are. You didn't stop by to shoot the breeze with me. So what do you want?"
He was right, of course, but Luce felt obscurely guilty that it was so obvious.
I wondered if I could ask you some questions.
He just stared at her, his pale blue eyes glittering in the faded lamplight. It was hard to keep going. The immense emptiness above them seemed to press on Luce's shoulders, and a rusty glow hazed across the sky.
That night, you said you'd been a stevedore?
Luce asked.
8 years after Nam. Unloaded all those ships pulling into the port of Oakland.
I was wondering, maybe you know about the Golden Gate? You could tell me.
Luce didn't want to give away too much. There was no way to know for sure if she could trust him.
Well, would it be possible to close it?
The old man swayed a little from surprise.
Close it? The Golden Gate? Who the hell would want to do that?
Say, if the government or the army, if they wanted to keep anything from getting through, could they do that?
He tilted his head, thinking it over.
I guess the Navy could do some kind of blockade if there was a threat from foreign ships. Not that this would ever happen, but they could line up their boats and keep 'em out.
But Luce knew she might be saying too much, but she didn't see any other way.
What about under the water?
Because a sea serpent was gunning for Frisco or the Kraken was rising?
He laughed, a little too wildly.
Then they've got plenty of submarines, and they could plant mines.
I was wondering more about if maybe they could close it down with a giant metal gate, like if they wanted to stop things that were smaller than ships, or
Or sea serpents? Luce watched understanding open inside his blue eyes, watched his lips purse thoughtfully.
And it's the U.S. government that you think might be doing this closing down, Miss Mermaid? Can't say I'm their biggest fan. He grimaced. I have indeed seen a dab too much to be. Anyhow, I don't think that's something you should get yourself in a big tizzy about.
Because it's impossible? Luce asked hopefully. She was grateful that he wasn't asking her too many questions.
Might be possible, though it sure wouldn't be easy. That's not why they'll never do it, though. They'd have the shipping companies and God knows who all screaming bloody murder if they tried it. One of the busiest ports in the country? They're going to just stop that dead? Don't think so.
Luce's tail had started twitching from excitement even before she consciously understood the implications of what he'd just said to her. You're saying they couldn't afford to let that much business stop? So if it did...
You know how they say that blood is thicker than water, Mermaid? I'll tell you what's thicker than blood. Blend up a stack of dollar bills and you've got yourself the thickest substance known to man, and it's the goddamned stickiest.
Luce was barely listening to him anymore. The Golden Gate Bridge wasn't visible from here. All the buildings of downtown San Francisco were in the way. But she was gazing in its approximate direction anyway, her tail flicking in narrow loops behind her.
Step your foot in that gunk. Don't care what kind of principles you think you've got, you're trapped for life, like a poor mouse in one of those glue traps, gnawing your own legs.
No, her idea was completely insane. It would take so many mermaids, probably thousands more than she had with her, and they'd all have to be so powerful. Luce could control an impressive volume of water, and Imani and some of the others were getting pretty good as well. But what she had in mind, it just wasn't realistic.
Hey, Miss Mermaid.
Luce glanced back at him, though her thoughts were still far away. No matter how much she told herself she was being ridiculous, she was still longing to dash off and find Imani and the others.
You have any clue how famous you are now?
His pale eyes shone with an expression Luce couldn't identify, although the word questing occurred to her. He was looking for something, she thought. Then what he'd asked hit her, and she reeled a little. What are you talking about? Luce demanded, though actually maybe she already had an idea.
How about that you've gone Hollywood? How about a gigabillion views of that little movie you starred in? I wanted to see if I could learn anything about you after you saved my life. Hit the computers at this community center I go to, and hot damn if it wasn't the exact same fish-tailed girl wonder looking back at me from the screen.
Luce's mouth opened wordlessly. Of course she'd seen those humans pointing their camera at her, and she knew the government had found out she'd been sighted, but she hadn't seriously considered the possibility that the video would wind up on the internet, or if it did, that anyone would be interested. You're saying... I saw them holding a camera, but I didn't really think they'd... or that anybody would believe...
Huge. It's gotten huge. They put it out there, you better believe it, and now it's all over the place.
Do people think it's real? Luce asked. How could they, though? The old man shrugged.
If I hadn't met you personally, I wouldn't have known what to think, Miss Mermaid, who ought to be friendly enough to tell me her name already. See, though, what you might want to think about.
Luce was still disoriented by the news he'd just given her. It took her a second to focus. What?
Well, if you've got something you'd like to tell all the folks out here in human land, they'll probably listen. You've already got their attention.
Luce thought about that. Of course, she had a lot of things she wanted to say to the humans, so many that she had no idea where she should start. But she couldn't take the risk that the divers would find out where she was. If they came looking for her, they'd find everyone else, too. How much harm had that video already done?
"You said you'd help me," Luce began as the panic hit her. "You said I knew who to ask."
The old man shook his head, surprised by her vehemence.
I did, sure. And you do. What did I say? How am I not trying to help?
"No one. This is really, really important, okay? No one can know I'm here. You can't tell anyone."
Once again, Luce saw understanding crash through his face like a wave.
They're looking to catch you, huh? Not just to catch things like you. People from the government?
After a brief pause, Luce nodded. He'd already figured out that much.
Why, though? They want to give you to their scientists, send electricity through you and whiz you through their machines and find out how you tick?
That hadn't occurred to Luce before, but now that he mentioned it, that seemed like a possibility.
"I guess they might."
Good thing about ghosts.
He nodded emphatically, his haphazard gray hair twitching with the movement.
They know how to keep their mouths shut. Or if they do talk, it just comes out like, "Ooh."
He cracked up, laughing wildly, but when Luce didn't join in, he calmed himself just as suddenly.
Nobody listens to me anyway, Miss Mermaid, but I'll keep quiet. All right?
It didn't seem like she had much choice about trusting him.
"Okay."
And your name is Princess Autocrata Waveform Mermaladia McSee?
She hesitated again.
"Luce Korchak."
Why had she given him her human name, though?
Plain old Luce Korchak? Huh. And you can call me Seb of the Ghosts.
Luce had the sense that she was humoring him, but considering how much he knew, that seemed like a good idea.
"You're as alive as anybody, though."
You're not the first one to say so, Miss Luce Mermaid. A pack of morons kept on badgering me with words to that effect after I got back from Vietnam. That just goes to show what they knew, doesn't it?
Luce couldn't tell if he was serious. It wasn't reassuring to think that her only human ally might be totally delusional.
"If you're already dead, then how could you almost drown?"
Oh, that.
He grinned at her lopsidedly, and his pale eyes gleamed.
I'm not, by any stretch, suggesting that I won't have to die again. Now, whoever told you that once was enough? Let me tell you something, loosey-goosey. People always think that ghosts are spirits, right? But a man's walking around body can be a ghost a whole lot easier than his spirit can.
15. An appeal. The man on the screen had short cropped hair, a stubbly chin, and wry, cinnamon-colored eyes. Behind him was what appeared to be a sunny, comfortable kitchen with pale yellow cabinets and a large vase full of lilacs.
Hi,
he said, with an odd, self-conscious smile.
My name is Andrew Korchak, and I just wanted to say something to anyone out there who's been watching that video with that green-tailed mermaid swimming out from under the dock. The thing is...
He held up a photo, and the camera zoomed shakily in on it until a girl with short, dark, jagged hair and frightened eyes filled the screen.
That mermaid wasn't always a mermaid. You can all see here it's the same face, right? This photo here is my daughter, Lucette, Luce, and this is her 7th grade picture from school.
He choked up a little and looked down. From off-screen, a gentle voice said, "Andrew, can you go on?" Secretary Moreland squirmed in his heavy armchair and rapped his knuckles against the desk supporting the large monitor where this new and even more outrageous video was playing. With each rap, his reddish jowls swayed and his stiff white hair vibrated slightly. 3 other men in suits stood fidgeting behind him, their eyes carefully blank but their mouths twisting. The picture zoomed back out, and Andrew Korchak looked up.
Right. Well, I was away for a while. I couldn't help it, and it's too much to tell you all, but Luce was alone with my brother, and he hurt her. He hurt her so much that she stopped being a human girl, and she changed into what you've all seen. Don't ask me to explain how it works, but I saw Luce after she turned into a mermaid, and that's what she told me. And there are more of them. If some young girl you used to know, could be your daughter, or your sister, or your friend, if she went missing, she might be one of the mermaids now, too.
There was a tiny moan from the person off-screen. The focus of the cinnamon eyes shifted slightly upward.
Kathleen, I'm sorry,
It's okay. Let's just finish. Please.
Okay. See, our government, the U.S. government, has got some kind of special operations guys out there killing mermaids. Not saying they don't have their reasons. I think the mermaids might go around drowning people. But if one of those mermaids used to be some girl you love, I bet you don't want them all dead any more than I do. You want them back and safe and human again, like I do.
The camera was pitching a little. The man looked worried, and he started talking faster.
And even if they drown people, I know they also might save people sometimes. So I'm here to ask, if that's you, and some mermaid saved your life before, get up on this internet and say so. Or if you think a girl you miss is out there with my Luce, get up and say so. They're pretty much kids. There's got to be something else we can do. That's all I wanted to ask you. Okay, thanks.
The camera veered faster, pointing first at the window and then at the floor. There was a sound that was probably a chair toppling over, and the image went dead. Secretary Moreland slid back his chair and stood up as slowly and imposingly as he could manage. He was a large man, tall and broad, and he tilted over his 3 nervous deputies as he turned to them.
Why,
Moreland growled very slowly,
did I just watch this?
A thin man flinched sharply back. We thought it could be significant, Mr. Secretary. It seems to indicate that someone might have leaked classified information. We were concerned that it could—
Of course someone leaked classified information. This, Moreland grimaced, this loser didn't learn about Operation Odysseus by reading the newspaper. That's my question. Why was this allowed to happen?
None of the suited men answered, though tiny, jerky currents seemed to flow through their arms and feet. Moreland scowled until one of them added, We're reasonably confident, Mr. Secretary, that the information wasn't leaked by anyone in the Department of Defense.
I personally feel quite clear on who was responsible for this leak, men. If the miscreant's identity isn't obvious to you as well, then you haven't been paying attention to the subversive drivel that 2-bit fanatic has been going around spouting.
The suited men flinched. They were all too familiar by now with the uncontrollable rancor Secretary Moreland felt for Agent Ben Ellison of the FBI. If his superiors weren't so determined to protect him, Ellison would have been dispensed with long ago.
But that doesn't answer my question, does it? Why was that whiny mermaid sympathizer allowed to go and jabber to Lucette Korchak's father, of all people? If the FBI can't keep their own agents in check, then the responsibility falls to you. Or didn't that occur to you?
There was an awkward silence.
Sir, are you suggesting— I'm suggesting that someone who thinks we can solve the mermaid problem by bringing those goddamn tales mugs of cocoa at bedtime should not be permitted to run around undermining our work.
Moreland's lips were working as if he was chewing something too big to swallow.
Where is he? Agent Ellison, sir? He's on a flight back to Washington. Even the FBI suspects that he might have had something to do with this. Not him!
Secretary Moreland shook his head in apparent disbelief at their stupidity.
I mean that ragtag fool who's putting out these touching appeals to the public, making them think that we're trying to wipe out every cute little girl who's ever had her face on a milk carton.
A few of the mermaids' faces really might have appeared on milk cartons, of course, but no one said that.
Andrew Korchak?
The skinny man assumed a dismissive tone.
I don't think anyone knows. He has quite a rap sheet, though. It's only because this video was released by the same woman who posted the original mermaid tape that anyone has even noticed it. Personally, I don't see how anyone could take him seriously.
500,000 views already? I would think that's serious enough. If the public starts believing mermaids are real, that's, at a minimum, highly inconvenient. If they start to think of mermaids as children rather than monsters, that's worse. If we're forced at some point to disclose what the teams are doing, we need to be able to frame our activity as what it is, eliminating an unacceptable threat to anyone who has business on the water. If people start thinking that we're murdering helpless little girls instead of protecting good citizens and their nice babies and their dogs, well...
Sir, of course that would be an issue, but...
So if you're planning, at some point, to try justifying the considerable trust I've placed in you by putting you three in charge of providing whatever land-based support the teams who are risking their lives out there need, you might consider that one of their primary needs is an oblivious public, or barring that, a supportive one.
Yes, sir.
The skinny man's eyes were still carefully blank as he nodded.
Sir, would you prefer if Andrew Korchak was no longer a possible source of concern?
Moreland sighed and paced to a window, which rebutted his gaze with its bland beige shade. It was better than seeing the sky beyond, though, and the clouds. Ever since he'd heard that outburst of mermaid song, the whole world had seemed to inspect him with a stare at once skeptical and luminous.
That would attract attention, unavoidably. Of course, if it was the right kind of attention, then that might serve our purposes very well.
You mean...
I'll handle it,
Moreland announced. Now that his back was turned to them, the three men were free to shoot one another worried looks. Speculation regarding the Secretary of Defense's mental health was rampant in the department.
I know exactly what to do. Major Sullivan, I have a few little tasks I need you to take care of first.
No one dared to contradict him. Moreland felt the throb of mermaid song pressing at the inside of his skull as he paced down the long subterranean corridor. Since no one was watching, he allowed himself to give in to it a little, to leap and writhe in mid-air as he walked. He stopped controlling his face and let it squirm and grimace, and he opened his mouth and let a few misshapen notes pour out. Nauseous excitement was building in his stomach, and his hands were damp and compressed into fists. What he was about to do was almost unbearably thrilling, terribly satisfying, but in a way that galled him and made him jump. He wouldn't be able to witness the act directly, of course. Maybe that was what irked him so much. The fluorescent lights overhead glazed the marble floor in bands of sickly pallor. He was almost there. Anais would be in front of him in a minute, with her strange shimmer and her stifled voice and her beauty that only became more marvelous as she herself became more miserable. He couldn't allow himself to hear her sing again, but what he had in mind was, he thought, the next best thing. There was the steel door. He typed in the key code that so few people were privileged to know. The keys felt hot and staticky under his rapid taps. Then the door buzzed open, and cool blue light came wavering across his eyes. Golden hair unraveled through the water. Azure fins stirred.
Tadpole,
Moreland murmured under his breath.
Tadpole, we're going to have such a delicious little adventure together.
Then something he hadn't noticed moved. How could he have failed to see that man in the lab coat perched on a folding chair and leaning close to the tank's speaker? The pallid young face wore an expression of rapturous intimacy, but the joyful look was quickly transforming into annoyance at the interruption. For the life of him, Moreland couldn't remember that young man's name, but he recalled that he was Anaïs's keeper, in charge of keeping her fed and comfortable and indulging her less extortionate whims. The young man stood up, slapping as he rose the switches that stopped sound from transmitting in or out of the tank. His receding chin and prominent forehead, combined with a large, sharp nose, made his face seem peculiarly unbalanced. His beige hair was thinning, and his eyes were narrow and sad.
Good afternoon, Secretary Moreland.
He didn't sound at all respectful, though, and he was pouting with unconcealed jealousy. Moreland could barely control his amusement.
That will be all for now, Mr. Hackett, sir. Charles Hackett. Oh, yes, Anaïs calls you Charlie. I'd like a private word with our little princess, if you don't mind.
Charles Hackett grimaced with open contempt. It was another sign of Anaïs's power, Moreland thought, that this flunky was so blatantly rude toward someone so vastly his superior. He couldn't actually disobey Moreland's orders, though. He jerked toward the exit, hunching angrily. Behind him, Anaïs swirled, her fins twitching, and knocked silently on the glass.
Or, actually, Mr. Hackett.
Hackett turned back, his eyes narrowing sharply as they reached the Secretary of Defense.
I have a present for our little mermaid, Mr. Hackett. Please give it to her after I leave.
Moreland pulled from his breast pocket a slim box wrapped in pink paper with a golden ribbon and handed it over while Hackett scowled. Moreland smiled in anticipation. It was a pleasure to speak all the lies he'd rehearsed that morning.
Also, we're going to have to play that mermaid recording for her again. We have a few more questions about the singers. Tonight, when you go, I'd like you to turn off the electroshock system so that she can listen to the recording as many times as she needs to. Understood?
Sir, Hackett visibly worked up his courage. It's not healthy for Anaïs to be reminded of all that. Her friends, her difficult past. She needs sensitive, caring treatment. She needs to be allowed to heal.
She needs to earn her keep, Hackett, and she needs to pay us back for letting her live.
Moreland aimed a smirk at Anaïs, who looked wonderfully alarmed at the sight of him. Aqua light roiled across her arms and throat.
She'll heal when it suits my convenience.
Hackett opened his mouth and closed it again, and made a kind of undecided movement with his shoulders. Moreland kept glowering at him, and after a few more flutters of silent protest, he shuffled out. Moreland's hand shuddered a little with eagerness as it reached to turn the speakers back on. Anaïs retreated a short distance from the glass, her long tail snaking, and her eyes bright and plaintive.
Why, Tadpole, Moreland crooned, I brought you a present, something I think you'll enjoy very much. You could at least make small talk with me for a while.
Anaïs rippled a little closer. Hi, she muttered faintly.
Hi, sir,
Moreland corrected, then broke into a smile so wide it made his face ache.
I've been thinking about you, Tadpole. I've been wondering if there are ways we can make your time with us more pleasant. You must get so bored, all alone in here all day.
Anaïs stared at him, simultaneously wary and petulant. Of course I'm bored.
Of course you are,
Moreland simpered. Anaïs only looked more frightened in response.
That's why I'm going to give you the opportunity to do a new, exciting job for me. Broaden your horizons, help your country, and, he leered, have fun doing it.
Anais swished with ill-concealed dismay. What do you want me to do now? I've told you everything I know, and you still won't let me go home.
Charlie is going to give you my present later. It's a cell phone.
Anais suddenly brightened. Really? Then I can call my friends in Miami. I can—
For the moment, little tadpole, it's been programmed so that it can only dial a single number.
He felt a restless thrill below his heart as Anais's happiness collapsed again.
You'll make a call this evening, say around 9 o'clock. Your first job is to collect some information. If a man answers, or if you get voicemail, you should hang up. But if a woman answers, you'll follow the instructions we're about to go over together.
Anais considered this, her head bowed so that waves of hair obscured her face. Then will you let me go?
No. Moreland smiled at her. You'll do this for the sheer pleasure of it, my dear, because asking a few questions is only the first of your responsibilities.
I don't want to do anything for you then. I'd rather be bored. I don't even care if you turn my TV off. I'll just stare at the walls. Moreland had to admit it to himself. He adored Anais like this, childish and surly and deeply depressed. It was a shame, in a way, that she would genuinely enjoy her new assignment.
Oh, tadpole, Moreland whispered. Don't be silly. This will be fun for the whole family.
I don't care anymore.
Tell me something, Anais. Don't you miss your singing?
16. Joining Voices. Seb watched from the pier as Luce waved goodnight to him, a little awkwardly, and headed out into the wild night. She had a long swim ahead of her before she would reach the spot where the twice lost gathered to practice. As their numbers grew, they all worried more about the risk that someone would spot them from a boat or a plane. Every night they traveled a bit farther from the coast, settling into remote waves, and yet still feeling terribly, helplessly exposed. They put as much loneliness around them as they could, as if the night itself could be their shelter. Even from a distance, Luce could hear the music, long, thrumming, sustained tones, scatterings of brighter notes along the surface. The voices had the distinctive, oddly smooth sound that mermaid voices took on when they called to the water, coaxing and caressing. All around Luce the water shivered, and she whipped along in excitement, ducking below hunting sea lions and spinning silver balls of frightened fish. Soon the water above her head was thick with swinging, glimmering fins, and Luce surfaced. On the dark sea, the twice-lost army floated. Luce caught sight of Yuan, busy organizing the newer members into small groups under the command of former queens, of Imani, working with a few of the girls who'd been having trouble. As Luce watched, one of them, a mermaid with thick, light brown curls and an anxious expression on her china doll face, lost control of her voice completely. All at once, the night throbbed with savage enchantment as the mermaid's death song took over and leaped higher and brighter. The curly-haired mermaid flung herself backwards in a panic, gasping and thrashing as she struggled to regain mastery of the notes tearing from her throat. If any humans had been unlucky enough to be within earshot, Luce knew they would have had no chance at all of surviving. Luce was about to race over to her when she saw that she wasn't needed. Imani was already hovering just behind the frightened mermaid, her dark hands lightly resting on those heaving shoulders. The vehement music calmed a little, and the doll-faced mermaid's spasmodic movements slowed. Imani was singing in her ear, a soothing, whispering resonance, luring the maddened song back down into a single note, soft and peaceful. A docile little wave curled up in front of them. And then Imani's voice changed again, bending into a low, bubbling harmony. Her song caught the frightened mermaid's voice in a way Luce had never heard before. It was as if Imani's song had entered into that other song and opened it like a flower opening in the core of another flower, forming a concentric swell of music that was somehow greater and sweeter than the sound of any mermaid singing alone. And the wave in front of them doubled, trebled in size, then abruptly shot skyward and wavered in a gleaming wall with gracefully fluted sides. The moon's light refracted in each curve until 100 long golden eyes winked out at them. Everyone stopped practicing and watched in silence. The China doll mermaid stared in disbelief at the result of her strange duet with Imani, then let out a little shriek. The spell broke, the water tumbled, and Luce's voice entered the night and caught the falling wave again. Imani glanced over at her, eyes shining with a kind of serene exultation. Luce could feel Imani's voice singing into hers and feel her own song blossoming in Imani's. The sensation was entirely new to her, and also entirely wonderful. The wave wall grew higher and smoother, its upper reaches forming dancing pinnacles, bright corkscrewing vines. It took all of Luce's concentration to stop herself from bursting out laughing in delirious joy. This was what happened when the mermaids merged their power. Her voice felt lighter inside her, and the immense force of that music was much easier to sustain than it had ever been when she sang to the water on her own. Singing together in this way, they seemed to multiply their individual power into a marvelous synergy. A few other mermaids seemed to catch on and joined in. Water rose again, sleeked up through the darkness, then again. The sound pulsed through Luce's head and body until even her bones seemed to sing like the strings of a guitar. She was the heart of the song, but so were all the other singers, and the curling wave walls bent the night on all sides until they were surrounded by a bright castle made of water and sound at once. Like Imani had said, it was a miracle, their own miracle, their personal creation. Luce had long since given up singing humans to their doom, but she had never forgotten the addictive thrill her death song always provoked in her. But this new feeling, she thought, was even better. She was lost in the sound, her thoughts weaving through all the voices at once. Only the gentle loft and fall of the waves gave her any sense of passing time. It was impossible to guess how long the strange new song went on, but when the music finally began to fade, the immense golden moon was rolling into the horizon, its disk misshapen by rising fronds of mist. The watery castle seemed to melt very slowly with the lowering music, its walls bowing out and then gently pedaling downward. Quiet. It was quiet. Only the dreamlike roar of the ocean and, far away, the plangent cry of a whale. And around Luce, hundreds of drifting, dimly luminous faces moved with the waves. For a few minutes it was hard to imagine that any of them would ever speak again. They had all known one another more deeply through their shared song than they ever could through words. "War, Luce," Imani murmured at last, and laughed a single breathless laugh. "How can this be war?" Luce knew what Imani meant. She'd never experienced such absolute peace in her life, peace so profound that it became a new kind of shivering excitement. "A new kind of war, Imani," Luce said. Her voice was thin, airy, but suddenly she realized that everyone was looking at her. I promised you, we can make up a new story. We can find a new way through. We can stop all the death." She was starting to clear the magic from her mind. This was important. She couldn't stay in that watery dream space, marvelous as it was. "Oh, Luce, we can't make them stop hunting us with what we've done tonight, with—" The voice was Katerina's, still half enchanted, sweet and despairing. "We can't stop them with beauty.
We can, Luce insisted. We can. Not just with beauty, Cat, but with what we can do. We can make them accept peace without killing anyone, not one more person. The magic was still inside her. It was hard to find her way through her own pirouetting thoughts, and even harder to put the right words in the right order. Really, Cat, really, I know what to do now. I have an idea. Now everyone was really staring at her. The thought of telling them all what she was thinking terrified her. If her idea didn't work, the twice-lost mermaids would be so terribly let down. But the wild expectation in those gathered faces wouldn't allow her to hold back now either. We're going to close down the Golden Gate. A naval blockade right under the bridge. Then they'll have to talk to us. Luce knew that she'd said something crazy by the blank way the crowd of mermaids looked at her. Most of them weren't angry or indignant or excited. They just looked as if her idea was too strange to take in. Katerina was the first to speak.
Close it down? Luce, this is...
With a wave. We'll raise a wave big enough that none of their ships can get through. We'll hold it there until they agree to stop. But then they'll know we're here, Jo squealed. The toys wreathed around her neck rattled. Luce, don't! Of course they'll know, Luce said. As she envisioned it, she began to feel stronger and clearer. All the humans will know. Everyone in the world will hear about this. That's how we'll get the government to negotiate with us. I know it sounds crazy, but... It could work, Luce thought. It's the only thing that might work.
Then what's going to stop them from dropping bombs on us? Luce, I want to believe in you, in all your plans, I do. But this...
Katerina seemed genuinely appalled, her gray eyes gleaming with desperate sadness. Actually, Luce wasn't completely sure how they'd keep the human military from bombing them, but she felt certain now they'd think of something. After that incredible communal song, everything seemed possible. They won't drop bombs on us. It was Yuan, suddenly grinning ferociously. Oh, you better believe they won't. If we can really raise a wave that big... Luce suddenly understood where Yuan was going with this, and looked at her gratefully.
Yuan, they'll blast us right out of the water. No, our only hope is to try to stay secret.
Katerina was almost hyperventilating now. Kat, no offense, but you need to start trusting our dear General more, because she's totally right. If we really have enough power to get such a huge wave standing up and keep it there,
we'll all be dead within an hour.
No, Kat, listen. If they bomb us, we stop singing. If we stop singing, all that water comes crashing down at once. You really think they'll send a tsunami right at downtown San Francisco?
That sounds fun, Bex muttered sourly. Then, before anyone could say anything in response, she added, "Oh my God, guys, kidding? I'm just kidding." Yuan was right. In fact, Luce thought she was brilliant.
Do you see now, Kat? I don't want to make you do anything you think is suicidal, though.
Luce looked around, and from something in the shine of the eyes on all sides, she knew that, even if they weren't all prepared to go along with her idea, enough of them were.
But this is the only plan we have, and the humans are definitely going to know that the bay is full of mermaids as soon as we're good enough at this kind of singing to start the blockade. If any of you think that makes it too dangerous to stay here, you can leave. Go back to the territories where tribes were already killed. As long as you don't sink any ships, the divers probably won't check the same caves a second time.
It was brutal advice, Luce realized. For some of them, the journey would be terrible. For many, it would mean returning to the site of hideous memories, even to the decaying corpses of their old friends. But it was the best she could do.
I'm not leaving you a second time, Luce,
Katerina announced through gritted teeth. Even now that Yuan had explained how the plan could work, Kat still seemed to be convinced that they were heading for their doom. Luce didn't know what to say.
I'm really happy if you want to stay, Kat, but you don't have to. But I promise we'll practice a lot first. We won't try this until we're totally ready."
She still loved Katerina, Luce thought. Of course she did. But maybe she didn't love her in quite the same way that she used to. Her memories of Nausicaa just took up too much room in her heart. From the distance came the airy percussion of a helicopter. In a few moments, the ocean's surface was empty of everything except waves. It was time for them to be getting home anyway. 17. Connections. Nick slammed the door behind him, leaving Kathleen alone and crying in the colored beams of evening light shining through the stained glass windows. Another fight, Kathleen thought. Why couldn't they ever seem to understand each other anymore? She'd always been a firm believer that honest communication and kindness could solve almost any problem. Now, it seemed, the more honest she tried to be, the more outraged and impatient Nick became. Telling him her real thoughts was beginning to feel like a mistake. When she did, he'd respond with words she found hard to forgive.
"Kath, one thing I can assure you of, just one, Eileen is not a mermaid. I suppose I shouldn't blame you, but honestly, it's absolutely foolish to go around listening to some charlatan who tries to persuade you that your sister isn't dead."
"Eileen," Kath whispered as she sat on the bottom stair with her head in her hands. "Eileen, what I wouldn't give to see you just for a second, 1 second before I die. Name it." Something about that mermaid she'd seen. No, not that mermaid, Kathleen told herself. Lucette Korchak, no matter what Nick says, had reminded her of her lost sister. She'd had the same haunted expression, the same unwitting glamour that almost seemed like a kind of dark shimmer in the air around her. Especially toward the end, Eileen had seemed both wounded and magical, and those qualities had only intensified as she'd deliberately taken all their mother's abuse on herself. Their mother might be on the verge of hitting Kathleen when Eileen would deliberately fire off the most offensive remark she could think of to make sure the broom swung her way instead. "Mom, you know, I've been thinking that I'd like to see if I can be the biggest slut in school." Then Kathleen had run off with a boyfriend, and 3 days later, her brave, insouciant older sister had vanished for good. And now, if only Eileen hadn't died in some terrible way during all the intervening years, Kathleen was sure that she was darting through the waves somewhere, savage and free and still a freckled, impudent 17-year-old girl, only transfigured at the same time into something far beyond everyday experience. "Did you think I didn't need you anymore, Eni? I do. I still do." Kathleen heard her cell phone ringing where she'd left it on the kitchen table. Her first thought was that it must be Nick, calling to apologize for their fight. She hesitated on the step, not sure she was ready to talk to him yet. Or, suddenly, Kathleen was on her feet. Maybe, just maybe, it was Andrew calling her from some truck stop in the middle of nowhere. The thought of hearing his warm voice, of simply feeling certain for 5 minutes that someone believed her, was enough to send Kathleen sprinting precariously down the long hallway, knocking a few seashells from tiny tables as she went. Andrew didn't have a phone of his own. This might be her only chance to talk to him for weeks. Any second now the ringing would stop and the call would go to voicemail, and he'd probably feel too uncomfortable to even leave her a message. Her pale yellow kitchen wheeled in front of her. The lilacs in the vase were turning brown, but for some reason she kept putting off throwing them out. The phone emitted what was surely its final ring, and she still couldn't find it anywhere. Kathleen's shoulders jerked in frustration. No, there it was, half hidden by that dropped napkin. A strange number. It had to be him, probably calling from some random payphone in back of a gas station. She could picture him clutching the grubby receiver while the sunset glared off the nearby cars, his frown deepening as she didn't answer. Kathleen was a little surprised by how hard her heart was pounding. She hadn't run all that far. "Hello?" Silence. She'd missed him after all. Except the silence wasn't perfect. It had a weirdly bubbly, echoing quality that reminded Kathleen of an abandoned swimming pool. "Hello? Anyone there?"
May I speak to Kathleen Lambert?"
It was a girl's voice, overlaid by a hint of that watery quivering. Kathleen felt an icy tightness in her stomach. She thought it must come from disappointment. "This is Kathleen."
"Well, hi."
Now the strange girl's voice took on a kind of smirking, self-conscious tone that made Kathleen wonder if this was a prank call.
"Hi, I'm an old friend of Luce's, Luce the mermaid, and I need to find her dad. Do you have his number?"
Of course, those videos had provoked all kinds of people to email and call Kathleen, to Nick's utter irritation. Most of them seemed deranged or malicious, but there had been a few who were obviously sincere. Kathleen decided that this girl was probably lying, but she wasn't completely sure yet. "I'm afraid Andrew doesn't have a phone. If you'll give me your name and contact information, I could send him an email, though I don't think he checks it too often."
That's not going to work."
The caller sounded petulant now, and the bubbling noise surged for a moment. Maybe there was something wrong with the connection?
"Are you sure you don't have a way I can call him? I have something really important to tell him about Luce. Like, I know he'd want to know, okay?"
Kathleen bristled at the girl's snappish tone. "Andrew doesn't have a phone," she repeated. "You can't call him. And I honestly have no idea where he is now." The last statement wasn't entirely true. He'd sent her a brief email 2 days before from Portland. "Your name is?"
"Katerina," the girl announced. "Luce was practically my best friend. I know all about her, like how she lived in that van while her dad was still a bum, and how her mom died when she was 4. And I know exactly what her uncle did to her."
Much as Kathleen was starting to dislike the caller, this was enough to make her hesitate. Andrew hadn't mentioned any of that in the video they'd made together, but it did correspond quite well with what he'd told her privately. "I suppose I could give you his email address if you'd rather write to him directly."
"I need a phone number," the girl sulked. "But, okay, you really don't have one? I guess I'll take his email, sure. Maybe they can do something with that. Hold on, I have some paper."
They? Kathleen thought. Then she heard something in the background that sent an unaccountable chill through her heart. A splash. Then another one, as if the girl was thrashing around in a bathtub. But it would be absurd to think that... "Where are you calling from?" Kathleen heard herself ask shrilly. All at once her hands were trembling violently, and her body felt cold and hollow, and as full of echoes as that watery space where...
"Wait, he said if you started getting suspicious, I should just..."
Kathleen's hands jerked strangely as she tried to disconnect the call. Her twitching thumb missed the button. The phone dropped and skidded face up across the kitchen table, coming to rest against the vase of lilacs. And all at once the calm afternoon air was streaked by an unimaginable sound, a terrible metallic sweetness that buzzed through her ears and tore at them. Power, Kathleen thought in confusion. Power to reclaim Eileen, to punish anyone who ever hurt Eileen, anyone who tried to get in our way. Power was beauty. Power was the photons pummeling her with astounding vitality. Power was her body's atoms all waking up at once and pealing together like a million bells. Kathleen didn't know when she'd picked up the phone again. She squeezed it to her ear until her skull seemed charged by that music, until a stampede of notes bit at her brain and goaded it. It was exhilaration beyond anything she could have dreamed, but it was as intolerable as it was thrilling. Intolerable, Kathleen realized vaguely, because she hadn't yet reached to truly claim this power and this brilliance. It was all rightfully hers, every spark of it, though someone seemed to be trying to steal it from her. If she didn't reach it in time. Kathleen couldn't have said quite what it was. She had an impression one instant of a castle made of stinging light, and in the next moment the castle morphed into a sort of crystalline, thundering horse with shifting facets, Eileen swinging on its back and calling to her. It didn't matter to her that she didn't know exactly what it was, this electric bliss that the music kept promising her. She knew she had to hurry before she lost it forever. Most important, she knew exactly where it was waiting for her. Out the kitchen door, down the sloping street. Why, she was already walking. No, running. No, it was better to walk casually in case anyone else realized what she was after and got there first. The phone still crushed against her ear, and the blood in her head throbbing fiercely in time with the song. Orange sunset light exploding everywhere, astonishment flaring in the trees, wide, laughing mouths raining down from the blossoms. Even through the unbearable music pounding at her ear, Kathleen could still hear a sound that told her the promise would soon be fulfilled. Waves, she could hear the waves. They were the charging hoofbeats of an infinite horse assembled from moving diamonds. In the horse's heart, Eileen was waiting, whispering, "Keenie, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up! I've been waiting for you for so long." Kathleen turned a corner and saw the ocean as she'd never seen it before. Countless blazing geometric planes, all transfiguring into momentary birds and stars and armies. Someone who Kathleen knew had been a close friend of hers quite recently, maybe even yesterday, came up and started yammering stupidly about something, and then looked hurt as Kathleen shoved past her. The music and the sea were almost together now. When they finally met, they would merge and expand, and Kathleen would ride with her sister in the quick of the miracle. She couldn't stand waiting anymore. She started running right down the center of the street, dodging cars, then out onto the long dock where she'd had her first glimpse of what could be. Just for a moment, that astonishing music paused, replaced by a weary sigh from the phone. "I wish you'd finish up," a girl's voice complained. "I'm getting bored." Kathleen veered into a railing, gasped, and looked at water that was suddenly just water. She felt a frigid internal touch. Something corrosive and evil fingered her heart. What was she doing? The singing started again. Eileen's face became as huge as a cloud. It had endless changing angles, all of them sharp with glory. Her mouth opened wide in greeting. Kathleen vaulted over the railing. She felt her sister's teeth close in. They were very cold. General Prudowski spread the photos in front of Secretary Moreland, satellite photos of the ocean near San Francisco, taken over the previous 3 nights. The photos were utterly unbelievable. It was an insult to Moreland's intelligence that Prudowski was forcing these images on him at all, let alone insisting that Luce Korchak must be responsible for those watery, convoluted ramparts rearing out of the Pacific. He began wondering how he might teach the general a lesson. The general wouldn't stop jabbering insolently about mermaids working together and about some plan he had for stopping them. Maybe it would be simplest to agree, before his confusion became too obvious. In a dorm room in Boston, a chubby, sweet-faced, gold-skinned girl sat on her bed with her arms wrapped around her knees. She'd cut class that morning for the first time in her life, telling her roommate that she was nauseous and might be getting stomach flu. The nauseous part was true enough, but she knew flu wasn't the reason she felt so awful. A camera rested on her bedspread with its pattern of cartoon cats, and Gigi looked at the cats to avoid looking at the camera. For the last 7 years, she'd managed mostly to ignore the memories of the afternoon her mother had drowned, the afternoon her own life had been saved so inexplicably. At least she managed to ignore them as long as she worked all the time and blasted abrasive music to drown out the music in her head, at least until she had to go to sleep. But now,
I bet you don't want them all dead any more than I do.
Now the scruffy-looking man from that damned internet video kept talking in her thoughts, trying to persuade her to do something thoroughly reckless.
They killed my mother,
Gigi argued aloud. Her mother had taken her out on a whale-watching trip for her birthday, but they hadn't seen whales. And their songs, it's like I've had some kind of brain disease ever since. Why would I make a fool of myself in public for them?
So I'm here to ask.
Then there'd been the unbearably beautiful music that made her want to die from the sheer force of her joy, as if she'd finally understood that the only way to love life enough was to end it. The crash, the wild deep water.
If that's you, and some mermaid saved your life before.
Gigi thought of the astonishing face that had suddenly appeared next to hers in the water. It had belonged to a girl whose skin gleamed with subtle golden glow and whose body coiled away into a pinkish gold tail. The girl had looked distinctly pissed off, and she'd hesitated for several long seconds as bubbles oozed from Gigi's lips, staring at her as they descended together. Then, with a sudden, angry shake, the mermaid had grabbed her and dragged her back to the surface, glaring furiously at the other mermaids, who still trilled their incantations to the sinking crowd.
Queen Yuan?
One of them had called out, more bewildered than indignant.
What are you doing?
The mermaid called Queen Yuan hadn't answered, just taken off swimming with Gigi clutched in her arms. Gigi had gagged up salt water and wrenched her neck to take in as much as she could of the mermaid's impossibly lovely face. The music still throbbed through her, and it didn't even occur to her that her mother was dying. 3 of the mermaids followed them, calling to Yuan in coaxing voices,
Yuan, come on! You know we don't want to expel you!
And,
Yuan, she's just human. Please, please, let us drown her. Do it for me.
Yuan never answered them, just surged on through the waves with a bitter, stubborn expression, her black hair fanning through the pearl-gray water. How long had they gone on like that before Yuan shoved her roughly onto a sandy shore, beating Gigi with her tail to make her get up? The golden fins smacked at her face, then her legs, while Yuan snarled,
Run! Stupid human, run! Inland! Now!
Get up on this internet and say so.
I'll never live it down, Gigi argued back. I'll spend the rest of my life being that dumb girl who will make up any whacked-out thing to get attention. Mike will probably break up with me. And seriously, you think that's going to help me get into graduate school? What price had Queen Yuan paid for rescuing her, though? Gigi wiped the tears from her face and picked up the camera, balancing it on her knees and staring at the empty black lens. She inhaled slowly twice, then tapped a button, gritting her teeth as a small red light blinked on. Hi, I'm Gigi Garcia Chang, and I'm here to answer Andrew Korchak's call for testimony from people whose lives were saved by mermaids. It got a little easier after that. 18. Kraken Rising. Luce woke up at sunset when a young mermaid whose name she didn't know stopped by Katerina's hammock to give them a small heap of oysters she'd brought back from deeper in the bay. Yuan had given the job of collecting shellfish to crews of the smaller girls, who went foraging every day with scraps of net slung over their shoulders and then came back to distribute their hauls. Kat fell back asleep as soon as she'd finished eating, but Luce slipped out from under the warehouse to watch the sun sinking behind the hills and jagged factories of the city. She didn't know why she felt so sad. Training was going remarkably well, and everyone seemed happier and less anxious. Behind her, an encampment that now held well over 200 mermaids drowsed and chatted and wove more hammocks to accommodate all the new arrivals. and there were many more members of the twice-lost army scattered around the bay. Luce couldn't help realizing how much most of them trusted her. Somehow, without even knowing what she was doing, she'd found a kind of destiny. Luce hadn't told them what Seb had said about that video she'd accidentally starred in. It seemed like too much to explain, but Luce had to admit to herself that it might be an important development. In fact, she still hadn't told anyone except Imani about Seb at all. Millions of people had watched her swimming out from under that dock. They'd seen her hesitate as she considered trying to get a message to her father, and then turn back to the sea as she rejected the idea. But maybe, just maybe, her father was one of the millions who'd seen the video. Maybe she'd managed to let him know she was alive after all. Maybe someone whose name Luce refused even to think had seen it too. He'd know that all his scheming to get her murdered had failed, and maybe he'd remember what it had felt like to kiss her and brush his hands around her face. Maybe he'd feel sorry for what he'd done. The problem with entertaining these fantasies, even briefly, was that they made her miss him. It was disgusting to realize that she could miss someone like that, but all at once his scent and warmth and glance came back to her like sensual wraiths. He'd seemed so tender sometimes. It was still hard to believe that he could bring himself to inform on her. He must have, Luce reminded herself sternly. How else could the government have learned so much about her? Even as she wondered about Dorian, Luce's eyes kept reflexively scanning the bay. White houses spilled down the clefts between yellow hills on the far side. Bridges crossed the horizon, rusty cranes shaped like skeletal horses loomed, and a few small boats puttered on water lacquered gold and violet by the evening sky. The noise of their engines reverberated faintly while the gulls cried above. Certainly there was nothing out there that resembled the black, silent boats used by the divers, but somehow she wasn't reassured. They'd been incredibly lucky so far, Luce thought. The only real question was how long their luck would hold. It was after midnight when Yuan sent her messengers darting out to all the secret mermaid camps around the bay to assemble them for that night's training. Luce smiled as she watched Yuan slipping among the pilings, quick and efficient, giving everyone their instructions. Yuan seemed so much more hopeful now that she had a job to do, and she was impressively good at it. "Yuan?" Luce called. Yuan swirled to a halt in front of her, black hair swinging in the water, and saluted with a touch of comic exaggeration. Only a touch, though. "Hey, General Girl, what's up?" Suddenly, they were both giggling. Snap to, Lieutenant Babe." Luce felt a little self-conscious. She'd never really been this silly with anyone before, except for maybe her father, but she found herself enjoying it. "Yeah, girl, I got some orders for you. You better jump." Yuan whipped her tail and spiraled straight up out of the water, knocking her head against the underside of the pier. "Ow! Oh, jeez." "Are you okay?" Luce asked. "Oh, sure." But the blow had knocked Yuan's exuberance out of her. "What do you need me to do?" For a few seconds there, Luce had felt so young. She already missed it. "I think we need to start posting sentinels during training, a big circle of them, pretty far out." Yuan was rubbing her head, and she suddenly looked very serious. "I was wondering if I should suggest that, yeah. We should assign a different division to guard duty every night so everyone still gets to practice singing." "Good idea," Luce agreed. She was vaguely impressed that Yuan had started calling the groups divisions, too. "And, Yuan, not all the guards should stay on the surface." Yuan looked surprised. "How do you mean? We'll see the boats coming from far enough away to get everyone out of there." "But I don't know what they could do, Yuan, but what if they sent a submarine or something? We need a ring of guards on the surface and another ring, maybe, 20 yards down, just in case they come at us from below." Like orcas, Luce thought, like what Seb said the Navy would do if the Kraken was rising. Yuan considered that.
It seems like if they got close enough to do that, we would notice.
Maybe we would, but just in case. Sometimes Luce experienced a kind of tidal sense that Nausicaa was there with her. She felt that way now. It seemed to her that she was following the advice Nausicaa would give her in this situation. Yuan shrugged.
You're the general, Luce. And hey, should we figure out a special alarm call?
They talked that over for a few minutes. Neither of them was sure anyone would notice the windy call mermaids usually used as an alarm over the sound of the entire twice-lost army singing together, and they settled on a series of piercing trills instead. Bex joined them, along with several other girls Luce barely recognized, though Yuan clearly did. Luce still couldn't get used to the nervous, admiring way a lot of the twice-lost looked at her.
It's getting late,
Yuan said. Her voice was uncharacteristically soft.
Shouldn't we be heading out, Luce?
Luce glanced back into the dimness and realized that dozens of mermaids were flicking expectantly in the water. They dived, all staying near the bottom to keep out of sight, and headed into deeper waters, first under the Bay Bridge, then around downtown and a tall hill topped by a single cylindrical tower. When they skimmed beneath the Golden Gate Bridge, its starry lights draped like countless tangled ribbons on the fluctuating ceiling above them. It took them another 20 minutes to find the rest of the Twice Lost, already gathered and waiting to the south. They could just see the lights of the cliff house beaming from the shore, but the waves on all sides were steep and dark. With the new arrivals, there must have been at least 500 mermaids huddling together, their faces and shoulders forming a dimly phosphorescent raft that curved with the passing swells. Luce was startled again to see how much her army had grown. Yuan called the former queens together and explained the new system. Only Katerina was nowhere to be seen.
Lieutenant Kala, everyone in your division already has a pretty good handle on their water singing, right? Okay, I'm going to assign you to lead guard duty tonight. 10 mermaids on the surface, 10 mermaids 20 yards below, changing off at about half-hour intervals. Have you got that? And you'll need a signal for when it's time to switch positions that's really different from the alarm call Luce and I worked out. It's like this.
Yuan demonstrated, her voice piercing against the low roar of the sea and the dim chatter of the assembled girls.
Everybody, you've got to get this right because you'll each be in charge of teaching it to your division.
Suddenly, the night shuddered with the unearthly metallic trilling of the alarm as everyone tried it. Luce floated, feeling almost irrelevant with Yuan working so efficiently to keep things organized. She kept staring around. The Pacific looked almost too vacant, the sky too cavernous.
Did you guys notice anything?
Luce asked suddenly as the harsh cries died away.
I mean, before we got here?
There've been a few more boats than usual, I think, General Luce. It was the auburn-haired mermaid Yuan had addressed as Lieutenant Kala. Her dark turquoise tail flurried just under the surface, pale green iridescence flashing on her scales. Just yachts, but they came close enough that we got kind of nervous. We just hung out below the surface for a while and they all went away again. I think we're cool.
Okay,
Luce said, but then she realized she didn't mean it. Can we start practice? Bex asked eagerly. You know, I thought I loved singing when we did it to drown people, but the way we sing now, it's so completely great and amazing, I never want to stop.
Get the guards in place first,
Luce said, and then flinched a little at the grim, paranoid tone of her own voice. What was wrong with her tonight?
Sorry, you should just go ahead and start without me.
Luce? Yuan was looking at her worriedly. Is something, wrong? You've been acting kind of jumpy all evening.
Probably everything's fine,
Luce said. Her voice sounded even worse this time, strained and phony.
I don't know why, but I feel like we need to start being extra careful. I'll be back soon.
You'd better come back. I mean, where are you going? There was a shadow in Yuan's gaze that contradicted her sassy tone. Down. Just down? Yuan tried to sound like she was kidding. Send us a postcard, okay? Please, just get the guards in place, right now. Luce looked around at her lieutenants. Most of them seemed vaguely shocked by her strange behavior, but Kala saluted crisply, and she didn't even look like she was doing it as a joke. Luce dived. She could see in the dark, but in this darkness there was nothing much to see except for jellyfish and a few small, bored-looking sharks. To her right, she noticed one of the mermaid guards dropping and then hovering head downward, held in place by the steady rotation of her fins. Luce waved to her and kept going. Above her, the first voices leaped into fluid harmonies, and for a few seconds Luce was towed sharply backwards as the water streamed upward in thrall to the music. She fought her way to the side of the strange ascending current and kept swimming straight down. Her hands spread out in front of her as if she could feel the immensity of the space still opening below. Shadow on shadow, tangled night on charcoal deeps. She was at least 50 yards below the surface now, maybe 70. The water's weight pressed in on her. It was easy to start imagining things, to think that there were blots in that darkness that were somehow a little denser or a little darker than the rest. Of course, there might be sea lions out hunting, and there were definitely more sharks gliding by. But here and there, Luce began to think that there were dark shapes that weren't moving at all. And that seemed wrong. Luce thought she detected black balls of shadow spaced far apart from one another. They were almost invisible against the blackness beyond and hovered with uncanny stillness. Then her own rapid downward movement began to make it look like the shapes were rising just as fast as she was plunging. No, they really were rising. In the nothingness below her, Luce's outstretched palm was suddenly crisscrossed by inexplicable lines of pain as fine as cutting wires. Then Luce was reeling backwards, her tail whipping and balling up around her as those razor filaments cut at her fins. A piercing, ululating cry burst from her throat. She shrieked the alarm call without pause as she lashed her way back toward the surface, those black spheres rocketing up around her just as fast as she could propel herself. Her frantic call reverberated through the water, breaking and echoing into a dozen different voices. Or, no, those were the guards she'd posted below the surface, picking up the alarm like a relay. Again and again the lashing of her tail sent traces of sharp pain through her fins. There was something sharp and impossible to see below her, some kind of cutting mesh, and it was rising as quickly as those dark spheres on all sides, jetting up so fast that even a mermaid couldn't outrace it. The spheres were pulling it up. There were 4 of them, positioned at the corners of an enormous square. The song above her collapsed into confused quiet. Only a few mermaids still seemed to be singing. Luce could just make out the shimmer of tails flashing wildly away in all directions, radiating outward like blurry fireworks still far above her head. Shock waves slammed her down again as the city of towering waves above dropped abruptly back into the sea. The blade-sharp mesh raked her fins even as Luce jerked her tail up in a coil around her body, and her alarm call turned into a sustained scream. She couldn't swim up quickly enough to escape from the mesh, not with so much water pummeling down on her. She couldn't. A few mermaids were still so consumed by their song of rising water that they remained oblivious to the chaos. Luce could hear the song reverberating just to her left. Without fully understanding what she was doing, she flung herself in that direction, her scales goaded by those knifing wires. Then the current spinning upward in the song caught her, and Luce was hurtling straight up, still screaming. Her body burst past the startled singers and up into midnight air. Suddenly, Luce was turning far above the surface, watching hundreds of panicked mermaids scattering in widening circles like the ripples around a dropped stone.
Huge waves released by all that falling water rode outward, sweeping away even the mermaids who were still too confused to swim. Just in time, because those awful black spheres were almost at the surface now, lifting their cruel net with them. Most of the mermaids were outside the area enclosed by the spheres. Only a few dozen were caught, their song breaking into shrieks with the first touch of the mesh as it rose below them. In those brief moments while she rotated in space, Luce understood. The mesh was meant to drive the mermaids to the surface and trap them there, while... She heard the beat of helicopter blades above her, and now she was plummeting right into the center of the net. Mermaids flopped strangely, stretched out on the surface of the water in their struggle not to graze those wires. Every tiny movement lacerated their fins, the skin of their backs, their faces. Luce saw her followers gasping and crazed, their bodies covered in a delicate tracery of trickling blood. Most of the ones who'd escaped from the net had disappeared below the water, but some of the bravest fought their way back through the outracing waves and hovered nearby, gaping in horror while they wondered how to help their trapped comrades. As she crashed down into the net's center, Luce noticed Imani staring at her in desperation. "Imani, to the bridge! Lead everyone back to the bridge!" In the split second that followed, Luce saw Imani hesitate. She saw how much Imani wanted to ignore the order and try to help Luce instead. In that moment, Luce felt nothing but a single explosive wish, that Imani would abandon her. Then she saw Imani nod in assent, her eyes wide and stunned. "Start the blockade! Now! Imani, go!" There was a rattling noise, and Luce turned in time to see the first blast of machine gun fire cut through Beck's in a line that began at her shoulder and slanted straight across her heart. A dozen jets of blood sprayed from Beck's opening chest, and her shoulders tipped away from her torso as if they were hinged. Luce saw pale eyes watching through the domed window of a round black machine. Those sleek, compact submarines would be harder to knock out of the way with waves than a boat would, Luce realized. They were designed to travel through buffeting undersea currents, to resist the water's force. The mermaids around her were screaming in shock, and the helicopter was swooping down again. And Luce was howling to the water, calling it to save them. She tried to calm herself and concentrate on the submersible sphere where those pale eyes gaped. At first, Luce's wave lifted the nearest sphere, bringing cutting mesh right against her flesh and the flesh of the mermaids around her. More screams came, jarring through Luce's head and making it harder to focus on the water. She had to drive the water outward. If she could break even one corner of the net, they would all be free to tumble out into the ocean and escape. A fist of water, bulging and glassy, wrapped around the black sphere, and Luce's shriek song rose higher and fiercer as she strained to force the sphere back and snap the net. The water only seethed and eddied around the sleek metal sides, unable to get a grip on it. Streams of bullets sliced the air again, and at least 2 more mermaids ruptured around lines of flying blood. Luce knew she couldn't look, couldn't gasp. She could only keep singing. Something like a scroll of living fire moved in the water below her, and Luce heard another voice joining her voice, entering into it and expanding it until the dome of water covering the submarine pulsed white with foam. That net had to be made of something extraordinarily strong, Luce realized, but now she heard it start to creak in shrill protest. There was a whiny snapping noise, and suddenly the sharp wires were dropping away beneath her. The sphere rolled back and downward, its motors snarling, and Luce saw its glass dome implode. "Everyone roll!" Luce heard herself screaming. "Roll out of the net! Dive down!" At least 20 tangled mermaids were spilling from the net with her. The water below them was quick with gray shapes. White, spreading teeth were already coming at her, and Luce barely managed to jerk out of the way. A froth of sharks leaped against them, maddened by all the blood. Luce felt herself jostled by slippery skins. 3 sharks fought over a bullet-riddled mermaid, fangs tearing into her tail even as it trembled and turned back into human legs. Luce tried to lunge for the dying girl, to somehow drag her away from the slashing teeth, but something had a grip on her shoulders. She was being dragged rapidly backwards, down and away from the frenzied sharks and the noise of machine gun fire still rattling above the waves.
"Luce, come on! You have to lead them away from this."
Luce turned, and red gold hair swirled into her face. Mermaids were squirming free of that scrum of sharks and clouding blood, whipping away into deeper water. But Luce hesitated. What if there were wounded mermaids in that mess who could still be saved? It didn't seem likely at this point, but...
"Luce, if you don't call everyone to follow you now, more of them will die."
Luce looked at Katerina in a daze, and then realized that she was right. Her own arms were laced by lines of seeping blood as thin as paper cuts, all stinging horribly from the salt water, and below them the gray forms of hundreds of sharks were lancing upward. They could outswim them, but they'd have to move fast. "To the bridge!" Luce screamed. "Follow us! To the bridge!" Her voice echoed through the dark sea, and mermaids who'd scattered began to race back to her. Luce threw herself into movement, her injured tail lashing out behind her. Mermaids streaked around her, their dimly shining arms reaching forward into nothingness, their fins kicking. Luce whipped her tail until it ached, listening all the time for the sound that might save them, the song of the twice-lost army. If they were holding a giant wave up right under the Golden Gate Bridge, Luce was almost sure the humans wouldn't dare to attack them again. But she heard only silence. Or not even silence, but the sound of air battered by what must be several helicopters now. They must have planned to catch the entire twice-lost army in that net and machine gun all of them together. Maybe she'd asked Imani to do the impossible. Maybe the twice-lost had dashed away in 100 random directions, helicopters whirling above and picking them off whenever they came up for air. Maybe nobody would be waiting for them at the bridge, and the wounded remnant that was following her now would find themselves helpless and alone. There were about 20 mermaids racing along with her, 25 at most. Without the others, they wouldn't be able to raise enough water to create a credible threat. And without a threat, it would be just like Katerina had said. They wouldn't last an hour. Should she order everyone to turn around and scatter through the ocean? They would if she told them to, Luce knew. They could give up the fight and try to find caves to hide in, at least for a while, at least until the divers tracked them down. Was that a faint glow in the water up ahead? It might be the lights of the Golden Gate Bridge blurring and fragmenting in the water. But the glow had a green, moonish cast that didn't look like electric light, and it seemed to be stirring in a long, curving line, several yards below the surface, spanning most of the Golden Gate. And then electric lights could never make a sound like that. A low swell of rising music so sweet and wild that Luce's heart seemed to expand into infinite space. Even after all the horrors she'd witnessed that night, even with Bex and the others ripped to shreds behind her, Luce was suddenly suffused by an unbearable joy that was also profound grief, and she was singing. Singing into the other voices even as those voices opened inside the water. Each voice blossomed inside the next, flowers inside flowers, or stars bursting inside other stars. Now Luce could see Yuan racing back and forth, pulling stragglers to fill the empty spaces in the long row of mermaids. Kala was hugging Jo, coaxing her to join the song. It didn't look like the entire twice-lost army, but Luce guessed that at least half of them had assembled there. And there was Imani, her head thrown back, her voice vaulting above the other voices and calling them to rise inside the gleaming wall of water. Water that shuddered, flexed, bowed for a moment as if it might come crashing down again, then stood up in a huge fluctuating ribbon so tall that it brushed against the underside of the Golden Gate Bridge, so long that it stretched across at least 2/3 of the channel. Luce broke through the surface to see it, suddenly, utterly unafraid. A line of stilled headlights needled the dark. All the cars had stopped where they were. People were getting out, standing in small, confused clusters against the railings. Luce hoped the music wouldn't hurt them, but what they were hearing wasn't the mermaid's death songs, after all, and Seb had heard her sing to the water without it doing him any harm. He'd even said it had helped him. Probably they'd be okay. 10 or 12 helicopters vibrated above, their searchlights swinging wildly across the standing wave wall, and Luce turned to watch them. All the beams together made her think of a giant spider with legs made of spindly light. Then one searchlight pivoted, raced along the frothing surface, and shone straight into her face. She stared back. The light blinded her, and she couldn't tell where she was looking, but she did her best to aim her gaze into the pilot's eyes. Would he open fire? The helicopter chattered on, unmoving, and Luce went on singing. Around her, more of the mermaids in that long chain kept surfacing, singing with her as they faced the guns above. Luce lifted her arm, still etched by hairline streaks of congealed blood, smiled at the pilot, and waved.